Order. Daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. As Chair of the Committee on Public Bills, I'm directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following public bills. Bill number 186, an act to provide support for fire protection services. Bill number 187, an act to declare Windsor, Nova Scotia to be the birthplace of ice hockey. Bill number 193, an act respecting energy. Bill number 196, an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1995-1996, the Community Colleges Act. Bill number 201, an act respecting justice and social services. Bill number 203, an act to amend Chapter 1, the 1992 supplement of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the House of Assembly Act. And finally, Bill number 205, an act to amend Chapter 5 of the Acts of 2011, the Elections Act, and Chapter 1, 1992 supplement of the Revised Statutes 1989, the House of Assembly Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Have to be referred to the committee of the whole.
Order that these bills be referred to. Order that these bills be referred to the Committee of the Whole on Bills. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a document relative to a member statement that I will make entitled Lunenburg Mayor says cutting Blue Nose 2 funding is the wrong move.
The paper is tabled. As Speaker of the House of Assembly and pursuant to Section 163 of the Elections Act, I am pleased to table Elections Nova Scotia Financial Information and Statistics 42nd Provincial General Election, November 2026-2024, Volume 3. The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notice of motions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas March is Endometriosis Awareness Month, dedicated to raising awareness of this condition that affects approximately 1 in 10 women and gender-diverse people in Canada. And whereas endometriosis is a chronic, often painful, difficult to diagnose condition that can have significant impact on someone's quality of life. And whereas governments, healthcare providers, researchers, and advocates continue to work together to raise awareness and improve access to care and treatment options for those affected while recognizing further work is needed. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join me in encouraging all Nova Scotians to learn more about endometriosis, to enhance understanding and compassion for those living with this condition, and to support continued efforts to improve awareness, diagnosis, care, and research. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. À une date ultérieure, je demanderai l'adoption de la résolution suivante. Attendu que le mois de mars est le mois de la francophonie au Canada et dans le monde, une période où l'on célèbre le patrimoine culturel, l'identité collective et la diversité de plus de 300 millions de francophones, et attendu que les communautés acadiennes et francophones contribuent à la vitalité et à la diversité culturelle qui renforce les liens entre la Nouvelle-Écosse, le Canada et le reste du monde, et attendu qu'aujourd'hui, nous continuons d'honorer, de protéger et de promouvoir le français et tout ce que cette langue représente, y compris plus de 400 ans d'histoire en Nouvelle-Écosse. Par conséquent, qu'il soit résolu que tous les membres de l'Assemblée législative se joignent à moi et aux Acadiens et Acadiennes et aux francophones de la province pour reconnaître le mois de la francophonie et pour rendre hommage au rôle important que joue le français dans le paysage culturel, éducatif et économique de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Madame la Présidente, je demande l'adoption de cette résolution sans préavis et sans débat. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas March is recognized as Francophonie Month in Canada and around the world to celebrate the cultural heritage, collective identity, and diversity of more than 300 million French speakers. And whereas the Acadian and Francophone communities contribute to the vitality and the cultural diversity, strengthening Nova Scotia's connections within Canada and internationally. And whereas today we continue to honor, protect, and elevate the French language and all that it represents, including more than 400 years of history in Nova Scotia, therefore it be resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me and all Acadians and Francophones in the province in recognizing Francophonie Month and honoring the significant role of French in Nova Scotia's cultural, educational, and economic landscape. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. Is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 2006, the Midwifery Act.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 2006, the Midwifery Act.
Bill 214, an act to amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 2006, the Midwifery Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Women's Health Strategy.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Women's Health Strategy.
Bill 215, an act respecting a women's health strategy.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill titled An Act to Increase the Caregiver Benefit.
The honourable member for Halifax-Armdale begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Increase the Caregiver Benefit.
Bill 216, an act to increase the caregiver benefit.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas this government is making drastic cuts to 287 programs that Nova Scotians depend on, and whereas Nova Scotians are mobilizing to express their outrage over these funding cuts, layoffs, and service reductions, and whereas MLAs from all parties have expressed their concern about impacts of these cuts and the government's inability to explain why certain programs were chosen over others, therefore be it resolved that the House suspend its consideration of Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, and let all spending cuts be referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts to be examined and to establish the rationale for why the government chose those cuts, determine what the full impacts will be to Nova Scotians, and make recommendations back to the House before Bill 198 may be read for a second time. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas too many Nova Scotians are struggling to find homes they can afford, and this reality is having a clear impact on survivors of gender-based violence, family conflict and intimate partner violence are amongst the top causes of homelessness across this province. And whereas members of the Transition House Association of Nova Scotia receive about 14 calls for help every single day and are almost always operating at 100% capacity in an effort to provide help to every individual who reaches out. And whereas investments in second stage housing would alleviate the pressure on women's shelters and allow them to help women transition out of temporary crisis shelters into long-term solution housing, therefore, be it resolved that on a future date, the House shall debate the need for increased investment in second-stage housing to support survivors of gender-based violence. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Statements by members. Oh. I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Madame la Présidente, aujourd'hui, j'aimerais souligner le mois de mars comme étant le mois de la francophonie. C'est l'occasion de célébrer les communautés francophones qui ont contribué à façonner la Nouvelle-Écosse depuis plus de 400 ans. Le thème de cette année, Active ta francophonie, invite les néo-écossais à célébrer notre culture francophone dans leur vie quotidienne. De nos communautés acadiennes aux écoles francophones et aux organisations culturelles présentes dans toute la province, nos citoyens francophones ont contribué de manière inestimable au caractère et de l'esprit de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Afin de mettre davantage en valeur notre culture acadienne, notre gouvernement a officiellement proclamé le mois d'août mois de patrimoine acadien, dont la première édition est à célébrer dans le cadre du Congrès mondial acadien en 2024. Je demande à tous les députés de se joindre à moi pour célébrer nos communautés francophones tout au long du mois de mars et reconnaître le rôle qu'elles jouent pour faire de la Nouvelle-Écosse la province accueillante et diversifiée que nous sommes fiers d'appeler notre foyer. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize March as Francophonie Month. This is the time to celebrate the French communities that have helped shape Nova Scotia for more than 400 years. This year's theme, Active ta francophonie, is an invitation for Nova Scotians to celebrate our Francophone culture in our daily lives. From our Acadian communities to the French language schools and cultural organizations seen across this province, our Francophone citizens have contributed immeasurably to the character and spirit of Nova Scotia. To further highlight our Acadian culture, our government has officially proclaimed August as Acadian Heritage Month, celebrating the first one as part of Congrès mondial acadien in 2024. I ask all members to join me in celebrating our Francophone communities throughout the month of March and recognizing the role they play in making Nova Scotia the welcoming and diverse province we are all proud to call home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction in regards to my member statement.
Please do.
Madam Speaker and members of this House, I'd like for folks to turn their head. I can't remember what direction that is. In the West Gallery. I have Esther Medley, who's in the gallery on the West side, and I like the West side. Esther is also a performer, but in regards to my member statement, it's about her mother, Miss Nona Medley.
Welcome, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you for coming. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, Ms. Nona Medley is a proud African Nova Scotian senior who has dedicated nearly 24 years of service to Mulgrave Park as a resident building manager with the Nova Scotia Provincial Housing Agency since June 1st, 2002. She has faithfully overseen 5261 Richmond Street and 109 Connor Lane, home to more than 100 families. Ms. Medley's work goes far beyond maintaining buildings. She is a lifeline to residents. She leads with dignity, respect, and compassion, supporting families of every background and every circumstance. Generations in Mulgrave Park have felt her steady presence as a problem solver, a counselor, a protector, and often the first person people call in crisis. She decorates for the holidays, comforts families during difficult times, and remains calm, stabilizing a force during moments of community crisis. She was recently recognized for over 20 years of service, and Mrs. Medley's career is more than employment. It is a lifelong investment in her community. She truly embodies the spirit of a Good Samaritan, and Mulgrave Park is stronger because of her unwavering commitment. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like all members of this House to help me to recognize such an amazing community member, Miss Nona Medley. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize a constituent of mine, Joanne Keddy, who has been providing essential public service at Peggy's Cove Visitor Information Centre for 16 seasons. During that time, Joanne has stood at Peggy's Cove welcoming people from around the world, many seeing the ocean for the first time. Day after day, she helped people understand both the power and danger of the ocean so they could return home safely. Last season alone, Joanne and her colleagues welcomed more than 60,000 visitors. But what Joanne describes and what so many Nova Scotians recognize is that these centres provide far more than directions. They provide safety, connection, and a warm sense of belonging. VICs are places of human navigation and community care, where people learn about our history, our connection to the land and water, our culinary delights, festivals, and the beauty of our province. Joanne and her colleagues have now been told their service to support our tourism industry are no longer needed. Closing the Peggy's Cove Visitor Information Centre is not the Blue Nosers' way of hospitality, and a Google search will never replace the comfort and safety of a warm welcome from a real person. I ask the members of the House to join me in thanking Joanne Keddy for her service and reaffirming the importance of keeping Nova Scotia's welcome both strong and human. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring awareness to an issue that affects millions of people worldwide. March is Endometrius Awareness Month, which brings a focus on the 1 in 10 people with a uterus who have chronic pain and fertility issues, causing a profound impact on their quality of life. In Nova Scotia, we continue to champion this cause. In 2023, the legislature proclaimed Endometriosis Awareness Month Act, making Nova Scotia one of the few jurisdictions in Canada to formally recognize the significance of this cause. The legislation was a meaningful step forward and signals to Nova Scotians living with endometriosis that they are seen, their voices are heard, and their experiences matter. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in recognizing Endometriosis Awareness Month and reaffirming our commitment to the Nova Scotians who live with this condition every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I rise today to celebrate the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia's decision to throw out Bill 148, the crowning legislative achievement of Stephen McNeil's Liberal government in its entirety as unconstitutional. 3 members of this House, the MLA for Halifax Atlantic, the MLA for Sydney Member 2, and the MLA for Timberley Prospect, despite overwhelming public outcry that Bill 148 was illegal and immoral, chose party approval over standing up for what was just. Many feel they abused their roles as legislators to pass unjust and unconstitutional law that has harmed tens of thousands of Nova Scotians. They took the easy road of party solidarity, and they owe Nova Scotians an apology not only for the harms to public sector workers and the services we all rely on for the more than a decade, but the massive cost the province will now bear to make restitution. On behalf of those affected, I say to those members that their actions were unconstitutional and vindictive. While affected Nova Scotians celebrate real justice 11 years late, I rise to say loud and clear they were wrong, and shame forever on them.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Madam Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honour the life of Tina Clyke of Truro, who passed away unexpectedly in a tragic accident on February 2nd. Tina was truly one of those special people whose kindness could be felt the moment you met her. For 22 years at Sobeys, she was more than a dedicated employee. She was a friendly face, a steady presence, and someone who made others feel welcome and valued. Her warm smile and genuine care left a lasting impression on coworkers, customers, friends, and neighbors. Above all, Tina's deep love for her family and friends was the center of her life. She will be deeply missed, and her memory will continue to shine brightly in the hearts of all who knew her and loved her. Madam Speaker, I want to send my sincere condolences to Zaina, Gordy, and the entire Clegg family. May you find strength and comfort in the days ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Speaker, this government budget slashes $14 million from the arts and culture, 72 grant programs fully or partially cut, 12 out of 28 museums closing, artists in schools eliminated, nearly 14,000 Nova Scotians work in the cultural sector, more than farming, fishing, and forestry combined, contributing $1.18 billion to our GDP annually. Just 2 years ago, this province made historic investments into the arts organizations on 3-year funding agreements. Those agreements have now been broken with no warning and no time planning. Speaker, I stand in solidarity with my community of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, all of Cape Breton, all of Nova Scotia, who are being affected by these disastrous cuts, Madam Speaker, and I hope that this government walks back this budget. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise my place to recognize a wonderful woman from member 2, Sky Marie Christmas, who is a mother of 3, and she cooks for many in the community. It is a passion of hers. She started off small, but now she does whatever she can to support those in the community that need to eat well. So she's also the Circle of Care. She works at the Circle of Care. Member 2 is a Disability Services Coordinator, and I can tell you that, Madam Speaker, that I love seeing her positivity on social media all the time. So I rise my place to recognize Sky Marie Christmas, thank her for all the work that she does, and thank her for being wonderful to all the people that she feeds in the community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate once again a remarkable achievement by one of our own from Fall River. Emma Archibald, a graduate of Lockview High, has officially been named to Canada's Para-Nordic skiing team for the 2026 Paralympic Winter Games in Milan and Cortina. This is a dream years in the making, and it's a proud moment for our entire province. Emma's journey is particularly inspiring because she didn't grow up on skis. Instead, she built her athletic foundation through a wide variety of sports, from track and field to basketball to soccer and flag football. Her story is a powerful reminder that with strong family and community behind you, that a willingness to try something new, even the most ambitious dreams can come true. Whether competing for the University of Ottawa Nordic team or representing Nova Scotia at the Canada Winter Games, Emma has always carried the spirit of her hometown with her. She is one of only 15 athletes representing the Paralympic Nordic ski team. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to congratulate Emma on her achievement. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a significant milestone for the Broad Cove Community Association and the residents of Broad Cove. After more than 2 decades of dedication and volunteer commitment to protect and steward a stretch of treasured coastal land, a stewardship agreement between the municipality of the District of Lunenburg and the Broad Cove Community Association regarding the adjacent beach lands was signed in January. I worked at a provincial level to help identify an appropriate pathway to move this forward and commend the municipality for effecting a solution. I'm so pleased to see the community's advocacy and municipalities' work come to fruition through this formal partnership. The milestone reflects the strength, perseverance, and pride that define the Broad Cove community, and this agreement ensures that its cherished coastal lands will continue to be cared for. I invite the members to join me in congratulating the residents of Broad Cove on the beginning of this important new chapter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, I rise today to recognize that March is National Social Work Month, a month that invites us to honor the vital contributions social workers make to Nova Scotia. I want to specifically recognize the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers for their tireless advocacy. Under the leadership of their Executive Director, Alex Stratford, and President Robert Wright and their dedicated council, the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers does far more than regulate. They serve as a powerful conscience for our province. In the last year alone, they have been instrumental in advocating for an Office for Children and Youth, African Nova Scotian Justice Institute expansion, and funding to intimate partner violence. They don't just manage cases, they fight for systemic change to ensure every Nova Scotian can thrive and live with dignity. Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in thanking the thousands of social workers in our province and the Nova Scotia College of Social Workers for their unwavering commitment to social justice and the well-being of our communities. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to wish Nova Scotians a happy Irish Heritage Month. Yay! While first Irish immigrants arrived in our province in the 1660s, the largest group reached our shores in the mid-1700s and the first half of the 1800s, especially during the Irish famine of 1840s. There is a Celtic Cross monument not far from this legislature that reads, dedicated to the original Irish settlers of 1749 and to the contributions of the Irish community to Halifax, to Nova Scotia, and to Canada. And what a contribution it was. Many worked as laborers and tradesmen, helping to build Halifax Citadel, the Shubenacadie Canal, and wharves and warehouses that made the waterfront of our city. Some Irish families moved inland to continue farming, while others were drawn to the water and became fishermen. Irish heritage is a vital part of Nova Scotia's heritage, and their continued contributions help keep our province strong. We celebrate Irish Heritage Month, and in particular St. Patrick's Day. I wish Nova Scotians of Irish descent, Slántas Twancha, and hopefully I didn't say that too terribly wrong, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. I want to recognize the remarkable achievements of Sophie Richards and Emily Edison, two enterprising youth students from Bayview High School. In early 2025, these young women launched their own mobile oyster shucking business, aptly named Kiss the Sea Oysters. Since its inception, Kiss the Sea Oysters has brought a unique and engaging oyster shucking experience to 15 private and corporate events, delighting clients with their skill and hospitality. Balancing the demands of business ownership, academic studies, and varsity basketball, these young businesswomen exemplify dedication, time management, and resilience. Through their journey, they are gaining invaluable lessons in leadership, teamwork, and community engagement. I invite all members of the House of Assembly to congratulate Sophie Richards and Emily Addison on their outstanding achievements. They are all an inspiration to their peers and a testament to the promise of youth entrepreneurship in our province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 529 Spryfield Royal Canadian Air Cadet Squadron. The squadron provides a fun, free, and structured youth program for over 100 young people in our community. They teach leadership skills, discipline, and valuable life lessons. Celebrating 75 years anniversary this year, the squadron offers a diverse range of activities, including drill and ceremonial treatment, aviation studies. Through this engaging program, cadets develop confidence, teamwork, and a strong sense of responsibility in a supportive environment and go on to become amazing adults. Thank you to the dedicated volunteers who make this organization possible and successful.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a new restaurant in Parisboro, the Salty Spoon. Owners David and Leslie wanted to move to Nova Scotia for their love of the ocean. They found the perfect landing spot and dropped their home anchor in Parisboro. In 2025, David and Leslie renovated and opened the Salty Spoon, paying homage to the community's roots in shipbuilding, seafaring lure, and history. The cafe offers locally sourced coffee, and I can personally attest to the delicious food. If you have a chance, stop by the Salty Spoon, and you're always welcome on deck. I ask that members of the House join me in welcoming and congratulating Michael and Leslie on opening their new business and years of success for the Salty Spoon in Parisboro. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a Quinpool Road staple, the Cheeky Neighbor. A local favorite, the Cheeky Neighbor is a cozy diner that captures the warm, friendly atmosphere of our neighborhood. The owner, Drew, is a familiar face on Quinpool Road, and his hard work and humor is appreciated in Halifax-Chebucto. The Cheeky Neighbor has been coined a must-visit travel destination, has earned silver medal for best breakfast in the 2026 Coast Awards, and has found a place among Curated's best of Halifax top 50 restaurants. Now, I have mentioned the Cheeky Neighbor in the House before, but recently, the Cheeky Neighbor teamed up with Bryony House to host a fundraising dinner where profits went to support those experiencing intimate partner violence. So please join me in applauding the Cheeky Neighbor Diner for everything they do to give back to the community of Halifax-Chebucto. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Bedford Blues Minor Hockey. Bedford Blues Minor Hockey is the incredible organization that we support not only in Bedford South, but also Bedford Basin, the next constituency, for an outstanding winter hockey season that saw more than 8 teams bring home medals from tournaments across the region. This level of success is a testament to the hard work, skill, and dedication of these young athletes who proudly wear the Bedford Blues jersey, as well as the commitment of coaches, volunteers, and families. Beyond the hardware, the Bedford Blues program instills teamwork, discipline, sportsmanship, helping young players grow on and off the ice. Their achievements this winter reflect a strong community program that continues to develop talent and a love of the game. We can only hope that from this group will come the next Crosby, McKinnon, Marchand, or Blair Turnbull. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, on December 8th, I had the privilege of attending the Rotary Club of Dartmouth's annual holiday dinner at Brightwood Golf Course. After a fantastic meal, the club presented medals to the recipients of the Paul Harris Fellowship Award, the highest form of recognition a Rotary Club can bestow. It is presented to a Rotarian or a member of the community who has made an outstanding contribution to the community. And one of this year's recipients was Dartmouth North's Raylene Hill. And it was a particularly touching moment when Raylene was presented the award by her father and longtime Rotarian, Doug Hill. Outside of her contributions to the club, Raylene has left her mark on Dartmouth through the work of her architecture firm, Raylene Hill Architecture and Design. Many will recognize the Lake Binook Racing Judges Tower and the Kiwanis Park building at Grahams Grove. Both of these beautiful and iconic buildings were designed by Raylene Hill and her firm. I would ask the House to join me in congratulating Raylene on being named a Paul Harris Fellow and thank her for her contributions to our community.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to rise in my place today to acknowledge an important member of the New Glasgow community, Police Chief Ryan Leal. Born in New Glasgow, Ryan advanced through the ranks in the Glasgow Regional Police Service before being appointed Chief in September of 2024. Chief Leal is particularly recognized for his leadership in mental health-focused policing. He was instrumental in launching the Crisis Intervention Team program in Pictou County, a pioneering initiative in rural Nova Scotia. He also led efforts opening a dedicated community police office downtown, fostering proactive engagement and problem-solving through relationship building. Chief Leal is also actively involved in efforts to bring more supportive housing to Pictou County, serving on a committee with myself and others as we pursue this important work. As well as being the Chief of Police and actively involved in our community, Ryan is a family man. He's married to Kaylin Camo, and they have 2 children, Davy and Kit. With a deep commitment to his hometown, Chief Leal blends operational skill with compassion, ensuring that policing in New Glasgow is both effective and community-centered. Thank you, Chief Ryan Leal, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I've got a story to tell of a proud ship that served people well, and the Blue Nose was her name. The Blue Nose, too, is Nova Scotia's ambassador, sailing out of Lunenburg each year to visit all of Nova Scotia and North America. During COVID, I can remember her sailing close to shore so that Nova Scotians could gather safely outside together and be reminded, indeed, of our Blue Noser spirit. Now, because of this government's budget, the Blue Nose Society is facing a $1.18 million cut for vessel operations, and crew salaries were slashed by 20%, almost $240,000. The Blue Nose Society reports having met and served 60,000 visitors last summer, and they are concerned they can't do the same thing with these budget cuts. Budget cuts that threaten the quality and quantity of the Blue Nose experience is like cutting your ambassadors around the world. Madam Speaker, this government needs to withdraw this budget, reverse the cuts, and make sure that Nova Scotia's heritage is protected.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Richmond Artists Alliance for their commitment and contribution to the creative community of Richmond County. Co-founded by Elaine Mendrona and Archie Nadon, the Richmond Artists Alliance began an effort to provide the community space that would allow local artists and artisans to connect and showcase their work. Their goal was recently realized when their new art gallery opened in the Discoos Civic Improvement Centre. In a short time, the Alliance has grown to more than 40 members. They continue to welcome new members with a focus on work that reflects our region. They now have a goal of expanding to other areas in hopes of promoting local talent across the province. Please join me in thanking the members of the Richmond Artists Alliance for their continued efforts to bring recognition to the artisans of Richmond County. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I rise today to recognize a business that has been contributing to an active, connected, and healthy Sackville for nearly 8 decades. Founded as Mayhew Cycle Shop in 1947 by the Mayhew family, Sport Wheels Sports Excellence has remained dedicated to helping friends and family stay active for 4 generations. They remain family-owned and operated to this day. Their dedication to an active Sackville is much more than words and a slogan. By maintaining partnerships with community and sport groups, every product sold at Sport Wheels helps provide equipment and registration to local families in need. Not just a few families either. Sport Wheels has helped nearly 2,000 children access sporting opportunities. I hope all present will join me in thanking Sport Wheels Sports Excellence for contributing to the health and happiness of Sackville in a way that only the joy of sport can.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in my place to recognize a new business that opened in downtown Sydney, Breton Craft House. So one of the oldest buildings in Sydney was transformed. It used to be actually a place where a lot of election offices were held, but 2 guys that I know took this business and they own Breton Brew. People are very familiar with Breton Brew at home. They decided to expand it now. We have Breton Craft House in Sydney. It's spectacular to say the least. It's become one of the mainstays in downtown. So I rise my place to recognize my friends and everybody that was involved with this new wonderful business in downtown Sydney, Breton Craft House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary career in healthcare and to congratulate Dr. Rex Dunn on his well-earned retirement after nearly half a century serving the residents of Cape Breton. Since arriving in 1979 as a vascular surgeon, Dr. Dunn has cared for thousands of patients and has become known not only for his clinical excellence, but for his kindness, humility, and deep compassion for those he served. His leadership extends far beyond the operating room, including roles with the Chief of Staff at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, Vice President of Medicine, and President of the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Nova Scotia. Dr. Dunn has also been a devoted community builder, volunteer with organizations like CBU, the YMCA, the Sydney Rotary, and international missions to Guatemala. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the House and the people of Cape Breton East, I thank my constituent, Dr. Dunn, for his lifetime of care, leadership, and service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Dennison family and Waves Seafood Bar and Grill of Bridgewater for earning the title of Nova Scotia Lobster Crawl 2026 Lobster Roll-Off Champion. Since its 2018 launch, the lobster crawl has developed into a month-long celebration of the South Shore's peak lobster season. On February 3rd, 10 restaurants from across the South Shore gathered at the Quarterdeck Resort for the 9th annual lobster roll-off. Waves Seafood and Grill captured top honors with their lobster slider roll, served on a Weagle's Bakery rolls, a win that reflects both their culinary talent and their strong local partnerships. Representing Waves at the event were General Manager Derek Doublestein and prep cook Natalie Nickerson, whose teamwork and enthusiasm helped deliver this winning recipe. Madam Speaker, I encourage all members of this House to stop by Waves Seafood and Grill to sample their award-winning lobster slider roll. Congratulations to Waves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Speaker, I too rise today to congratulate the unions within Nova Scotia and all union members on the court's decision to declare Bill 148 unconstitutional. This decision comes down more than 10 years after the Liberal government passed Bill 148. The legislation imposed a 2-year wage freeze and removed the Public Service Award. The PC government promised to repeal Bill 148, but that promise was quickly broken. And they continued to waste taxpayer money on legal challenges. The PC government lost on Friday. Madam Speaker, congratulations to the members of NSGEU, CUPE Local 1867, NSNU, NSTU, Unifor, SEIU, IUOE, and CUPW, who all came together. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise to stand with our Black and Indigenous communities. The budget put forward last week gutted funding to African Nova Scotian and Indigenous culture and community organizations. We have been inundated with emails and calls from these communities and members because these cuts are targeting Mi'kmaq-specific programs and African Nova Scotian-specific programs, affecting scholarships, services, and programs that were created to address historic and persistent systemic inequalities. Madam Speaker, I stand today with my brothers and sisters in Nova Scotia to urge the government to walk back the cuts to African Nova Scotian and Indigenous programs, services, education, and community organizations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to express profound sympathies to the people of Gloucester, Massachusetts, on the loss of the fishing vessel Lily Jean with all 7 crew on January 30th. There is a long and deeply valued connection between the city of Gloucester and my hometown of Lunenburg. It was born of our shared ties to the ocean, from which so many in our communities have made and continue to make their livings. But those ties have endured through friendships made amidst spirited competition, beginning in the years of the International Fisherman's Cup, heyday of the original Bluenose, and continuing through 74 years of international dory racing. Captain Gus Sanfilippo, skipper of the Lily Jean, is well known on our waterfront, having devoted more than 40 years to the sport. His daughter, after whom the boat was named, and his son Anthony also row. Madam Speaker, I ask colleagues to please join me in extending our condolences to the people of Gloucester. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madame la Présidente, aujourd'hui, je veux reconnaître que le mois de mars, c'est le mois de la francophonie. Chaque année, on célèbre la culture et la langue qui n'ont pas seulement une place ici au sein de la Nouvelle-Écosse, mais partout au Canada et bien sûr partout au monde. Le thème pour cette année est Active ta francophonie. À Halifax, vous pouvez visiter le calendrier du réseau francophone de Halifax, HEHO, pour en savoir plus des différents événements, célébrer la richesse et la diversité des cultures francophones. Madame la Présidente, j'invite tous les membres de l'Assemblée à me joindre en célébrant le mois de la francophonie. Madam Speaker, today I would like to recognize the month of March as the month of the Mois de la Francophonie, which takes place every March, and we celebrate to raise awareness around the French language and culture, not only here in Nova Scotia, but across Canada and, of course, around the world. This year's theme is Active ta Francophonie, which means to engage and mobilize your Francophone identity and/or support Francophone and Acadian communities in your community. Check out Halifax events on HeyHo, the Francophone Network. Madam Speaker, I invite all members to join me in celebrating this year's Mois de la Francophonie.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize and celebrate Angela Bowen, author of Black Boy, Black Boy. As a mother of black sons, Angela understood something many families feel, but sometimes can't name: the shortage of books that speak directly to black boys about their identity, their worth, their place in the world. Rather than accept the gap, she chose to fill it. Through this book, Angela affirms black boys in their joy, their strength, their humanity, with powerful illustrations done by Ibe Anababa. The story comes alive in a way that allows young readers to see themselves reflected with pride and with confidence. Representation shapes identity, words shape belief, and belief shape the future. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating Angela Bowen for creating a resource that helps build confident, grounded, and empowered young black boys. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor and congratulate the Mount Allison women's volleyball team on winning their second consecutive ACAA women's volleyball championship this weekend in Fredericton. And why do I talk about a university from New Brunswick, Madam Speaker? Because of the amazing Nova Scotia athletes that played key pivotal roles on that team. Kaya McDougall from Dartmouth, Sarah McGuinness and Daniel Cumby from the Annapolis Valley, Maya Artabello from Antigonish, Anna Bazanson from Halifax, Isabel Kraus from Middleton, and first team all-star Chloe the Cannon Palmer. Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate head coach Robbie Kraus from just outside of Brookfield on an amazing season, and Mount A is now off to the Nationals in Manitoba. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask all members of the House to help join me in congratulating Mount Allison women's volleyball. We all enjoy watching our kids excel, and we all take pride in that. Go Mounties, thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Boudreau's Boat Building. In 2018, Jeremy Boudreau originally opened it up as a backyard shop, a hobby business in Surrett's Island, but the increased demand forced him to relocate to a larger, more spacious spot in Morris Island. It's now a fully functioning commercial and pleasure craft boat shop. Powered by electricity, Madam Speaker, you may have seen but not heard the almost silent Violet Mac in the waters of Halifax Harbour. Built by Boudreau's boat building just from a hull provided by the owner, this electric vessel has become one quiet step into the future of boating. Madam Speaker, on behalf of this House, I congratulate Jeremy on the success of Boudreau's boat building and wish him continued success in the years ahead. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Corridor Community Options for Adults, a nonprofit organization based in Elmsdale that has been supporting adults with intellectual disabilities since the 1970s. For more than 5 decades, CCOA has served East Hants and the community beyond, offering programs and services that foster independence, inclusion, and an improved quality of life. I'm especially pleased to acknowledge the opening of CCOA's new building in the Elmsdale Business Park. This space has allowed the organization to expand its programming and social enterprises, including Rick's Riches Thrift Store and their wood products manufacturing, creating even more opportunities for individuals they support. I want to thank the staff, volunteers, and participants for their dedication and vision. East Hants and the province is stronger and more inclusive because of Corridor Community Options for Adults. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, today I would like to congratulate the Mobile Food Market on recently celebrating its 10th anniversary. Since its inception, the Mobile Food Market has had one goal: to increase access to affordable, high-quality, fresh fruit and vegetables in communities with limited access to healthy food. Today, the Mobile Food Market operates 3 community markets each week, runs a permanent operational space in Dartmouth North, and partners with over 30 organizations. All Nova Scotians need access to fresh, affordable produce. They deserve to have that need met where they are and on their own terms. They are hungry to share in the human connection that food offers. So thanks to Mobile Food Market, this is happening in Dartmouth North, in Fairview, in North End Halifax, and as partners in organizations in Eastern Passage, Musquodoboit Valley, Eastern Shore, Clayton Park West, and Dartmouth East. Madam Speaker, the Mobile Food Market will be deeply affected by the cuts that are coming in this budget, and as a result, I am calling on this government to reverse the cuts so to protect the Mobile Food Market and all of the people it serves.
I recognize the honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Inverness Fire Hall plays a central role in the life of our community. While its primary responsibility is emergency response, protecting lives, homes, and businesses, its impact extends well beyond firefighting. The dedicated members of the Inverness Volunteer Fire Department spend countless hours training and working in their community. The Fire Hall also serves as one of the community's most valued gathering places. It hosts weddings, wedding showers, baby showers, parties, dances, meetings, and town hall gatherings. It's where milestones are celebrated, and it brings neighbors together in both joyful and meaningful moments. Its main fundraiser, Chase the Ace, supports the fire department, and Casino Night held each year raises funds for Mill Road Social Enterprise, an organization that provides opportunities for adults with diverse abilities. The hall is also designated as a warming center. This year, the hall has expanded to meet the growing needs of the community, reflecting increased demand. I'd like to thank all the volunteers at the Inverness Fire Hall. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to rise today to honor my friend, Christine McDonald, who passed away recently, and we celebrated her life on Saturday. In her final days, Christine told me she didn't want to miss a minute of the time she had left. And hearing her words impacted me in a way that is really hard to explain. Even as her time grew short, she chose presence, she chose courage, and she chose to truly live. Christine worked beside me. I had the honor of that for several years, and alongside my sister Kim. She was strong, she was loyal, and she was fierce if you crossed her. But above all, she loved her family more than anything else in this world, and that, Madam Speaker, is her legacy. She was a devoted mom, a loving wife, a proud sister, and a friend. She was an entrepreneur and a community advocate who loved deeply. She worked hard, and she never gave up. Her strength and her clarity in those final days reminded me that time is precious. I share her words today and hope that we all can pause, even briefly, to cherish the people we love and the work that we are all called to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm pleased to recognize Carl's Your Independent Grocer on their grand reopening following a recent expansion. This exciting update brings wider aisles, the addition of self-checkouts, and an enhanced shopping experience for customers across our community. I also want to commend the team at Carl's for their generosity in marking this milestone with a donation to the Wolfville Area Food Bank, demonstrating a strong commitment to giving back and supporting neighbors in need. Local businesses like Carl's play a vital role in our communities, not only by providing essential services and local employment, but by strengthening the spirit of community that makes our region such a great place to live. Please join me in congratulating Carl's Your Independent Grocer on their expansion and wishing them continued success. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the passing of Liz Chisholm, a value and much-loved member of our community and a passionate educator. Liz was deeply committed to public life and believed strongly in service, civic engagement, and the importance of contributing to the democratic process. She was passionate about politics and a proud and active member of the Progressive Conservative Party. Liz was a candidate for the PC Party on 2 occasions and put her heart and soul into countless other elections. She also served 4 terms on the Antigonish Town Council. Her involvement in public service reflected both her values and her genuine care for the people around her. Liz was also a devoted member of Clan Chisholm, the Clan Chisholm Society, and the Antigonish Highland Society, where she worked tirelessly to celebrate, preserve, and promote Highland culture and traditions. Through her leadership and volunteerism, she helped strengthen community bonds and ensured that this important heritage would be passed on to future generations. Liz will be remembered for her generosity, her community spirit, and her unwavering commitment to the causes she believed in. On behalf of this House, I extend sincere condolences to her family, friends, and all who were fortunate to know her. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to say a quick belated happy birthday to my husband, whose birthday was on Friday. To all of us here with spouses and partners at home waiting for us and, you know, keeping our houses afloat while we're sitting here, you can appreciate how much I appreciate my husband. And so just wanted to say a quick happy birthday to him. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South with 5 seconds.
In 5 seconds, I just want to wish my oldest son a happy 16th birthday.
Order. Time allotted for statements by members has expired. I recognize the honourable Deputy House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call the order of business government motions?
Order of business government motions.
Speaker, I move that you do now leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into Committee of the Whole on Supply.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Speaker. The youth and youth workers in Cape Breton do not ask for a lot. Youth workers work hard to guide the next generation, and they deserve a government equally committed to long-term core funding for youth centres. My main request today, on behalf of several youth centres, is that the government commit to stable, long-term funding and establish youth worker training programs in Cape Breton. Speaker, I wrote those words prior to coming into this legislature, prior to a budget coming down, when I thought all things could be possible. I even had some great conversations, and thank you to the Minister for Labour, Skills and Immigration for those conversations I had with his staff. But, Madam Speaker, I'm now hearing from my organizations who are now having these youth organizations are seeing a $2,350 reduction in their grant funding for youth programs. They need these funding tools, Madam Speaker, in order to do the work that they do at these youth centres. Cape Breton has one of the highest child poverty rates in Nova Scotia. In Cape Breton, 31.5% of children and their families live in poverty. This means roughly 5,420 families are living in poverty. In Victoria County, 29.3% are living in poverty, which is an increase of 10.6% of children and families living in poverty. This means 390 children. In Richmond County, poverty rates amongst children has increased by 4.2%. In other words, 420 children and their families are now living in poverty. Food bank use has increased by 10%. The housing crisis has worsened the lives of families, and these challenges hit children hard. They need safe after-school spaces and trained youth workers to support them. Youth in our community deal with poverty, isolation, feeling disconnected from school and community, family violence, and substance abuse. These problems get worse when there are no safe places for them after school. Research shows young people are more at risk during the after-school hours. Youth centers help by offering safe spaces, supporting better academic and well-being outcomes, and they also give healthy food to children who do not have enough to eat. After-school programs offer safe, supportive spaces for children to learn, grow, and build lasting friendships. In the riding of Cape Breton Centre Whitney Pier, we have two. We have Undercurrent and we have the BGC. The BGC Cape Breton, formerly known as the Whitney Pier Boys and Girls Club, works closely with their schools. The director always shared these anecdotes with me and has told me many times when club members misbehave, the school contacts the club. And together, they help students get and stay on track. Children are reminded in the community that they represent the club and its values, which remains a central strength of youth centers. We have seen better school attendance among children who go to youth centers. Many of these children attend school regularly and do not skip classes. By offering safe spaces and building strong relationships with adults, youth centers help prevent quote-unquote risky behavior and encourage young people to get involved in their community. Youth centers offer a range of activities like sports, arts, and STEAM. But even with all these benefits, the government does not provide them with core funding. This means centers have to keep looking for grants and fundraising just to stay open, which takes time away from the main work, which is working with young people. Over the years I was an elected official from 2016 when I was a CBRM councillor until becoming elected as an MLA, I spent a lot of time speaking with many different organizations that have youth programming or run a youth center. And some of them I've spent with ministers. Some of those meetings I've had ministers in the room. So, and when youth centers directors meet with government, their first and most urgent request is always for core funding. Core funding is the main ask for these people, for these organizations. Program grants cannot sustain staff. And in order to run a program, you need the staff to run the program, Madam Speaker. The absence of core support threatens essential youth services. As BGC Cape Breton's slogan says, kids don't care what you know until you know they care. It's something I always have kept with me ever since I heard this at the center. Kids aren't listening to you until they know you really care about them. Once they know that you care, they're more than willing to hear you out. Government also must do that work of showing the youth that they care. And they can do this not by slogans and not by words. The government must immediately demonstrate its commitment to youth by investing in core operational funding and establishing a youth worker training program in Cape Breton. The time to act is now to ensure the future of these essential services. Cape Breton doesn't have, to my fellow Cape Breton colleagues, Cape Breton doesn't have enough trained youth workers, nor do we have a trained youth worker program in place, which makes it hard for many local youth organizations to run well. Madam Speaker, youth centers need professionals who can design recreational, therapeutic, and social programs for young people, especially those affected by trauma, and who can help youth who act out emotionally or physically. The training programs at NSCC in Truro and in Dartmouth are out of reach for many young people in Cape Breton who have built their lives here and who cannot afford it. Imagine someone who wants to be retrained. They've already established life. They have children. They have families here in Cape Breton. They can't just up and leave and go to Truro or up and leave and go to Dartmouth. Young people can't actually afford to leave home. Madam Speaker, especially with the rent and the costs of living today, it is nearly impossible. And when people have to leave the island for training, there is a chance they will not come back. Leaving Cape Breton without skilled youth workers it needs. I am grateful to the NSCC Sydney Waterfront Campus and the Department of Labour and Skills and Immigration for being open to talking about the need for a local youth worker program. I had some wonderful conversations. And in those conversations, we all kind of heard the same stories. There's, for example, one individual who wanted to get into youth work, but didn't have the academic credentials. And so in order to meet the credentials, had to go and find work in a youth organization in order for the experience to make up for the lack of credentials. And we in my conversations with LSI and with NSCC, these kinds of stories we've all heard many times over, Madam Speaker. And it shows there's a real need. We have several youth centers. Some of them are about to be open. One is in Glace Bay that's expanding, and one is going to be another youth program opening. There's programs on the north side of Cape Breton, not to be confused with the north end of Sydney, but on the north side in Cape Breton. And we have a few of them in the Sydney area. But the thing that they all lack is core funding and youth workers, Madam Speaker. And in order to run a fully functional youth organization, you need the core funding. You can put all the grants, throw all the grants that the government wants to throw at them, although we've seen now through this budget that those grants are getting cut left, right, and center. But you can throw grants at them. It's not going to help, Madam Speaker, because they still have to have staff. And now with the cuts to the programs, these organizations are going to be stretched even further. And I'm urging the government to walk back all the cuts in the budget, but for this speech right now, I am urging the government to walk back the cuts to youth. Youth doesn't care what you know until they know you care. And you demonstrate caring by action, by doing. You can use Madam Speaker, we can use all the words we want. We can use all the slogans we want. That doesn't help them. It doesn't help provide for their core needs and their core wants. And that is core funding and trained youth workers. So in my final moment, I urge the government to act now and provide reliable core funding so organizations can focus on prevention and help break the cycle of poverty. We urgently need trained workers that have fair salaries and local youth workers trained in Cape Breton. Only strong, ongoing investment will protect the future of Cape Breton and the youth who live there. Madam Speaker, I see youth centres as a cycle breaker, and I hope that the government will see these centres as a cycle breaker as well. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Government's Budget 2026, Defending Nova Scotia, landed as an offensive smack. And it did so even before it arrived. It was preceded by cuts and layoffs, clearly signaling to Nova Scotians that the punishing austerity being offered was the only way forward. 15 minutes is nowhere near enough to express the variety of ways in which this budget is unacceptable. But I will take this time to speak of just a few. And I'm going to first say two things about my opening remark. The first is that the austerity that Nova Scotians are being asked to experience cannot be explained away when the budget itself is far from austere. The budget is extravagant in its expending. It's lavish, even. It is a $17.7 billion budget. That is up over $1 billion from last year's budget. And it's up even from the actual spending from last year, which included almost $1 billion or maybe over $1 billion of additional appropriations. There's nothing austere about the spending in this budget. The second thing I want to say is that it's not foregone. This budget hasn't passed, and it doesn't have to pass. Government MLAs have the ability to halt this in its tracks. They can vote no, and I hope they will. So I'm going to talk about three things. I'm going to talk about what this means for community. I'm going to talk about how it's being seen by Nova Scotians, and I'm going to offer some options for a different path forward. So I think the easiest way, no, not the easiest way, the best way to talk about what this means for community is to share with this House what community is saying. And I said there wasn't near enough time in this 15 minutes to talk about all the ways in which this budget is awful. There's not enough time in this 15 minutes to begin to represent all of the people who have written in with their frustrations and anger over what this budget is delivering. But I'm going to take a select few, and I apologize to anyone that I haven't represented in this short time. I know myself and other members of the opposition are working hard to make sure all those voices and opinions come forward on the floor of this House. So I'm going to start with a letter from one constituent. I'm just going to paraphrase. The other issue that I'm having is we're getting so many emails so quickly. I don't have time to get consent to table them. So I'll be paraphrasing. And this person writes in, and she recognizes, I think, exactly how broad and sweeping this is, because many people will often write with a specific concern, but she sees the big picture, and so she's written in about all of it. And her concerns include the cuts to the wildlife division from DNR, the defunding of Nova Scotian publishers, the closing of tourist information centres, the closing of local museums, the cutting of grants from many arts organizations, and the cutting of grants from universities. She also adds in she's quite upset about the motion being tabled to allow ministers to skip question period. And I think that's an introduction to the more specific letters that I'm going to summarize and share as we go forward. The first specific issue that I have to talk about is a letter from a constituent whose daughter is an African Nova Scotian, and she's preparing to begin her first year at university and was planning to access provincial grants and scholarship supports. This constituent notes that the decision to cut funding streams that are heavily accessed by our African Nova Scotians and community organizations targets people who have been historically underinvested in and who've experienced underrepresentation and lack of support in education, economic development, and cultural infrastructure. And she speaks about this from a big picture context, but this is impacting her family. It's impacting her daughter and individuals across the province. She's asking for transitional measures. I must say this, I think she's being incredibly generous because she's asking for supports to ease into these cuts. I'm going to offer to this House what she's suggesting, but I'm going to say none of the cuts should be happening. But I will offer what she's suggesting. She's suggesting transitional measures to support students with active or pending applications so families are not penalized mid-cycle. She's looking for a public review of how these cuts affect African Nova Scotian communities, and she's looking for a restoration or protection of funding streams intended to address historic inequities. I think those are all very reasonable requests, but I would go a step further and just say reverse these cuts. The second letter that I want to reference is in relation to natural resources. And this letter is from someone who has worked in natural resources and environment in many, many capacities over many years. And she's worked both at wharves and in boardrooms. So she has the experience both in the front line and on the ground, and also in relation to the policy making and decision making. And I mean, I think we've heard already the objection that people have to the cuts associated with natural resources. I echo them here, but what I wanted to share from her letter was her observation that in all of her decades, she has never seen a government with less respect for Nova Scotians who care about our forests, our lands, our sustainable agriculture, our healthy angling and fisheries, sustainable wildlife populations, and many other things. And I think that's saying something from someone who has such deep experience. Her plea to Premier her plea to the Premier and her plea to government is that you can do better. Her plea is the government can do better. The third letter is reflective of many, many constituents' concerns about the impact of the cuts to arts, culture, museums. This is someone who's involved in our advisory committee locally and who supports the work of our local museums, the Des Brisé and the Wild Carding Mill, one of which is going to be completely shut, the other which is going to be heavily impacted by cuts. And she observes that this is going to result in the removal of jobs and shuttering of community gathering places. It's going to jeopardize the future of one of our only cultural hubs in town. And she observes that these are spaces that contribute to the economic return in our province. They're not neutral. The cuts that are happening are going to have a negative impact on our economy in addition to our culture. The next letter that I want to talk about is a letter that I received from someone who is a local artist, who is trying to live on benefits that they receive, which do not provide a living wage, and who uses their art to produce supplemental income just to keep their head above water. This allows them to contribute to the economy of Nova Scotia, and they appreciate the ability to do that. But the cuts that the arts are experiencing are going to impact this person's ability and everyone else's ability to participate. And that's just one of many letters that I've received from artists. Probably not surprisingly, and we've received many, many letters from authors and publishers. And I commend all Nova Scotians who are speaking up and reaching out and making their concerns known. And I want to say a special commendation to a number of authors, because I've heard personally from them looking for ways to be effective in that advocacy. And I want to say to them, it's effective and it works, and keep it up. So locally, we have two locally owned bookstores in Lunenburg West, Good Dog Books, and we have LaHave River Books. And these are bookstores that they provide a market for our incredible local authors. In addition to that, they provide gathering spaces. But the letter that I have here observes that every other province in Canada invests in its stories through assistance to publishers. And Nova Scotia is going to be alone in removing that investment and retracting that support. There are only 5 minutes left. I have many more here from authors. Probably unsurprisingly, they are so poetic in what they describe. But this author, an author of 14 books about Nova Scotia, talks about what they believe defines Nova Scotia culture. And we all have ideas about that: food, music, geography, or people. This author, their answer is that it's words that define us. The stories that we tell ourselves and the stories that we tell each other, the shared experience. And without those words, without those stories, our experience becomes fragmented. And they observe that if we diminish the ability to tell our stories, we diminish Nova Scotia. And I think that that is so beautifully framed. The last letter that I have reflects all of these things, and also emphasizes the cuts that are being made to natural resources and the impact on our environment. And some of those show up in the budget, and many others show up in bills that we are debating and will continue to be debating. But this is a more big picture letter, and so I thought it was a good way to end my very brief overview of the letters I've received. It observes that this budget will save the cuts that we're talking about right now, the cuts I'm talking about, will save $304 million. That is $304 million out of $17 billion, 1.8% out of the total budget. This is a drop in the bucket. And these subsidies are heavily weighted towards corporate interests. The cuts, though, The cuts are aimed at those who can least afford losing the support. Theaters, art galleries, book publishers, tourism infrastructure, programs that protect the environment. These are organizations who are being crippled or eliminated by this budget. It's cutting at the foundation of our culture and the foundation of what makes Nova Scotia, Nova Scotia. And there's support for the desire, the need to expand economically, but that has to be done with thought and care, not the kind of slash and burn that this budget is delivering. I'm going to just quote a few phrases, descriptions that I've seen this budget referred to as catastrophic, irresponsible, deep, unprecedented and impactful, damaging and short-sighted, devastating, shameful, disgusting, appallingly stupid, short-sighted, and mean-spirited. That's just a few. So I spent time talking about what this means to community. I've spent time talking about what this means to Nova Scotians and how they are feeling about it and how they are describing it. And I can say in all my years, which is 5 now in office like this, I have never seen this kind of response from community, and it is entirely justified. So I'm going to end on a path forward, because we need solutions. We should be solutionists in this space. So I'm going to say, it goes without saying, I will not be supporting this, and I will do everything in my power to prevent it. But I want to say after that, it doesn't have to happen. The reality is, this can stop if enough MLAs vote no. Is there pressure to vote yes? One would presume so. I don't know. But one might imagine displeasure. One might imagine pressure from those who want the budget passed. But the reality in this House is that party affiliation is not a hostage situation. There is no requirement, contractual or otherwise, to vote a particular way. There is no obligation to toe the line. MLAs in this House are free to vote in representation of community. And it goes further than that. MLAs are not just free to vote in representation of community. MLAs should feel compelled to vote in representation of community. I'm proof that it can be done, and I encourage my government colleagues to follow suit.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about this budget and how it relates to my community of Dartmouth North. Firstly, I would like to speak about what is not in the budget for the people of Dartmouth North, Madam Speaker, things that I was looking for when the budget came down. So the first thing I will talk about is an investment in the HARP program. So I've talked about this a few times in the legislature before. Heating assistance rebate program was cut badly. 46,000 people, Madam Speaker, are no longer able to apply for HARP, or they can apply, but they're not going to get it. And those people that are still able or still qualify for HARP, their money that they were counting on has been cut by $200. So this is not nothing, Madam Speaker. For the people that I see in my office daily, and the people that whose doors I knock on, even if they're not coming to the MLA for help, the people in my community, many of them depended on this, and I will be tabling petitions this week. I have already tabled petitions about it. That people want that program reinstated. So that's the first thing. I'm sorry that there is no increase to the HARP program. Madam Speaker, there's also nothing in this budget for people who are struggling to pay their power bills. The people that are struggling to pay their power bills generally are not going to benefit from the tax cuts that this Premier likes to tout and brag about. He is out of touch with Nova Scotians if he thinks that the people who are struggling to pay their power bills are going to benefit from that money. Power bills have gone up $400 since this government took power, and they are destined to go up even further if Nova Scotia Power gets the power rate that they're asking for. And I am deeply disappointed that this government has turned its back on people who are struggling to pay their power bills. Lastly, I would say what I was hoping for in this budget, Madam Speaker, was a real commitment to permanent rent control tied to a unit instead of a person, and also indexed to CPI. There is nothing in the Financial Measures Act that would enact this change, and it is deeply disappointing. I will remind people that this is not just an urban problem, but this is a problem that we're seeing more and more throughout the province in smaller communities, and that is the skyrocketing cost of rent. I have been sounding this alarm for many, many years, and we still don't have a solution to it. And we have heard from experts that work in housing, Madam Speaker, that until we change the policies that relate or cause homelessness, we will continue to be building shelter beds and taking over church halls to put people inside when it's freezing cold out. We will still have tenting encampments, and we will still have people dying who are living in the rough outside because this government refuses to do the right thing and implement real rent control and the fixed-term lease loophole and build actual affordable housing. Now, on that, I will move now to what I'm seeing in the budget, I'm seeing. So that last part was about what I wanted to see in the budget that's not there. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about what is in the budget, and it includes mostly cuts that I am going to talk about, but I will say, credit where credit is due, there is money in the budget for affordable housing in Shannon Park. I have been calling for this forever, Madam Speaker, and finally, in year almost 9, there's going to be an investment in housing in Shannon Park. That being said, Madam Speaker, I would say that there has been zero communication with the local MLA on the ground, who might have some thoughts on how to make this funding successful for our community. I have lots of thoughts. I would love it if the housing minister would give me a call, set up a meeting, let me tell him a little bit about our community. I invite the housing minister to come and have a little tour around Dartmouth North, if he is willing. I'd be happy to have him. And we could talk about how we can make that investment in the public housing in Shannon Park the best bang for its buck. Madam Speaker, people in Dartmouth North many live paycheck to paycheck. Many cannot afford an extra power bill or a higher power bill. Many cannot afford the cuts to HARP. And you know what else they can't afford? The elimination of the bus pass for students, Madam Speaker. This is an egregious cut. It will affect so many families in my community whose children, particularly junior high students, leave their small communities and head out of the community for junior high and high school, for all kinds of reasons, Madam Speaker. Not the least of which is the fact that French immersion in Dartmouth North happens at junior highs that are well far away from Dartmouth North. Caledonia Junior High, Ellendale Junior High. These are long commutes, I have heard from families, I have seen families talking on social media about this. They rely on those bus passes. If they don't have those bus passes, that's another $800 to $1,000 in their annual expenses. Now, if you're living on income assistance, or if you're living in public housing and work in 3 jobs, or if you're living in rental housing, actually, which is worse, like that's more expensive for people than public housing, another $800 to $1,000 can be the amount that makes the difference between housing, staying housed, and being homeless. And if people think I'm exaggerating, I encourage you to come to my community, to take a look at the tenting encampment that is on the other side of the bridge. up behind the No Frills. The folks that are living in that tenting encampment, they are not folks who, the detractors will say, oh, well, they've got mental health issues, or they're addicted to drugs, and so they, blah, 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 they can't be housed. It's not true. There are people living in those tenting encampments and in shelters all over my community who literally became homeless because their rent skyrocketed and their paychecks are not keeping up. So this cut of the bus pass is just another nail in the coffin of staying stable. And I am not exaggerating. Every week, we get calls in our office. People can't afford their bills. They need help figuring out their bills. We are applying to shelter diversion funding for these folks like all the time. Another cut that's happening in this budget is the poverty reduction tax credit. That's getting cut. In a time when poverty is still very high, child poverty is the highest in Atlantic Canada, and poverty rates are still very high in Nova Scotia, we're cutting the poverty reduction tax credit? That's going to affect a lot of people in my community. Also, parenting journey? No. I cannot believe it. The amount of people that benefit from parenting journey courses in Dartmouth North, at the North Grove and other family resource centers around the area, and that program is being cut. No, it's not being cut completely, but it's being cut, and that means that it will not work in the same way. And don't forget, Madam Speaker, that when we are talking about these cuts happening, these are all programs that were running on shoestrings anyway. They needed increases, and now they're getting cuts. Madam Speaker, we just had African Heritage Month in Nova Scotia, well, all over the world, and Dartmouth North is one of the 52 historical Black communities in Nova Scotia. And so there are a lot of African Nova Scotian people that live in Dartmouth North. And those folks will be disproportionately affected by the general cuts. African Nova Scotian people, people with disabilities, people from the queer community, Indigenous people, we know that any cut will disproportionately affect those folks. But not only that, Madam Speaker, we have in this budget cuts from African Nova Scotian Affairs, cuts to the Community Engagement Program. We have cuts to the Decade for People of African Descent Coalition funding. We have cuts to the Afrocentric Summer Scholarship Program. There's cuts to the diversity initiatives in health. We have cuts to the Indigenous, Black, and Mi'kmaq program with the transition program. The youth in my community are benefiting directly from these programs and have benefited and should continue to benefit. And I am gobsmacked. That's a light word. I am furious that my neighbors of African heritage and African descent will no longer benefit from these programs. This is structural racism. This is racism in action in this budget, Madam Speaker, and it should be reversed. Oh yeah, also the restorative justice programs being cut. So then let's move on to when folks are already feeling affordability issues in their communities and in their homes. Often people will go and access food security programs, like the mobile food market and the market at the North Grove. So on Tuesday nights, people can go to mobile food market, get an incredible array of beautiful fresh vegetables and fruits, sometimes bread, sometimes eggs, sometimes a few other things, cereals, at a very low cost. The mobile food market is working miracles with the shoestring budget they have, and now they will be getting a massive cut. So that means their services are going to be less, and that means people who are having a hard time making ends meet will no longer be able to access low-cost groceries. It's an abomination. Another thing that would help people with affordability in Dartmouth North is the secondary suite program. There's lots of big lots in Dartmouth North, and there were lots of people who were starting to build secondary suites. They could be rented to family members or low-income folks, and then the builder, the owner of the secondary suite, would get a chunk of their cost covered. To offer housing. This government consistently says the answer to the housing crisis is supply. Well, the secondary suite program was doing just that. I think it's been cut by 50%, maybe 100. Lastly, in my 2 minutes left, Madam Speaker, I will talk about a chunk of people who live in Dartmouth North, who don't make a ton of money, but who make our community a community that I want to live in, and that is the artists. I have written down, I'm not going to name them all, Madam Speaker, but I have written down, just in the 5 minutes before I stood up, I made a list of the artists I know of. In the performing arts sector, so that's dance and music and theater, I have, like, quickly off the top of my head, listed 25 artists. 25 artists who make work, who pay taxes, many of whom have settled down, have had children, many of whom have bought houses, like against all odds. People who have toured all over the world with their art, with their music, with their theater, and they now will have a significant impact on their livelihood, because when artists are employed, they're employed by arts organizations. Or they're supported by umbrella organizations like Music Nova Scotia or Theatre Nova Scotia. All of these are having giant cuts to their budgets, 20%, in some cases more. Some cases, like the Artists in Schools program, which employs people all the time, that's cut. That's gone. Writers in schools. I can count just quickly the writers, published writers, just a couple in my riding. Danica Roach, Guy Lee Johnson, Tom Ryan, Brianna Corscott, Nicola Davison, David Chapman, Susan LeBlanc, not me, another Susan LeBlanc. She just won a big award last year at the Dartmouth Book Awards. We have chefs in Dartmouth North. We have tons of film industry people. We've got tons of visual artists. Kate Walchuk, Jason Skinner, Elizabeth Babbage, and Jesse Mitchell, like all kinds of artists. And all of them are either going to lose significant amounts of their work or their income or lose their jobs altogether, Madam Speaker. And then they will be part of the people who are even farther troubled by cuts to the lack of investment in Nova Scotia power bills, the cuts to HARP, rent control, etc. So basically, my theory is this budget is bad for Dartmouth North. Thank you.
The motion is carried. We will have a short recess while the committee sets up.
Order, please. Hi, folks. We're going to continue questioning. We have the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness here, and we're looking at Resolution E13 and E31. I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to concede my time to the member for Lunenburg West. Thank you so much.
I recognize a member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank as well the Minister and staff for their involvement. I know this is a long and arduous process, and I know how much work goes on behind the scenes to make this happen, so I do want to express my appreciation. So I have to acknowledge, and Nova Scotia's healthcare system has made incredible improvements in recent years, and measurable ones. We've seen many of them in Lunenburg West. So we've had reduced wait times for surgeries like cataract and joint replacement procedures, investments in digital health records, mobile and virtual care. Urgent treatment centres are helping to improve access for residents across the province. These are all really good developments and improvements that Nova Scotia needed to see, and Lunenburg West is benefiting from them as well. In Lunenburg West, we received new clinics, pharmacy clinics in particular, that have helped to ease the access challenges that lots of people have been experiencing. And the recruitment efforts, including housing incentives and community-based supports that are starting to ease workforce problems across the province, those are absolutely being felt as well in Lunenburg West, and we've benefited from many new doctors in the area. And that's been incredible value to community members. We're also seeing progress in the South Shore Regional Hospital redevelopment, which I know is going to have an impact, a significant impact on service. Particularly, I'm hopeful of improvements in the wait times that are experienced in that hospital. And having said all that, I want to thank the Minister, because I know how incredibly diligently she has worked with both professional vigor and kindness, always. So I just wanted to acknowledge all of that. Our office does still receive communication from lots of people who have challenges accessing healthcare or with particular questions about types of care or access to care in Lunenburg West. And so I have a few questions really that are driven from those communications. And I think I just make one observation before going into that. I think one of the challenges with making improvements in a system as big and complex as healthcare, and I know the Minister is aware of this, and I know the Minister works very hard at this, both because of her professional experience and knowledge and because of who she is. It's about more than investments in money. It's also about the effective and efficient management of staff and resources and marshalling them in a way that they can work efficiently with one another. It's not always about the extra money. It's often getting deep into the more operational pieces. And so I recognize that's not typically a minister's role, but when it has such a significant impact on how a department manifests and delivers its service, it's a bit of a quandary for a minister as to how to make that happen. So I just wanted to make that observation as well. I think that health is particularly at the stage now where that's the kind of work that needs more focus than the announcements and the announceables and the big investments in the tech. It's the roll up your sleeves, it's the quiet conversations, it's the building the teams so that they operate effectively. And I say that, I reiterate again, I'm confident the Minister is attuned to this. But I do want to say it because I think it's important for Nova Scotians to know it as well. because it's not work that's seen. So I think often governments are drawn to the work that is announceable and a splash, and you can deliver in your community because there's a new product or a new office or a new piece of equipment or a new building, and people can see that, but that's not always what actually makes the system better. So I encourage government to continue with that mindset, and I hope Nova Scotians understand that as well and are patient around that, because that work is not visible very often. So the first question that I want to ask relates to the broader picture is access to specialist care in the South Shore, in Bridgewater, dermatology in particular, but I think the question probably is more broadly applicable across the province and among other specialists as well. So we have someone who reached out who is currently training, and I'll be generic in my question. I do have a consent to share these details, but someone who's training as a dermatologist at the Dell affiliated hospital clinic, and it's a clinic that has a 3-year wait list. This person reports that people are traveling from as far as Yarmouth. And so that sort of drives their awareness of a regional need and a regional demand. I can say we certainly hear from constituents, and I'm sort of personally aware that there is most definitely a need for dermatology services on the South Shore. My understanding is most, if not all, of the dermatologists are actually located outside of our area. And so anyone who's referred regularly ends up being offered maybe an earlier spot with a plastic surgeon, but the wait list for dermatology is quite long. So this person contacted physician recruitment, but was advised that there's no current need for dermatologists on the South Shore. And she was told that the only option to secure a position in our area was to create a formal business proposal. If the proposal was approved, she was told the opportunity would be publicly posted, and she was advised that the process could take several years. And I know there's an element of business to healthcare in Nova Scotia. Not all doctors are employees. Often they do have their own businesses or set up as clinics based on the funding that they have. But the concern that this person has is that, she's a physician, not a policy analyst or a business planner, is not, her specialty is not developing business cases. She's ready to take on a medical practice. And so she's now actively exploring positions outside of Nova Scotia and is not encountering the same barriers in those provinces. So the concern appears to be that we seem to be requiring physicians to go through extensive hoops to justify need individually, which creates a long bureaucratic process, and we are losing, potentially losing, but likely losing, and potentially losing this particular person in the process. And so I guess my question is, if there's any specific knowledge of this situation, I'd love to have any insight into what I might be able to say to this physician or help this physician with to navigate this, to speed up and make easier the path to just delivering care. And then the broader question is, can you let us know if more is being done to ensure that those sorts of barriers don't exist, and that we do have the ability to, when there are doctors who are interested in coming to an area, they have the ability to do that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Chair, and thank the member for the question. The member is accurate that there is a number of specialties across the province and certainly in Western Zone that we need to recruit to. So I'll just give you a bit of a background. So I think to the member's point, that really is kind of where we are. We spend a lot of time investing in primary health care. We hear all the time it's the backbone of our healthcare system, and it is getting people care closer to home. And so that will be one of our priorities now, is to really start to look at the specialist services across the province and do number one, zone planning. So not all things are available at all regional sites. You'll find sometimes, as an example, I'll just use Antigonish and New Glasgow. Our obstetrics is, we're hard, like we have more obstetrics complement, and the folks in New Glasgow have orthopedics as an example. And so not all spots have the same services. So it is a little bit around planning geographically and by zone, but it doesn't prevent us from moving, because New Glasgow, as an example, would be northern zone and we would be eastern zone. So some of those things, like in a community of hospitals, what services are available where, making sure that you have the things that you need depending on the subspecialty or the specialty that you're involved in. In Western Zone, we've had, in terms of specialty, across all specialties, 22 new clinicians start. There's been 4 departures for a net gain of 18. So certainly ongoing work, continuing to build the workforce. And there is a larger physician resource planning effort that's underway, and it's part of our broader health and human resource in health writ large. So not only looking at primary care, but also looking at specialty services and understanding kind of the demand that is there. In some cases, it's such a decentralized model that we don't always have good line of sight right now on all of the specialist wait times, but we're working towards that with Nova Scotia Health in particular because of the rurality. So it's easier sometimes in a bigger space to understand, but we'll be building the data systems and things to understand, what are the referral pathways. And we certainly have a lot of lessons that we can learn from the Ocean referral system, where we started with surgery, we've moved on to DI. And so taking the learnings from that and applying it to specialists to understand. We also have built capacity around some doctor to specialist or nurse practitioner to specialist consults and through the virtual hallways. So physicians, local physicians are able to speak to specialists throughout the province to get some, clinical advice around a patient rather than referring the patient all the time. So also building clinical supports for people to initiate treatment. Sometimes we actually, through that virtual hallway work, actually don't need an in-person assessment as a result. So there's a number of things, but we know that we need to focus now on understanding what the specialist needs are across the province, making sure that we have good pathways for people to come, and then how do we use the technology we've already invested in to make those and take the learnings from other initiatives. And that really is, those first early years when you're renovating, that's what you do. You invest in a lot of things and work the kinks out and understand how the utility of the platforms and the initiatives that you've started, and then scale that to other initiatives. So I think our hope is that we'll see specialist wait times come down. We know that there are a number with long wait times across the province, and we'll be focusing on those as well. One, understanding referral pathways, looking for efficiencies. Also the duplication. When it isn't an e-referral system, we can often get caught with a number of people who are in a system in duplicate fashion, because primary care providers don't know what the wait lists are, and so often we'll refer to a couple of people in order to try and shorten wait lists, which of course then in some ways lengthens wait lists. So there is work underway. I would say it's early stages in the specialty work, but we do appreciate that there is long wait times for some specialties, and particularly subspecialties, and that is some of the work that's underway now between the department and the providers at IWK and NSH.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Speaker. And I appreciate the Minister's sort of broad explanation about the work that's underway to understand, because it is a system and it's a complex system that one piece impacts another piece. With respect to dermatologists specifically in the Western region, the reports that we're hearing from folks who are referred is that they're looking at 3-year waits. And so I appreciate that there's a lot of analysis underway to understand the system more broadly. But I do wonder, you know, in a particular area, if there are none of one type of specialist, and as a result, or at the same time, the people who are waiting for that kind of specialists are waiting for 3 years, it seems to me that not a whole lot more analysis would really need to be done. I think that that demonstrates a fairly urgent and real need. So a couple of questions coming out of this. Does the minister have, or is the minister able to provide a confirmation of the wait times that folks in the Western region are experiencing for referrals to dermatology? And I believe that she mentioned that the providers sometimes or often don't know the wait times as well. And then, so my related question to that is in relation to the wait times that are posted online. It appears that there is less information available online for wait times associated with specialists than there was some months ago. And so, so I guess the first question is, can the minister let us know how long the wait time actually is for a referral to a dermatologist in the Western Zone, and then share some information on if I'm right in the assertion that wait times are no longer published as fulsomely as they were. If she could share why that is, and why people don't have access to that any longer, and when the plan would be to return it, because it's a benefit. We heard the minister say that providers don't have access to that information. That causes an impact. So to me, a very simple answer to that would be to augment and enhance the wait time information that's available to people. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So I'll have to look and see if there is a usual wait time for, like our wait times are posted, and I'm not sure if there's one specific to dermatology, but, and then the other piece would be around a business case. It really does have to be generated from Nova Scotia Health. So if there is someone who's interested, if that individual doesn't have the, the appetite, understandably, to do a business case, they can reach out to zone leadership in Western Zone and have a conversation. But some of the challenges that we have, the access to specialists, the time because of the variability or like a lack of standardization, and it's still very much a paper-based referral system. And I think we've been fortunate when we've digitalized or digitized our processes. We've seen big gains as a result of that. And again, we have to look geographically. We just aren't able to offer all things in all places, and so we have to look at what our possibilities are. And also, I can't speak specifically to dermatology. I'm not sure what their call rotations are like, but we also have to try and build opportunities for people to work in groups. So very often we see at least 2 clinicians that come and work together, particularly in a regional environment where it's a specialty. Often singular physicians may be on call all the time if there's only one physician in a community or clinician. So we do try and build communities of practice. So, there's in Western Zone, it could be Yarmouth, it could be South Shore, it could be the Valley, and you'll see pockets of different specialties as a result of that. It's nice to practice with folks of, similar discipline, and particularly if there's an on-call component to the work that physicians are doing. It can be really difficult. If there's 2 clinicians, it's generally 1 and 2, so you work 1 out of every 2 nights and then 1 out of every 2 weekends, and so you can really, wear folks out. So that's a really important part of the resource planning. And then is there any specialized equipment, all of these different things. So I can assure the member that we are looking, and that if that clinician would like to reach out to zone leadership to talk about what the plans are around dermatology specifically, I think the individual should do that. And we will continue to look at the specialists, the complement, but also in our ability to support through more digitized and better processes. And OPOR will really help us as well as we start to track things. So we've invested in the foundation, but now we're kind of waiting for those things, those investments. They have kind of been theoretical in some ways to really start to build the data and to build the information that we need. So again, we're aware that specialist wait times are a problem. We've got a team looking at those things and trying to understand what happens centrally, but also in the regional sites and in the zones as well. And we'll continue to build on that. I have faith in the team because they've done such great work in other areas. I know that those lessons will scaffold to the new challenges that we have.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Speaker, and I appreciate that response from the Minister. I think the only follow-up question I have on this issue is, this is someone who has been in touch with the zone. The answers that she was given came from physician recruitment. So I would ask, would the Minister's office be willing to make that connection with zone leadership so that we can put this physician directly in touch with the person who might be able to help them with that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So, I think I'm always reluctant to be involved with and politically interfere with the operations of an organization. But that's not to say, so if the individuals reached out to recruitment actually sees the vacancies in front of them and then tries to recruit the people to those spaces. So I would ask that individual through the member to go to the zone leadership. There's a VP of medical operations in the Western Zone, and that's where I would start the conversation, as opposed to recruitment that sees the vacancies. They don't build the jobs, they don't do those things. So that's where I would start. With the operational team, there's a VP of Operations and his own medical lead, and I think it would be important to have a meeting with those folks to understand and kind of share the vision, and they will have more information and be able to dig into the organization a bit and share some information if they have it. So I think that's the best way to go and start there.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and or Chair. I do want to assure the Minister I was not in any way seeking for a political intervention, more an identification of who it was in zone leadership that this person needed to connect with. So it sounds like we have that person, VP of Medical Operations, so we'll certainly make that contact. Okay. I think I will move on now. Move on from the question that I had relating to a doctor to a question that I have that comes from a patient. And I think he may be a bit representative of others, although it sounds to me like his case, or I believe his case, is a bit extreme. This is someone that we have been advocating on behalf of, or trying to support since for a number of years now. And I think what I'll do is I will just share an overview of what his experience is. The bottom line is he doesn't have a doctor and he's been trying to get one, but the specific nuances of his challenge relate to being on the list and being told that he would be given a doctor and then that actually not materializing, and the frustrations that experience has caused. So he was called back in June of 2024 by Nova Scotia Health to update his medical history and see if he had a doctor yet. And I believe that it's in relation to his family entirely. This was about 2 weeks, he recalls, before government announced that Nova Scotia Health would be calling all people on the doctor list to update their information and make sure that everybody still needed a doctor. At that time, back in June of 2024, they were told that within a month they would be getting a doctor and that they were part of 12,000 people being called and that they were at the top of the list. They didn't hear any more about it, and in August he tried reaching back out to Nova Scotia Health to get an answer. He didn't get a response. He called a couple of times and left messages. At that point he reached out to our office about the problem. Our team started reaching out as well to Nova Scotia Health to better understand what had happened. And our team as well did end up connecting with Nova Scotia Health. And we were told at that time that the calls that were made were simply to validate health information that was recorded on the Need a Family Practice Registry. And those who were being called were being asked if they wanted to remain on the list, but not being promised a doctor. And there was an apology offered if this person had a miscommunication. And the issue that he had was that there was no, these are two very different things. The question of is this all your information and do you still need a doctor versus you are on the list, you are at the top of the list, 12,000 people will be getting doctors. He was very perplexed by the specificity of the details he was given around what that list looked like, where he was on it, and when he would be given a doctor. And so we continued to advocate on his behalf. And he did make connection again with someone else in the area, with a manager with the Need a Family Practice Registry. And so he was really pleased to finally get in touch with that person. He was wondering whether maybe it wasn't originally a Nova Scotia Health person who had called, but through this conversation with the manager realized, no, it had to be because they had called him with all his personal information. So it did appear to be, to indeed have come from Nova Scotia Health. He had also heard from other friends in the area who had received a similar call. And so this person advocated and made some calls to try and get him a doctor. But on or about November 15th, and then subsequently he stopped receiving any information from her as well. And so he is now again left with no one to reach out to, and has no doctor. And it's been frustrating and upsetting for him. And so I guess my question is, you know, he wanted us to raise this and to share the experience. And I guess my question is, what can we say to this constituent, to this person, about when he is going to receive a family doctor, and what is being done to ensure that the communication with people who are on this list is not misleading in this way and is not causing more frustration and confusion?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I can't, obviously, I don't have all the details, as many as the members are able to share, but I'll just kind of talk writ large about what I talk to constituents about in my own community. So it appears this, you know, the individuals should all be on 811. And it's really necessary for people to update, to call 811, they'll go on the Need a Family Practice Registry, they'll have the health questionnaire, which really allows people, in some ways, to triage folks. So is there an ongoing health issue that's of significant concern that needs something specific? So sometimes it's a pregnancy, sometimes it's a diabetic education center, like sometimes we can attach people to some specialty services to support them. And then I also talk to folks about virtual care. So as someone who is on the registry, I think there's about 6% of Nova Scotians who are currently on the registry. Those individuals have unlimited access to virtual care. In the event that individual requires in-person care, there are a number of primary care clinics across the province who will see the individuals in person. Sometimes that's for episodic care, but other times there are people who have health conditions or chronic disease issues, things that need to be managed, you know, just a variety of different things, who can be seen on a regular basis at the primary care clinic until permanent attachment to a health home is available to that. So individuals, so that's what I would say kind of at a broad level. Overall, the feedback has been good around the process. Of course, there's human error. The system is big, and the validation period was quite long, really about 16 months or so, to try and really call all of those individuals on the list, and there has been good success. The other piece is that sometimes, you know, depending on recruitment, in a certain area or certain spot, you can be on the list. There's just no way to predict. Really is dependent on folks' ability. There's been things that have happened. Of course, recruitment has been going well. The longitudinal family medicine model, the rural LFM as well, has really kind of enticed physicians. It's a great model, and it's increased our attachment and it's increased our access as a result of that contract. So there are a number of things. So for that individual, I think making sure that they continue to be on the registry, that they avail themselves of the resources available through virtual care. And I know virtual care is not for everyone, but also this in-person opportunity. And then, of course, depending on the issue at hand, perhaps a primary care pharmacy clinic would be appropriate for certain things as well. And the continuity that it gives is that individuals are able to kind of track on their app, track their visits, their any type of investigations, those types of things, their medication list, some really pertinent information as we continue to build the app and the patient record. And now the patient summary is available. So that's the advice that I would give my constituents. I have a number of folks that are also seeking regular primary care, and that is the process that I walk them through.
With 5 minutes left, I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that answer, and I think virtual care has certainly opened up access for lots of people. My next question actually does relate to somebody for whom virtual care is not an option for the needs that he has. So this is a person who's on WCB, and so he is supported by WCB benefits, and he has a prescription for narcotics due to a chronic back problem. He doesn't have his own family physician, and because of the concerns or restrictions around prescriptions for narcotics, there is a reluctance or an inability for doctors either who are unfamiliar with a patient at clinics, walk-in clinics if those happen to be available, or doctors through virtual care to prescribe to re-prescribe those medications. And so that is a problem in and of its own, but this person also needs that done with WCB paperwork to ensure that the prescription will be paid for. So this is, it's a double hit to him to not have access to an in-person doctor who he can rely on for that prescription. And so my question for the minister is, for someone who is in a position like that, what options are available? He doesn't have to come into my office in a panic every year, as he has been doing, to try and find access to someone who can update his prescription and his WCB paperwork.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So again, similar to the previous answer, virtual care would refer this individual or any individual to the primary care clinic. And if that individual has a chronic illness or chronic condition that they feel need to be monitored on a more regular basis, I think the ask could they be seen at that clinic for a period of time until such time that they have a regular provider. So the doorway would be the virtual care to explain the issue and ask to be referred to the primary care clinic that's closest to the individual.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue for this person is that wasn't happening, so he would reach out to virtual care and would not be attached to a clinic, and this happened over the course of a couple of years, if not longer, and so he's been back to our office a few times. So if that doesn't work, then where is the person left?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So again, I think I would reach out to 811, make sure the information was updated, that questionnaire, or you can do that online as well. And you know, again, speaking to virtual care, there's been a number of changes in the recent months in order to address some of the gaps. So I would encourage the individual to go through the pathway, and certainly I am able to talk to the member offline.
Okay, that round of questioning is over. We'll now move on to the Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
Hello. Member for Lunenburg West has lit a fire in some questions, but I don't expect to, I want to try and stay out of the weeds. I don't expect you to be able to have answers for very individual, granular questions. I will highlight a few that if I could ask you to take away. What the member from Lunenburg West has highlighted, that we get probably 2 calls a month, is people who've aged out at the IWK, particularly for mental health, and cannot get their meds renewed by anyone. And in some cases, that's prevented a person from actually getting employment. And I'll just leave this with you. For example, a lot of people who were at the IWK aged out, seeing mental health and being treated for ADHD because they're on Vyvanse or Concerta, cannot get people at walk-in clinics to fill controlled substances. The same thing happens when people lose their family doctor and they're on an opioid or and it's a complex history that that person, the family doctor, when the pain clinic has spent decades coming at, they are often accused of doctor shopping, and they're doing without. So I have to stress the aging out of the IWK. In one case, I got called to see if I would see the person. Of course, I can't see the person, but we probably get 2 calls a month about people who either age out or lose their family doctor in Metro. And the issue is not so much metformin or blood pressure pills, it's the controlled substances. Physicians seem to be appeared without that history, which they can't access. So it's a major problem, and I just want to know if that's on your radar, because like say, I get 2 calls a month, sometimes from out of province, not out of province, other areas, Queens County, because I think as a physician, I have a solution to this problem. I don't. So without getting into the weeds, does the minister have any, I'm sure you're aware of this, and any solutions in the works to help the folks who are either age out or they have a controlled substance that they can get refilled? One particular walk-in clinic in Halifax is known to be a little bit more accommodating. Most walk-in clinics or virtual care, including Maple, will not refill controlled substance. So it's a major problem, actually.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So there's a few things to discuss here. So I think for those that have primary care who age out of the IWK, certainly I would say across the province there are children and youth, young adults, grown-ups who have a primary care provider who work with their family physician or a nurse practitioner in order to get the medication that they require for ADHD as an example, If the individual is here for university, I would encourage, well, number one, a psych ed is really an essential component. So in Nova Scotia, my understanding, I would have to check with the Minister of Education and Advanced Education, is that if there's a known diagnosis, grade 12 students within a year of their graduation actually get a psych ed done, a psychoeducational assessment done, which is good for X number of years, and they can actually take that with them. And so it transitions with students to university in particular, or NSCC, or any post-secondary education around, number one, accommodations. but it's also just to support learning writ large. So often, primary care providers would want a copy of the psychoeducational assessment. I do know there's a gap for students that come from other areas, from other provinces or other jurisdictions. That's not always the case. So I do appreciate that can be problematic, and perhaps the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health could speak a bit about that if he's called to estimates. So that would be my, if it is a university student, these folks at university health centres really are experts in an age group of individuals. So I would encourage students or youth to go there if they're enrolled in the university. Primary care providers often will need a copy of a psych ed, so they have clear understanding that it isn't, that the diagnosis has been kind of rigorously understood, because there is, as the member would know, there is a responsibility for people prescribing controlled substances. So that's what I would say. A psych ed is really an essential component of having the information that you need, and many people get that through the school system. So if an individual doesn't have that, perhaps the school has a copy that they would be able to obtain. If it was done through the school, others will have one that was done privately. So in regards to that's kind of the routes I would go. And then if the individual has what they need, but similar to the earlier question, I would go to make sure all of my information, if I'm on the registry, is updated. I would talk to the folks in virtual care, and I would explain that, this is the situation I'm in, and then ask to be referred to a primary care clinic, and really ask that they be followed for a period of time, not just obviously for neurodivergent folks, but anybody that has a controlled substance as well. So it really is the best way, and it actually, if folks need ongoing care or they need titration of that medication, if it's new for them, they would have a clinic to go back to. And also, as we continue to build the app, the patient summaries are there and on the app for individuals, so if there are different clinicians, they can see that it's on their file. So it is an area, there's always individual cases, and certainly I'm able to speak to the member if there's someone in particular who has consent that would like a little bit more particular information, but that's what I would do. But I do know from my own experience as a university nurse and working in physicians' offices over the years, and even with my own family members, that a psych ed is certainly often a necessity in order to access medications for ADHD.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
I was just thinking when I was listening to the minister has just demonstrated so eloquently why this bill to have ministerial assistance instead of the minister is so inefficient. When we've got a minister with 5-6 years experience in the role and a healthcare provider, why would we want anyone else here? Anyway, I'll be arguing that point later. Going back to dermatology, when I left the Department of Health in 2019, we knew there was a dermatology shortage. There was one dermatologist in Cantville, there was one in Cape Breton, and the dermatologists in Halifax were aging. So kind of a generalized questions, and I'll speak more about other specialty. At the same time, besides recruitment, the investment, and the minister told me that that's still within the scope of it. Have we increased, has the Department of Health decided what its priorities, not only for recruitment, but for postgraduate education? And it came to my mind because another MLA just mentioned that tomorrow's match day. So I guess using dermatology as an example, have we upped the number of education opportunities to meet the need for specialists? Because this was 10 years ago, the gap was existing. We knew it was there, and the government at the time didn't increase the dermatologists. The dermatologists now are, I think, all 20+ years in experience, and will probably be part of the group of docs leaving in the next 10 years to retire. So my question is, have we identified specialties that we need to not only invest in recruitment, but invest in the postgraduate seats to meet the needs? Recognizing it takes 5 to 6 years at postgraduate level.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So there'll be a few things just to kind of highlight here. So there is recruitment, but we're also, as I mentioned, I think earlier in the estimates period, that there is more physician resource planning work underway as part of our broader health human resource planning. And I would say that we now have more information and data that will help us, and we will continue to invest in digital tools. And we're also looking at ways from what we've learned with LFM to really maximize the productivity of our clinicians, including specialists. So making sure that specialists are patient-facing and that, you know, we're looking at that red tape reduction, which we've been very successful at in Nova Scotia. So what are the tools? There's some digital tools. You know, how do we provide the team or the supports in order to maximize productivity? And LFM has really been instructive in that manner. We have a lot of great lessons from working with primary care to understand, you know, and how to optimize, I guess, practices. And it's been a very, very helpful effort and done very collegially and collaboratively with physicians. And so we can expect that that work will continue on. As we said, we can't boil the ocean, so we did really start with primary care, but we recognize that there's work to be done in the specialist space as well. And in regards to residency seats, there are discussions annually, 1 year ahead of what some of the needs are based on a number of different factors. But we do really rely on the operators, IWK and Nova Scotia Health, to bring forward business cases around some of the issues that they see and some of the recruitment gaps that they may have. And so it is a collaborative effort, but the workforce planning really has kind of been renewed. We've been doing some of it, but as our data improves across the province and our digital tools, et cetera, it gives us more information to be able to do that work more intentionally. So it is underway now.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
There's so many places to start. One of the reasons I left family practice in 2021 is the wait times were horrific. From referral to GP, example, to see a plastic surgeon, 1 to 2 years. And the plastic surgery is not about cosmetic. It was often related. Plastic surgeons deal with hand injuries. So people injured on the job that needed tendon repairs would wait years and lose their skills. And there's pretty good evidence from WCB. If you haven't returned to your workforce in the first year, you're not likely to. I could go on and on and on. A personal example, family member referred to ENT, 18 months later, the referral has not been seen, but the diagnosis of cancer has been made. So not bestowing the burden or guilt on this current minister, but the one thing I've heard the Premier said, oh, we've got some records, we've set some records in healthcare. We have some records in healthcare. We have the longest wait time in the country for gynecology. And I think the minister may have spoke to this, I had to step out the last time, but that's having significant impact. And so the longest wait times, according to 2025 data I have from GP to referral, are plastic surgery, gynecology, ophthalmology has improved, but certainly general surgery and ENT. We have some of the highest, if not the longest wait times in the country. So again, my question goes, a couple of questions I want to follow up on this. Is there targeted recruitment and education for those particular areas that we have the longest wait times in Canada and we have record-setting wait times? So for plastic surgery, gynecology, general surgery, and ENT, is there targeted recruitment and is there a targeted goal for reduction in wait times?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you, the member. Yeah, so there is a fair amount of work that's happening around specialists. So $11.8 million invested to retain critical physician specialists. Gynae oncology compensation was increased to support division stabilization. There was an increase, so that was about 5.8 clinicians added additional folks. So we want specialists to be competitively remunerated and support retention and recruitment. So also looking at surgeries as an example. An example would be a surgeon to support breast surgery, to reduce wait times, movement disorder clinic. We've been working with neurology and looking at funding additional positions in order to support neurology. And then also sometimes with our colleagues in some of the Maritime and Atlantic provinces, we share individuals. So New Brunswick may also support, particularly around positions at IWK as an example. And yeah, looking at different opportunities as well in the recruitment, different opportunities as we recruit, and then as part of the recruitment efforts with clinicians and specialists, where applicable, looking also at spousal settlement or partner settlement as well, in order to support individuals coming as a family. So the work is, we're very alive to the work that has to be done. There's a lot of specialties and subspecialties, and again, this is why we really, through physician services and medical affairs, and the VPs of operations, we work really hard with them to stay close so that we can, provide services. We continue to work on wait times. We continue to look at efficient pathways and ways in which we can leverage equipment and those types of things. But certainly, we're very alive to the recruitment challenges, and we work where we can. And, we'll continue to do that to shorten wait times.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
I ask for the minister's patience. I have a hard time hearing with these fans, so I may have to ask the same question. And so I'm not sure if the minister answered it because I had a hard time hearing. In that 11 million, which was addressed in the budget statement, is there targeted recruitment of the 11 million or priorities within that 11 million for medical specialists?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So certainly through a number of, there are business cases that come from the operators in regards to, their priorities around care delivery. And so we also have to consider who is available to us, in terms of those priorities. So sometimes we may not be able to get a certain specialty or subspecialty, but we're able to get someone else. And so if we have a top priority but can't recruit necessarily because we don't have the individual, we will continue to fill other priority areas as a result. So those come from the business cases from the operator, and we work with them in the department through physician services to identify individuals, and then the recruitment efforts. You know, sometimes it's with a department, sometimes it's with a small practice. It really does depend, and we hear from clinicians all the time about maybe some of what their needs are, but we do have finite resources, and so we can't do everything at once. This change will happen incrementally, is what I would say, and there will often be people who come and go because of retirements or movements or what have you. So it really is a living, dynamic system, but we keep our ear very closely to the ground because we don't want disruption in services for patients. So there's a bit of art and a bit of science to it, and our workforce availability is also very informative around, and then where people want to live. So sometimes it's very highly competitive, and so we do have spots throughout the province that are harder to recruit than other places, and so we try to work really closely with physicians when they're settled, because it's very, very difficult when we settle an individual and patients are then being seen, and then that individual is not content. So we do our very best on the front end to avoid those circumstances, both for the patients but also for the clinician, because it can be quite disruptive. So there's a very broad effort in the department, in recruitment, and of course working in departments with department heads, as well as operational leadership at both of the IWK and Nova Scotia Health.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
One of the service disruption that was brought to my attention in May, I think it was about May, that because of the wait time for gynecology in the Valley, and I was looking at the website now, and showed that one wait time for gynecologists was 765 days. I was told by gynecologists that because the wait time for general gynecology was 3 years, that they had stopped offering procedural abortions, which are very infrequent now, but necessary, and that as a result of that, and speaking with the Rose Clinic, because of the Valley not doing procedural abortions, there's nowhere outside of Metro Halifax where women could actually access that service from the other zones. So I just want to confirm, is that actually the case, that because women can no longer get a procedural abortion if necessary outside of Central Zone? And if that is accurate, is there any action being taken to address that situation? And I also offer a solution that you don't necessarily need to be a gynecologist to do that procedure.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So the majority of abortion services offered in Nova Scotia are at the Rose Clinic for procedural abortions, whereas medical abortions obviously can happen across the province. And so that would be the case. I don't know whether or not they've stopped. I'll have to look into that, as I think the Valley Regional, the member said, but certainly we see the majority of abortion services offered at the Rose Clinic. They certainly are experts in the care provided to women who seek services there, and that continues to be the case.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
So I have to raise the question, is there any effort or actions being taken in short-term or long-term so women can receive that procedure in their home communities outside of Halifax?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So what I would say is that I'm not aware that any business cases have come forward. They may have, but I'm not aware of them. And so what I would say is if there are folks in rural regional sites that are interested in providing abortion care, they should reach out to their division head and talk about the availability of the resources in that facility. What's the OR schedule like, etc. Some have a variety of different surgical services, and that's best handled at the operational level. So I'm not aware that there are individuals who are seeking to offer that service necessarily. But there's nothing to say that we're not including that either. So I think it's a very granular question. If somebody's interested, if there are clinicians interested in offering procedural abortions in their hospital, OBGYNs, they should reach out to their division head and speak about, what the options are and what the cost associated with that would be and the OR time that's available to them. But I do think for the most part, because of the way the self-referral is set up, those types of things, if individuals are seeking abortion services, they can phone that either through their GP or they can phone the referral line and then be accompanied through that decision-making process about what is best. Is there a local resource, given the circumstances, or is it best for them to go to the Rose Clinic? So I think it's very variable is what I would say. And as we maximize OR times around the province, I can't really speak to the individual capacity in each of the ORs. That would be done at IWK as well as Nova Scotia Health to work at expanding those services.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Minister. That was helpful. The question, because it is Endometriosis Awareness Month, I did meet with a number of women who use the clinic today and had some very specific questions. So I think it's just appropriate, not getting into granular individual cases. My first question is, and pardon me if you actually answered that with one of the other MLAs in the estimates this week. I think you were starting at how many days a week are patients being seen at the endometriosis clinic, and is there a wait time? So not how long is the clinic open, but the actual how many days or hours per week can patients actually see a provider?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the endometriosis and chronic pelvic pain clinic is open 5 days a week, and it's a team-based, interdisciplinary team-based care. So that team does see patients individually for endometriosis and pelvic pain in the clinic 5 days a week is what we're offered, regular clinic hours.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
I guess what I'm looking for clarity is that what the women told me today is that there are people there, but to actually see a physician, it's 1 day a week, and it's gotten either a physician has left on maternity leave, so the access and the wait time has gone up to see the clinician, the physician, and they're requesting more physician time than 1 day a week. So I'm looking to confirm if that's accurate.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I think there's a couple of things there. I think my kind of rudimentary understanding of the operations of that clinic is, to me, when I hear that there's an interdisciplinary team there 5 days a week, I think it's probably very similar to the model that we see in the orthopedic assessment clinics. So there's a multidisciplinary team there. People are assessed. They see different disciplines. They don't always see a surgeon, you know, and care is delivered and different options, et cetera. So what I can say, what I do know, is that the IWK is working on surgical expansion and redevelopment, that the IWK Halifax Gynecological and Obstetrical Clinic has had a 41% increase in the number of appointments that they've been seeing. They're currently at full complement. There's been also the involvement of a nurse practitioner or a nurse navigator to support patients. So what I would say is that clinic is responding to the needs and building the model around endometriosis and chronic pelvic pain, understanding best practices, including a variety of different clinicians that can support the care. It is, you know, it's a chronic condition, and so sometimes there is surgical consults required, but I suspect there are other cases where that is not always what is required. So I think trying to have a broad scope across a continuum to support women who experience chronic pelvic pain for whatever the reason, and I suspect that the longer that clinic is in place, the more refined the services will get. But we continue to monitor that clinic as well as other gynae services in central and across the province, and we will continue to do that and work with clinicians and work with folks who are delivering care. It could be a physician availability issue, as I've said before. The more subspecialist requirements, sometimes it's a lot more a gynae versus a urogynae, sometimes can be difficult around recruitment. So we'll continue to work to the best of our ability. We're committed to that. We continue to monitor the system and monitor those clinics, and you know, we're committed to improving the wait list there.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
Again, thank you. Does the minister have any concerns that, given the shortage of gynecologists, not only in Nova Scotia but in Canada, that this could impact the opening of the menopause clinic in the future?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I would say the Menopause Centre of Excellence won't require predominantly gynecological gynaes and obstetricians, et cetera. Like we won't necessarily need that. What we need is people who are interested, who have additional training. Certainly primary care providers are able to do that. There will be some folks, of course, who will move on to gynae but not everybody will. So across the whole spectrum of menopause, as the member will know, it's not a diagnosis, it's a stage of life. And similar to other big transitional periods in our life, we handle them all differently. And so some women, people with uteruses, will be able to manage their symptoms on their own. We want to make sure they are connected to good information. So there's a lot of disinformation and misinformation. So we want to create a good source of truth for individuals to seek care if they feel they're able to navigate on their own. We also want to build capacity in the primary care system. Certainly there are primary care providers who have a particular interest in menopause and menopause care, and we want to support them in that journey. So we can't expect that every menopausal woman will come through that clinic. I don't think that's a realistic thought, and I actually don't think that's what every person needs. And when, there will be through that clinical pathways, and, in that center of excellence, there may be opportunities, as an example, where individuals and clinicians can meet on the virtual hallway. If there's, anatomical issues like a prolapse or other things, then of course those conditions would be moved on, and appropriate specialties would be seen to, but that will be a multidisciplinary team as well, and there's a keen interest in that clinic. There's a lot of people that want to work there. So I would say arguably we will be starting initially with primary care, people who have increased education to understand the experiences and have a special interest in menopause, with established pathways if required for individuals who may need more subspecialty care as a result.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Related to women's health, I want to speak about HPV, both vaccine and HPV screening. Canadian government just released up to about 2 months ago saying we're not going to reach the goal of HPV vaccination and reduction in cervical cancer because of the slow uptake in HPV vaccine. And I know that HPV vaccine, which was introduced in 2016, had a couple of challenges. One was COVID, others can be cultural because it's seen as only related to sexual activity, but we know that HPV is the underlying cause for about 9 types of cancers. So my question for the minister is, what is the plan for HPV vaccination for Nova Scotia?
I recognize the honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So in regards to the HPV vaccination program, just a couple of things. So as of September 1st, 2025, the HPV immunization program changed from 2 doses to 1 dose, which was, it's helpful. It was rolled out to align with the start of the new school year and is based on recent NACI recommendations. So since September 1st, 2025, 8,600 eligible students have received a single dose of HPV vaccine. And as of December 31st, 82% of students in Nova Scotia completed the vaccine program for HPV. So we appear to have pretty good uptake. And of course, HPV is now part of the routine school vaccinations administered to students in grade 7. And in regards to the HPV testing, so of course, we're aiming to change the universal screening program. So at-home testing will come after the initial province rollout. So we expect that to take some time, similar to, we need to make sure that we have the lab capacity, that we have the equipment that we require within the lab itself, but also an education program. So we expect within the next, around 2 years' time, we'll be able to roll that program out, similar to other screening programs. I can remember one year I wanted to give everybody over 50 the colorectal screening kits, but there's a very robust program that sits behind that, so it was a really good learning opportunity for me. They're sent out, they're identified so that we can keep track of the screening. So I'm not sure it will be the same type of rollout, but there certainly will be some requirements to make sure that people are able to transfer those screening tests, and it's tracked well in the system. So that work is underway, and we expect that it will probably be about a 2-year rollout for the at-home testing.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Interesting. So one of some health promoters would say the philosophy is once eligible, always eligible. So to offer the vaccine outside of schools up to age 45, one of the barriers to that is the cost is $600 to $800 for the dose of the vaccine. So recognizing the impact that the vaccine could have on reduction, and I think of jurisdictions like in Sweden and Australia that have such a great vaccine rates, they're now seeing no HPV, and I think, I can't remember if it was Australia or New Zealand, no new cases of cervical dysplasia or cancer under the age of 30. It just seems like such a great vaccine that's so well proven with such great outcomes. Has the province considered once eligible, always eligible to expand this to people that are outside of the grade 7? And also partly the need for education, because we do know the initial rollout, and with different communities and immigrating to Canada, we can't even have the conversation because HPV vaccine has been so related to sexual activity, where the 2 people I know that had HPV-related throat cancer were both men, both of them gynecologists actually, who did years of cryotherapy. So given there's such good evidence for this vaccine outside of the grade 7, there's been jurisdictions that are not seeing new cases of cervical cancer under the age 30. Has the Department of Health considered expanding, using evidence to expand the vaccine past school age?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So recently, we've expanded so that if there is an individual who missed HPV in school up to age 19, that program is covered either through public health or through primary care office, that vaccine is available.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
I have to say I'm disappointed to hear that the HPV screening program may take up to 2 years. When preparation for estimates, when I met with people in gynecology, because I asked this question last year and was told that it was a piece of equipment, I brought that forward to gynecologists who are advocating, because 5 other provinces are now doing the HPV detection. They told me the only piece of equipment that was outstanding was a specimen labeler. that would cost about $600,000. And I believe the budget or a proposal submitted to the minister would suggest it would cost less than $1 million a year to implement an HPV detection in Nova Scotia, in keeping up with the 5 other jurisdictions. So waiting 2 years when clinicians are telling me we just need this label specimen, that the analyzer that does your creatinine or your other tests can do the HPV detection. It's the sample, labeling the sample that's missing. So why is it going to take 2 years if the experts or the clinicians are saying this is what we need to do?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so thank the member for the question. So really it is a capacity issue at this time. So we continue to work. We appreciate that it's a priority. There's some capacity that's required in the lab. It's a little bit more complicated than a labeler, but we'll continue to work on the initiative.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Armdale.
So where's the capacity limitation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the capacity would be throughput through the lab, staffing, those types of things. So as I said to the member, we appreciate the lab is very compressed, is what I would say, across the province. We recognize that lab services are very taxed, and this is not just a simple one-off. It really does require a program behind it. And so that work is underway. The Nova Scotia Health and IWK are working with the clinicians and looking at staffing, looking at equipment, looking at a variety of different things, and lab throughput. So we'll continue to work on the initiative. As I said, we can't do everything all at once. We need to increase capacity across the system in different ways at different times, and we appreciate the advocacy that comes, and we are trying to increase it, but it will be some time before we're able to complete or have this at-home testing available.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale with 8.5 minutes left.
Oh, time flies. Again, I think there's a sense of urgency here. I operate in the model of R&D, not research and development, rob and duplicate, especially since we know that this has happened, I think, 5 years ago in PEI, and that PEI and Newfoundland are now offering free vaccines for anyone under the age of 45 for HPV. So I would, I think where there's a will, there's got to be a way. The next question I want to ask is, and I will be asking the same questions next year on this topic or sooner. The next topic I want to ask is, as the minister knows, I've been asking for a year, can the minister now, I was told when Ms. Oldfield was here, or the CEO for Nova Scotia, I think in the fall early, that the data validation would be finished by October, and that by that time we should be able to get into some more regional numbers in terms of unattached patients. Is the data now available and for public use as to how many unattached patients there are, unattached to family docs, within each zone in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. On January 26th of this year, we did have a press conference to talk about the registry, and it's now a dynamic patient management tool that supports thousands of Nova Scotians to connect to the care they need every month. And so new and improved processes include regular validation and check-ins, navigation support through expanded teams, and improvements to the health questionnaire so that it can be used to support care. So the recommendations to enhance monthly public reporting from Nova Scotia Health were accepted by the department, and the updated reporting will begin in April. So this will include the number of new registrants who need attachment support and reason for joining, the number of registrants attached to a primary care provider, the number of resolved registrants who no longer need attachment support, the net change in the registry, new registrants minus the registrants attached or resolved, the total number of active registrants seeking support for attachment and percent of population, and information at the provincial, health zone, and health network level will be provided as appropriate. There are 4 health zones and 14 health networks. So over the next several months, Nova Scotia Health will test and refine the new report, the format, and also seek feedback from the patient and family advisors who are working with Nova Scotia Health, and the basic monthly reporting will continue until the new reports begin in April.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
The flip side of that question is it the information available as to how many FTE vacancies in family medicine there are per zone? Again, I asked the question on how many doctors vacancies, but how many FTEs are vacant, for example, in Cape Breton?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So we roughly have about 70 vacancies for family physicians across the province, but that's not something that we would report on a regular basis, like a monthly basis, because it's so dynamic, but it is part of the Action for Health update, and I'll get back to the member. I can't remember if we post it quarterly or if it's an annual but net gain, loss, etc. So that is reported. I just have to find out the frequency of the reporting, but I do think it might be an annual because it is so dynamic, and you know, people are transitioning in and transitioning out so often, and so I think it's an annual net gain.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you. That's very helpful. One of the questions I want before we can break, and you may not have it, but when we can, is that once upon a time, I was with the Department of Health a long time ago. It seems like another generation. The ratio or the panel we were using or suggesting at that time for family doctor and a panel in a collaborative practice, which I realize has changed, was the panel would include about 1,200 patients per family for physician. Recognizing the government has now implemented some different models, is there a panel size that's expected with long-term family medicine per team, per physician? How many patients should that physician expect to, what would be a full complement of a panel size?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I'm just assuming the member will be back to answer or ask more questions. Yeah, so if we could, that's a really great story to tell, and I want to really highlight the work of physician services because they've done some really great work in that area, and so that'll give us a bit of a chance to get the information, but I wish they were here to tell you about the work that they do, because I'm sure I won't do it justice, but I will try. Yeah.
Order. The time for the NDP caucus has finished. We will now ask the minister and her team if she would like a quick recess. Good. Okay, we will now move to the Liberal caucus with 1 hour. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question, and then I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, the member from Cumberland North. But this picture was sent to me. I'll table it so the minister can see it. So right now at the emergency department of the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, the estimated wait time is anywhere between 4 hours and 45 minutes and 8 hours and 45 minutes. And they also project the longest that somebody's going to wait today is 16 hours to see someone. So I'll table that. And I think it's just important, and the minister can comment on it. This has been a problem at the regional. We're hearing stories from families about how long it is to get access to care when they're going to the emergency department, and it's very problematic. It's very problematic for the community. But I got that picture. I wanted to table it. So when I take my place, the member from Cumberland North will take over. But I wanted to give the minister the opportunity to respond if she wants.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So thank you to the member for the question. So as we've said before, and the member will be well aware, emergency departments do function on a triage system. So individuals the smaller the number, the more urgency around them being seen. So 1s and 2s obviously are individuals who need immediate support, 3s, 4s, and 5s. And so people often wait based on their triage score because of the acuity or the assessed acuity in the triage. So there are a number of things that have happened across emergency departments, and I can speak specifically to the Cape Breton Regional. So at the Cape Breton Regional, some of the investments include waiting room patient attendants, and so those folks are really involved in providing comfort for individuals who are waiting, making sure that they have the things that they require, whether that be a warm blanket or a variety of different comfort measures, offering fluids, those types of things. So there is waiting room care providers. The Cape Breton Regional also is one of the facilities that also has physician assistants, nurse practitioners, and licensed practical nurses. So recruitment continues to be the biggest challenge that we see in the emergency departments across the province. Number one, physicians, particularly at the Cape Breton Regional, would need additional training in order to work there. From a nursing perspective, it's somewhere that you tend to move into after a couple of years experience. And if you're a new grad, then we want you to have additional training as well because of the life-saving work that happens there. So Cape Breton Regional also has a rapid assessment zone, which has been implemented for lower acuity patients so that they can be seen quicker, and the sicker patients would go through. This prioritizes ED beds for more acute patients. in which beds are required for that care. And so Cape Breton Regional has that capacity as well. And I would say that one of the challenges that we're facing in the Cape Breton Regional area is access to primary care. And so the member and I have had an opportunity to talk about that on several occasions. We continue to recruit, particularly to the Sydney area. Certainly the Urgent Treatment Centre model in Bedeque certainly sees a number of folks from Sydney, which we know, and so primary care is a big focus to alleviate some of those waits. And the emergency room is very, very busy there. We understand that. So staffing, looking at the additional resources available to support patients based on their triage score, have them seen more quickly, and also really working hard to recruit primary care clinicians to the area in order to optimize primary care, because sometimes the emergency room is the only place folks can go. So the waits fluctuate obviously on demand. We see increased waits during seasons like flu season or respiratory illness, those types of things. And so there is a variety of things that are happening, but we do appreciate that there is a significant demand on the services at Cape Breton Regional, and that staffing continues to be a challenge, both nursing and physicians in that site.
We will now move to questions from the independent member. I recognize the honourable member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and look forward to having some great time with the Minister and staff. So thank you very much. My first question is more regarding the overall budget. And we do get a significant amount of money in health transfers from the federal government. And I'm wondering if the minister can let us know, is there any work being done between her department and the federal government to change the way the federal government does transfers? So I've long advocated for the federal government to transfer payments based on demographics, not on population. A lot of people leave Nova Scotia to go work other places in the country, and then they love to come back home, which is wonderful. We love people coming back home. And there are a lot of people that, even once they come home to retire, they don't stay retired for long. They often find employment. I'll give you a great example of that. There's this incredible couple. She grew up in the Malagash Wallace area, and she was the dean of nursing at Humber College. And she's one of these people, I consider her a rock star, one of the rock star nurses. And she came home to retire after a very long, very good career in nursing. She did really just about everything that she could. And her husband also retired. Anyway, they didn't stay retired for long. He went to work at Fox Harbour Resort, and she became the new executive director, CEO at East Cumberland Lodge, and she is just transforming that place. It always was providing the best, really good quality care, but she's just transforming it and bringing in pots of money from all over and recruiting nurses from Ontario. I just love it. And she's really doing incredible things, but they're just an example of a couple that worked away for most of their working life, but came home to Nova Scotia to retire. And we know, I don't have the stats right at the tip of my tongue, but we know that I think it's 80 or more % of healthcare dollars are spent on people in their last few years of life. So if we're having people leave our province to work elsewhere in the country and come home to retire, that's wonderful. But health transfer payments from the federal government should reflect that, and they should be transferring based on our demographics, because that's what impacts our healthcare expenditures. So I'm wondering if there's any work actively being done to work with the federal government on that issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Our current funding from the BILAT is a base funding because the cost of healthcare is the cost of healthcare, and there's a per capita component to it as well, and that was changed in 2023. So we know that at the base there is a fixed cost to delivering services, and so that's recognized, but we are solely on population and not necessarily the demographics. So we encourage and plead our case to the federal government on a regular basis around maybe increasing that. The formula for Canada Health transfers is developed by the feds, and the money comes into our provincial FTB to do that. So in 25-26, Nova Scotia received $1.4 billion from the Canada Health transfer, and that amount will increase to $1.5 billion in 26-27. And so as part of the increase to the Canada Health transfers that were negotiated in 23, Nova Scotia signed the Working Together Agreement in January of 24, which is a 3-year action plan expanding access to family health services, including rural and remote areas, supporting health workers and reducing backlogs, improving access to quality mental health and substance use services, and modernizing the healthcare system with standardized health data and digital tools. And so those bilateral negotiations are an important part as well with the federal government. But at health ministers' meetings, FPT meetings, we continue to advocate and talk about the uniqueness, or the demographic, the age of our population, also looking at chronic disease rates in Nova Scotia. And so we continue to advocate with our federal partners when we're together and when other issues come up.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I'm wondering if the Minister could share with us what other provinces would be working actively with our province to make these changes, and are there specific goals and targets? Like, is this, I guess, something that they are actively working to change, or is it just one of the agenda items, like on when they meet? Yeah, so I guess the question clearly is, what other provinces would also be lobbying the federal government for these changes, and do they have an action plan to try to achieve this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I would say the provinces continually work individually and together. I don't think there's a province or a territory that's not asking the feds for more money. But there is currently a working group at the ADM level talking about the bilaterals and looking at examining the renewal of the bilateral agreements and to raise common funding needs. So as ministers, of course, we meet, but there is a working group specifically looking at common funding needs, and we, that work happens on a regular basis, and then when we get together as FPT ministers, we talk about that. Sometimes it includes letter writing, but I would say arguably that many of our problems are the same, and we do talk to the federal government about the proportion of our individual health budgets that they contribute to, and we continue to advocate for more funding.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the reason I didn't hear an answer, but I was curious, like, what other provinces would be advocating for the same thing. Of course, everybody's always asking for more money, but I was speaking more in relation with our aging demographics and how we have a higher population because of people retiring back here. So one would make an assumption that provinces like Alberta and Saskatchewan, possibly BC, that people don't have as high an age of population wouldn't be seeking to give provinces like ours more money per capita based on aging demographics. So that's why I'd asked that question, but that's okay. I'll move on to another question. The Auditor General's report, of course, sort of shone a light on a lot of good things that are being done in our healthcare system, as well as some things that the Auditor General and her team made some recommendations on. One of the things that kind of stood out for myself when I read it was the increase in administrative costs. Rather, the increase in percentage of the overall healthcare budget is in administrative costs, and the decrease in the front line, the patient care costs. So, and I have been hearing that before the Auditor General's report was released. I've been hearing from people in the healthcare system sort of how surprised they are at the significant increase in the number of managers, whether it's in primary care or whether it's in hospitals. But people are noticing not an increase always in frontline workers, but a significant increase in administrators. So when the Auditor General released that information, I can't remember, I believe, I was looking for the information here in the report. I believe it went from 15 to 17% of the overall budget of healthcare. So that leads me to my question. When I'm looking at the budget and we're looking at the costs, we're seeing looks like $3 billion and over $3 billion given to Nova Scotia Health for the management, operations management. And it looks like $41,517,000 in salary and employee benefits for the Department of Health and Wellness. I believe that looks like what I'm reading. I know there's a lot of parts to my question. One of the things I've been hearing really since the beginning, and it's been pretty consistent all along, after this health authority was formed, is that a lot of the staff that work in the Department of Health and Wellness, as well as in Nova Scotia Health, will often talk about duplication of management, and that they don't always know who's responsible for what. A couple of months ago, I did a FOIPOP looking for the organizational chart, the governance structure for the Department of Health and Wellness and for Nova Scotia Health. And there does look like duplication when you look at the organizational charts. So I'm wondering if my overarching question is this, and I'm assuming the minister is going to say no. Has there ever been any consideration for just removing the organization of Nova Scotia Health and having everything under the Department of Health and Wellness, where there's very clear definition of roles and responsibilities, so everyone knows who's responsible for what, versus having two separate organizations where some people are unsure, is this under the Department of Health and Wellness or is this under Nova Scotia Health? So that is my overarching general question. Has there been any consideration for reducing administrative costs by removing Nova Scotia Health and having a clear governance structure for our healthcare system under the Department of Health and Wellness? So I'll start with that. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. First of all, I just like to ensure that people know that we actually have had very good success and do have an expanded frontline workforce at Nova Scotia Health and IWK. We've had very good successes, not only recruiting nurses, but also across allied healthcare professionals as well. We know that there are still some gaps, but in fact, we've spent a lot of time and energy stabilizing the front line to make sure that there are people available to do the work required. When we look at Nova Scotia Health Department Health IWK, certainly Nova Scotia Health undertook a large melding together restructuring a number of years ago, and really in the last couple of years we've really started to drive some efficiencies through of course there was the immediate going from 9 district health authorities to the singular health authority, looking at redundancy there. But now we're looking at implementing things across the system that have allowed us to create more efficiency, looking at Nova Scotia Health and assets throughout the province as a singular entity's assets. So when you look at the success that we've seen around surgical services and the work that's been done there, maximizing all of the different facilities and opportunities throughout, it's one example. And so we are the governance in many ways. Like as a government, we look at policy and we look at funding. Nova Scotia Health has undertaken significant work around operational excellence and has really worked hard across disciplines and across departments to really maximize their efficiency. So that work continues. There's a number of things that are underway and a number of things that will continue, and certainly OPOR as an example will further that integration. So there's always more efficiencies that can be found, but I would say that the work that's happening with Department of Health and Nova Scotia Health in particular, to the member's question, really are refining those processes and understanding costs associated with a variety of different services and really looking at maximizing efficiency throughout. So at this time, there's no consideration of creating one entity.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for clarifying that. I do have a couple questions about Nova Scotia Health, but first, and I know this could be a very long answer, so I apologize to the Minister for asking it, but I do think it deserves some clarity. So in the budget, the $41 million that is for salary and employee benefits for the department, could the Minister just give a broad overview of what that $41 would be for, considering that all the operations of our hospitals and healthcare system are funded under Nova Scotia Health. So it's a lot of money, $41 million, to be spent by the department. And I'm wondering if the Minister could give us some examples of what that $41 million is for.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So the $41 million is the full staffing complement, including salary and benefits, et cetera, for approximately 280 staff.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And is the minister able to give us a bit of a description what those staff would be responsible for in the department?
Listening to what she said.
What's that?
Listening to what she said.
Not off the top of my head.
I just want to clarify the motion.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
The departments would include public health at the department, system integration, the benefit programs and eligibility components, so things like pharmacare as an example, emergency health services, strategy, performance and partnerships, the strategic delivery unit and physician services administration would all fall under those. They're fairly self-explanatory. Looking at things like capital investment. So there's a variety of different things that happen around the policy pieces and the running of the department and oversight of the system.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wouldn't mind asking the minister if she could clarify the number of staff that she said the 41 million was for. I apologize.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So in total, there's 297.6, so 298 staff, roughly. 17 and a half of those positions is recoverable. And so that's staffing from external agencies. So the department is funding 280 individuals or positions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you to the minister. So it looks like about $140,000, if my math is right, for each person working in the department, which sounds really high to me. But maybe there's something I'm misunderstanding there. Or maybe they are all very highly qualified, educated people that all do make $140,000 or so. So just so that I fully understand, so when I'm looking at the budget here on page 15.3, it says salary and employee benefits before the department is 41 million, And the minister cited they were for positions, I'm assuming from the positions listed on 15.2. I just want to clarify that I'm reading the numbers correctly. So even though there is allocation for public health and physician services admin on 15.2, the salary costs is what's being showed on page 15.3. I just wanted, if the minister could clarify that.
Is a breakdown of the department's budget, which includes compensation.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
I'm not entirely sure if I'll answer. I'm not sure what the member's asking, but I'm going to give it a hook. So 15.3, the salary and employment benefits that she mentioned are here under the strategic direction and accountability, so those salaries would be included. And I do think it's important to note that the department is very fortunate to have very skilled and educated folks that work there, so data analysts, lawyers, accountants, PhDs, physicians, and the compensation is part of a market-based analysis that's done through the PSC. So certainly we're very, very fortunate to have the staff and the knowledge and the depth that we have given these complex times in healthcare. So I just wanted to make that point. Is this yours?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for clarifying that for the minister. That is what I was clarifying. This question's already been asked by my colleagues, so I do apologize if it was and I wasn't in the room to hear the answer. Can the minister explain why we're seeing a decrease for service delivery and supports for EHS this coming year? It looks like we're going down from 293 million to 282 million, if I read that correctly.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
It would be helpful if the member could cite the page so that we can follow along. It's just, there's a lot of information here, so we want to make sure that we're answering the question accurately.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Certainly. Sorry, Madam Chair. It's the same page that I was on, 15.2, service delivery and supports, emergency health services. The budget has gone down this year. So just clarifying, wondering if some of the expenses maybe are moved to another budget line, or has there been a decrease in EHS service delivery for Nova Scotians? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So if the member would have a look at the 25-26 estimate, 263, you'll notice that this year's estimate is 282. So in fact, there's been an increase in the allocation associated with that budget line. It has not gone down.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I was looking at the forecast. It was $293 million, and the estimate for this year is 282. So that's what I was referring to. So that has gone down. I'll move on to another question, and this one is on a different area. It's to do with governance, but I'm going to tie it into our budget. So in the Health Authorities Act, normally we would have a board of directors, and the Premier dismissed the board of directors when he became Premier in 2021. So all of the aspects that the board would have brought to Nova Scotia Health for governance, we haven't had in place. And one of those things that's I've seen as an MLA and as a nurse and as a general citizen that has me concerned is around quality review. And in the Health Authorities Act, one of the things it says is a board shall appoint a quality improvement and safety committee. A quality improvement and safety committee shall maintain and evaluate a health authority-wide quality improvement and safety program in relation to quality planning, control, quality improvement, risk management, and utilization review. A quality improvement safety committee shall create and administer health authority-wide quality improvement programs and plans that encourage a multidisciplinary approach to the continuous quality improvement of health services by the health authority, regularly assess the efficiency and effectiveness of health services delivered by the health authority, and identify opportunities to improve the utilization of available resources, provide such reports to the board as the board may request, provide an annual quality improvement plan to the board containing such elements as the board may determine. So we don't have that because we don't have a board. We don't have a quality improvement and safety committee. And the reason I make sure that I have time to talk about this in estimates and ask questions of the minister of this is that I tend to hear from a lot of people from across the province, not just Cumberland North, on healthcare. And people tend to reach out to me when they have suffered a tragedy, sadly, in many instances have lost a loved one. And they've reached out to me because they feel the process that's currently in place isn't working. And I do have signed consents from these people, and I've been working with them, but I'll give 3 examples. Karen Moxham from Hants, Sheila Lees and her family from Pictou, and Gunther Holtoff from my area. All 3 are families that have lost a loved one, and all wanted investigations done into why their loved one died. And while there was some work from Nova Scotia Health management with these families, all 3 of those families are left. It's emotional even just thinking about it, working with them. They're all left feeling very unsatisfied with the process and the results, and no one will respond to them. So you have grieving families who are left sending emails, making phone calls with no one from our healthcare system who will respond. Not their MLA, not Nova Scotia Health. And I think that in many ways, this is a big area that we really need to look at. How is it being done now? How is quality review being done now that we don't have the committee that's supposed to be there from the board because we don't have a board? So who is actually overseeing that? If there is someone doing quality review, Can the minister share with us who that is? Is it someone in the department, or is it someone in Nova Scotia Health, or is it both? I'd like to know how much money is being spent on that, how many staff are allocated for responding to patients who have lost a loved one or who have a complaint. And as an MLA, what I'm told is tell the person to contact patient relations. And I would say 99% of the time, people, and I say to people, copy me on your email to patient relations and then let me know the resolution and do you feel satisfied? And 99% of the time, they do not. It's like their complaint or concerns goes into somewhere and there's not always a resolution. So I always like to look at, well, what is the process? How are things supposed to be handled? And in my view, based on legislation, we are supposed to have a board of directors and there's supposed to be a quality improvement and safety committee as part of this board of directors. And I see it firsthand at Cumberland Regional, and I know from residents, family medicine residents, that it's not just at our regional hospital. Standards of care for students, medical students, is that they attend M&M rounds, mortality and morbidity rounds, and they're not even done anymore. And so if you're a family medicine resident, one of the checklists when you're doing your rotations around the province is that you've attended M&M rounds where doctors confidentially review cases where patients have passed away. And could things have been done differently? If so, what? All for quality improvement. And they've always been a part of the normal practice for hospitals, not just in Nova Scotia, but it's a global standard to do mortality and morbidity rounds, and they're no longer done. And nobody really knows why. Because nobody's enforcing it. Nobody's ensuring that they're done. And I wasn't aware of it until one of the family practice residents brought that up to say, I can't get this, like, why are these not done here? This, like, they were supposed to be able to attend them. So my question to the minister is, now that, because there's no board and therefore no committee, what is in place in our healthcare system for quality review? Is it under Nova Scotia Health or the department? And how much money is allocated for that budget? And is it fully staffed? I'll leave that with the minister.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So just as a note, so we do have an administrator who functions, takes over the function of the board. This is an experienced healthcare provider in our province, and so that is the function of the administrator. There is Quality and Safety Committee that reports into the board as well, or into the administrator, and that's a very active committee. There's 120 people who work in quality and safety. And the M&M rounds were physician-only rounds and really deemed inadequate because it wasn't an interdisciplinary review. So there is a quality review process. It is under the HIPAA legislation, and it is a multidisciplinary team review of a critical incident, and that has its own legislation. So it's part of a just culture in the accreditation standards, so people involved in a critical event meet together and recommendations are shared in order to support the system. If we do, or Nova Scotia Health does ask that anybody who requires or has patient feedback, that they do go through the patient feedback line for assistance and their phone back and talk about some of the things that are required. So there is a robust quality system in place. Accreditation, which are international standards for healthcare, are met, and in fact Nova Scotia Health received exemplary status at the last assessment. And so there is a variety of different ways, and so quality review is one way. Sometimes families require other things. It could be chart reviews, could be multidisciplinary meetings if they're not happy with the care that was received. So there's also a variety of other different ways in which families and patients can be responded to. So I just want people to know that there's a very robust and internationally recognized quality and safety approach. We take that very seriously. In addition, Department of Health and Wellness also has a quality portion of the serious reportable events reporting policy, which has recently included the addition of EHS pre-hospital care events, and Nova Scotia Health and IWK submit annual improvement plans and reports. There would be individual Nova Scotia Health and IWK would also do quality improvement plans, and certainly the work that's happening around operational excellence. So I don't want people to feel that there's no quality and safety. In fact, it's very, very robust. This is a very well recognized program that exists not only in Nova Scotia but across the country. Accreditation Canada has an excellent reputation. There's regular surveys done. Reports go into the administrator to monitor patient safety and quality. Certainly reports come into Department of Health through the patient relations. People often sit and meet with families on a regular basis if that's what they require. So I want people to feel confident there is a very robust system, and we take the patient safety and the quality of care very, very seriously.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North with 8.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for the answer. The reason I asked, I'm glad to know that there is a Quality and Review Committee. So when you read the legislation, there are requirements, if there's a board and not just one administrator, to have an audit committee as well as a quality improvement and safety committee. And the legislation, those would be, the committee would be based of board members. So typically that would be the governance structure. So the reason I asked that is there's no board. So therefore there's no committees of the board. So I'm assuming if there's a committee, as the minister has shared, they are paid staff by the department. They're not, like, if there was a board of directors, they're volunteers from across the province that would oversee. That's part of the governance model. So because we don't have a board, we don't have committees of the board that are not paid staff. So it does make a difference when you're looking at governance model. And if you have audit committees and quality review committees that are made up of citizens from the public that aren't paid employees, that are, you know, if you're an employee of someone, you're less likely to provide critical input if it might mean you losing your job. So I will leave that comment there. Certainly, I think there should be a board of directors made up of volunteers representing Nova Scotians, and based on following legislation that recommends an audit committee that looks at the financials of Nova Scotia Health, as well as a quality and review committee. So I am encouraged to hear the minister share what she did about the process. However, it doesn't change the lived experience of people that have contacted me about their concerns. And so what would the minister recommend today for me to share with these three people who, well, two, I would say right now, today, actively, cannot get anyone to respond to them to answer their questions? One is Karen Moxham and one is Sheila Lees. So they've contacted Nova Scotia Health, they've contacted their own MLAs, who are government MLAs, and no one will respond to them. And in both cases, they've lost a loved one. So they did have meetings, but they're not satisfied, and they have more questions. Karen lost her husband, sadly, after he was discharged from hospital, and care was supposed to be set up in the home, and VON weren't able to come, and he died from sepsis. And Sheila's daughter passed away, sadly, in the Aberdeen hospital. So I only bring those cases up because they're real people who have felt that this system has left them, has abandoned them, I guess you would say. So in this case, what would the minister recommend me to advise them so that they could find some resolution for their tragedy? Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to extend my apologies and my sympathy to these folks who've had bad experiences or feel that the system has failed them, but I'm not able to comment on individual cases.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I'll just ask a question in relation to that is connected. Can the minister report to us, it is budget related when you're looking at the cost of frontline workers, British Columbia have put in place minimum nurse to patient ratios, and this is something that we've brought up in the House before, and one of the things the minister commented is that you know, there's more than nurses to do frontline work, and I would agree with that. We have paramedics, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, many helping out, working especially in our emergency departments, and they do very good work. In fact, on the weekend, I had someone wanted to share with me what an incredible experience she had at our regional hospital with a physician assistant who was the one that did her assessment and treatment, diagnosis and treatment. So certainly want to acknowledge other healthcare professionals that are doing frontline work. But British Columbia have put in place minimum nurse-to-patient ratios, and all of the unions across Canada, as well as the territories, have all asked for this across the country. And I've been asked, well, we don't have enough nurses, how could we put it in place? But you actually would have more nurses and healthcare professionals if we had safe workplaces and we had proper staffing, because you would have better workplace conditions and therefore increase staff retention. Most nurses will tell you if they leave, it's because of the working conditions that they feel are either unsafe for them to practice safely or unsafe for the patients, because there's simply not enough staff for the workload. So I'm wondering if the minister can report on if her department is looking at implementing this that our union here in Nova Scotia has recommended and endorsed, as well as all across the country. And when it comes to a cost, I believe it would actually cost less, because we would have less overtime hours, we'd have higher nursing retention and less burnout in our nursing staff. So I'm wondering if our minister would be able to report on any progress on that line.
Order. The time for the independent member has come to an end. Before we move on to the NDP caucus, would the minister and her staff want a short break? Okay, we will take a 5-minute break.
Order. Order. I call this committee of the whole on supply back to order. The time has elapsed for the previous, and we're moving to the NDP caucus. However, they have ceded just the first 3 to 5 minutes of their time back to the independent, and I believe that leaves the minister time to answer a question. Would you like to have the question asked again before you? Nope. So I recognize the Minister of Health and Wellness.
Great, thank you. So we've certainly heard a bit about nursing ratios, and Nova Scotia has a needs-based approach that allows staffing models to evolve based on evidence, patient need, and operational realities. And we continue to engage nurses, unions, and health system partners. So there's been a lot of work undertaken with the nursing unions to plan appropriate staffing levels throughout the healthcare system. And so at this time, we will not be pursuing fixed ratios, but we will continue to look at models of care and looking at staffing opportunities throughout the healthcare system.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Minister. I know we have a question we want to follow up on, but my colleague is about to order dinner, and so he has a question. I'm going to...
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. Is there protocol to stand when asking questions here? Okay, I just want to make sure I'm in good standing with the House. Last year, I brought to the Minister some questions about the government's 2022 commitment to expand and enhance the Cobequid Health Centre. The Minister suggested that because I was new, I didn't really understand how things work, and kind of gave an answer about things were happening in the central planning process, and there'll be more to say at a later date. I've sat through testimony at public accounts and legislative committees to try to find out what is happening with this government's commitment to expand and improve the Cobequid Health Centre. There has been no communication by this government, Chair, since this commitment was first communicated. The year after it was made public, the Minister in estimates doubled down and said that there was going to be inpatient capacity created at Cobequid. And since then, we haven't heard anything. I have searched high and low. I've spoken with staff at the Department of Health and Wellness. I've spoken with staff at the Cobequid Health Centre. I've spoken with staff at Build Nova Scotia and the Department of Public Works that are familiar with major projects like this. And no one can tell me anything about the central planning process that's underway. Nobody can tell me whether or not Cobequid is moving forward or whether it's canceled. So I returned to ask the same question. I no longer knew. I absolutely understand how things work around here, and I'm asking the Minister for a clear update on the status of where the promised improvements to Cobequid are. I'm asking the Minister to be transparent about whether the funding commitment remains in place so that the work can carry forward once planning concludes. And I'm asking the Minister for a clear timeline for when the plan to improve Cobequid will be wrapped and communicated to community. I've collected over 1,000 signatures over a year and a quarter from folks in Sackville who believe very strongly in this project. They support the government's commitment It's one they believe in, they want to see through. And so I'm just here to get some answers, springing directly from the first voice input of the community that I serve in this House on a project that was promised to them 4 years ago and haven't seen anything happen with. So I'm happy to hear the minister's responses and updates along those lines.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Chair. So as we've said before, the master planning in Central Zone and a variety of assets around Central Zone is underway. We expect the master zone planning to be completed in the winter of 2027, and there'll be more information, not just only about Cobequid, but in terms of assets around Central Zone writ large. But we do continue to monitor and work with folks at Cobequid around the service delivery model, and there have been investments, particularly in staffing, and so over the last 3 years there's been an addition of 28 staff to Cobequid as a result of the ongoing work and efforts there to respond to the public's need and the services provided at Cobequid.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville Cobequid.
Thank you, Chair. Last November, conditions at the Cobequid hit an all-time low. Whatever staffing changes have been made there have really failed to remedy the underlying conditions at the Cobequid. Because there is no inpatient capacity, despite emergency care being provided, it's often that folks who are triaged and provided with stabilizing emergency care end up housed at Cobequid for substantial periods of time before they are transferred to appropriate follow-up care in the relevant acute care setting elsewhere in Halifax, whether that's at the infirmary, the VG, the Nova Scotia Rehab Centre, or Dartmouth General. On that day in November, there are 26 beds at the Cobequid Centre to deliver emergency care. 18 of those beds were full of patients that had received stabilizing emergency care, but were stuck awaiting transfer for 70 hours or more, which meant that only 8 of the 26 beds were delivering emergency care to the enormous wait list of patients stuck in the waiting room. On that day, Speaker, a stroke patient and a patient with a spinal injury were sent home because the emergency room was so backed up that there was no conceivable way that they could receive care at the Cobequid. They were told to go home and try again the next day. I think it's deeply troubling, Speaker. I will highlight that this government has campaigned in Sackville The Premier's bus showed up in Sackville, and folks canvassed and knocked on the doors for the PC candidate in my riding, promising the delivery of improved health care, the expansion of the Cobequid Health Centre to 24-hour 7 care, the addition of inpatient care. All of these things that were contained in the announcement were campaign election promises. The constituents in Lower Sackville were promised at the doorstep by this government. And now we hear that it's unclear whether or not the government will deliver on any promises made in 2022 at all, that we'll have some update about whatever is decided will or won't happen in 2027. I'm wondering if the minister will outline whether or not she believes it's acceptable for a promise made in 2022 along with a funding commitment. A promise, I would add, that at the time it was announced said it took into account and was based on the perspective of staff, based on input from experts in the department about what was needed, the addition of inpatient capacity, the move to 24/7 care. Those were all commitments that were made based on expert input, and yet suddenly those promises can no longer be delivered. Does the minister really believe it's reasonable for the community of Sackville at a time that the pressure on the Cobequid Health Centre is creating massive delays in receipt of care and enormous strain on staff at that facility to wait another year and a half before we're clear on whether or not any improvements will actually be delivered?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Chair. So I think what I would like to talk about in regards to that is the importance of the work that's happened around the collaboration, particularly in Central Zone, around access and flow. So I'm not going to assume what's going to happen from that Central Zone planning. I think there's, experts that have different capacities than me and different expertise that will give us recommendations around how best to serve the needs. But I do want to talk a little bit about some of the work that's happening in access and flow. And so there's been a lot of investment in access and flow over the last number of years, and we are seeing some positive changes as a result. We do know that our emergency departments are under strain, not only in Central Zone, but across the province. So some of the work that has been happening is really around reducing ED wait times, and we have seen some success. And I think it's important to note that we can expect at certain times of the year, in particular, that we would see really a lot of demand on services, particularly around respiratory season as an example, and I think the member talked about November as an example. That would often be one of our peak times where we would see a number of people seeking emergency services. And so wherever possible, we do what we can to anticipate and plan, and with the data that we have available, often site managers and people in leadership can actually see where the expansion and the constriction may be in terms of people looking for services. So we do know that a key indication of patient flow into the hospital is how long patients wait in emergency departments before being moved into hospital. And we did have roughly a 6-hour reduction in that time frame, which is very significant. While it doesn't sound like a big number, the amount of work that goes into reducing that number is really a testament to healthcare workers and leadership teams across this province. So we are seeing some improvement in terms of the occupancy rates as well, just to help the member understand what are some of the things that contribute. Occupancy rates in and across Nova Scotia Health are roughly around 104% on any given basis, which is pretty significant in regards to the compression that can happen in the emergency room as a result of that. And that's despite the fact that since January of 2021, Nova Scotia Health has added 180 acute care beds, 726 long-term care beds, and the occupancy rate continues. And I think that's partly because of the acuity, our demographics, senior population, and individuals who live with chronic disease. So we appreciate the work that's happening in the hospitals around the zones of accountability. We look at C3 and what that's afforded us and our ability to be able to look at bed capacity across the province and move patients in the most timely manner. When Cobequid is not able to close, it is staffed overnight, and I have faith in the teams there that they are receiving appropriate care. And as I said, West Bedford has come online. We expect another 110 beds in the system by the end of April. So, you know, there are a number of things that have happened in the system in order to increase capacity to care for patients, which then subsequently increases capacity for transfers and actually reduces wait time. So at this juncture, I want to thank the teams for all of their hard work. It's no small feat, and assure the member that we are in the process of central zone planning, and we will continue to do that, and the report is expected in winter of 2027.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cowden.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the minister's attempt to paint a picture about system-wide gains. What I can tell the minister, based on over 1,000 conversation on doorsteps, face-to-face with real people in Sackville, facing enormous wait times, unable to access emergency care when they need it, that things are not good at Cobequid, and that they expect the government to deliver on its promise, both to expand the facility and enhance the range of services available at that site, consistent with the commitment that this government ran on to gain support in the previous election. So I'm going to want to put a fine point on it. I'm going to ask the minister whether this government remains committed to the delivery of an expanded, enhanced Cobequid Health Centre that provides 24/7 care and offers inpatient capacity in the way that they made their promise in 2022.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So what I will say is that we are very committed to the capital plan. We've undertaken that. Certainly HIP is underway, and there's work happening around that. And we will continue. As I've said in media scrums in the past, we continue to understand the landscape that's in front of us. We will continue to await the capital plan, our Central Zone Master planning, so that we can understand what the needs are in the community. And certainly as soon as that report's available, we'll go out to folks and say what we found, what we heard, what the recommendations are, and how we proceed moving forward. And you know, I don't want to presuppose what that master zone planning will, or Central Zone Master planning will show us. I think it's important work. I think we have expertise who are really looking at how we leverage our assets, how we make sure we look at our demographics and our population, how we look at a variety of different things, and also where do we leverage technology and models of care. So I think it's an exciting time in terms of building a more transformational and future-focused healthcare system. And my commitment is that Central Zone Master planning will continue, and we look forward to those recommendations. And when we have them, we will be happy to go out to community and explain what we've learned and what our next steps will be.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Well, that's helpful because it's more information than we've heard in the last 2 years. It does raise a number of questions on its own. One is, there's a number of questions I hadn't even planned to speak to. Is so my understanding, speaking with the physicians, the 22 announcement and then the following 2024. And I do think the election plan of 2024 did not do you any service, Minister, because it was like promised it was going to happen within a year, it was going to happen, and people believed the government, the candidate of the day. And so here you are, a year and a half later, but it was sold as a done deal and happening. So a year and a half later, I'm kind of a bit shocked, but not surprised to hear the next announcement might come in another year from 2027. So you did raise the question about data. So if the initial project, which was going to be a done deal by the candidate of the day within a year, was based on 22 data, how, and given the growth of the population in that area, given the fact, the other thing, as I keep calling, and you're going to hear me saying this over and over and over again, the emergency scavenger hunt in Nova Scotia is when one closes, people start driving around. And I can tell you from my colleagues that Dartmouth hits its capacity, Windsor is closed, the scavenger hunt, and people start going to Cobequid from both sides of the basin. So even with projection and growth, the scavenger hunt for emergency department, which all leads to Cobequid, is just overwhelming that department. So without, it's just going to continue. I can't see how there's going to, we wait until 2027 to have another plan. So I guess to try and be constructive, what data is going to use? What do people do in the meantime? Because when I also speak to my colleagues, they're concerned about the nursing staff ratio overnight. Sometimes they leave, there's 18 beds full, they come back in, and I'm told by several docs that even if there's movement, Cobequid is hitting its capacity 4 hours in by noon, and the problem takes over again. So unfortunately, someone in the election planning did you a disservice, but the reality is 2027 is a long time when the department is being overwhelmed. So what data is going to be used? How long is it going to take? And I guess it seems like it's maybe dying a death by press conferences. Would it not be just more transparent to say, there's been lots of no's this week, we can't do this, we can't do that. Would it not just be more transparent to say, we can't do it versus delaying the information? Like, just come forward and say, we promised it, we couldn't do it, we're sorry. I just feel like the community is being misled while the care is getting overwhelmed every day. I'm sorry, that's a lot of questions, but there was a lot of information.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I just wonder if the member could table the reference that Cobequid would be built in a year. I don't recall saying that, but I certainly stand to be corrected. And then, I think as a minister and as a government, while the member suggested that we give up on Cobequid altogether and just say no, I don't really feel that that's where we're at. We want to have a fulsome process and carry out master planning. Folks will be working with Nova Scotia Health. There'll be some data from the Department of Health to understand, number one, utilization, common complaints, triage scores, demographics, all of those things will go into the master planning. We need to take a population health approach, and we need to understand what our assets are, what are the models of care, where do we see best practice in other jurisdictions. And so we're really not ready to give up on that process yet. So I'm not going to say no if that's what the member wants me to do, because I don't think that's the right thing to do right now. But we'll continue to work and understand what the needs are of folks in that area, but also in Central Zone larger and across the province, because we really need to do that. We need to future-proof our healthcare system, our builds, our models of care, our technology. It really is a time of transformation. And so I would prefer to continue on with that master planning. So we do continue to monitor closures of emergency departments across the province. We've talked about it on a number of occasions during estimates. We know that 95% of Nova Scotians live within 60 minutes of an emergency department. We know that EHS has made some significant changes and improvements in their system, and people should know that emergency care starts as soon as they phone dispatch, and we have a number of folks in the dispatch, in medical comm center. We have skilled paramedics across this province who can start delivering emergency care first by supporting patients and then upon arrival. And we have seen some positive changes throughout the emergency departments, and I want to thank the teams. The work that they've done has really been significant. We've seen offloads in our emergency departments drop. In December 31st, 2025, offloads in the province were down to 56 minutes from an average of 104 2 years earlier. And I want to tell you that is a significant improvement. The average time to provider, so patients who walk into EDs who want to see an ED clinician, it has remained steady, but we've implemented care so that there are things that can happen in the emergency room care. You don't have to wait to see the physician anymore in the emergency department. We have waiting room care providers who can initiate a variety of different treatments and investigations, and certainly the work that's happened around sepsis in this province is enviable and is being really commended across the country. We see see a number of work, a number of improvements that have happened around the accountability work. So really looking at each part of the patient's journey, emergency department, inpatient, discharge, et cetera, and investments in things like Safer F, in the mobility teams, in the C3. All of these things are helping us maximize the way in which we move patients through and get them to the right care at the right time. Rapid assessment zones, virtual urgent care, virtual emergency, being able to move patients who present to the emergency room or emergency department because they don't understand all of the different community-based options for folks with low acuity. So being able to triage people to those spaces is really important. And we're undertaking to really improve 811 and have a more centralized navigation approach. So there's a number of things underway, but I do want to remind everyone that's listening that we do have a very dynamic emergency system in the province, and I think it's important people know that emergency care starts when you call 911, and we continue to look at ways to recruit healthcare professionals, train individuals in order to work in these emergency departments, and we're committed to that ongoing work. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax Armdale.
I certainly did not intend to defer, and if I did, that the ministers had any point suggested that Cobequid was going to be developed, opened with 1 year, October 24. Unfortunately, part of the election platform and the people speaking at the time did suggest that. So as I said, unfortunately, the minister has being put in the corner from what other people in the PC party at that time delivered. I don't want the Department of Health to give up on Cobequid. I wish it was fixed well. I just hope we could get a more clear goal and time frame versus waiting for another announcement in 2027. Dynamic is one word. I call it the scavenger hunt. So I will move on. I want to get back to the question I asked earlier about the panel size for the family practice collaborative clinics.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So the median full-time physician has a panel size of 1,317, but we know that it's impacted by complexity of the patient panel and practice choices of physicians. So that would be a full-time clinician, but perhaps they work 0.8 or 0.6 or whatever, so it would be prorated to their FTE complement. If a physician chooses to have a smaller panel, they are only paid for the patients that they attach, and there is no mandated panel size. For patients with more complexity, the panel, they get a modifier in their pay to reflect that they will not be able to attach as many patients, and that way their pay is not affected. We're baselining the panel complexity index, which rolled out in October. This allows the department and clinicians to understand the complexity of an individual physician panel with greater accuracy, and it actually will eventually create a comparator so that people can see where their complexity is in relation to their colleagues. So there's a lot of great work that's happening in physician services around the LFM model and how it's improving access and attachment for patients.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax-Armdale.
Again, thank you, because I hadn't heard that. So just so I'm understanding, if it was one FTE, that FTE would expect it at some point in time to have a patient roster of 1,317. But what I think I heard you say, I was getting clarity, if they were a 0.8, it would probably be, what's the word, prorated. And is that accurate? So that's my first question. And is that complexity taken in? So let's say you're 0.8, and so it's a 0.8 of 1317. But does the complexity also come into factor, such that if you're in a rural area or an area where there's a lot of seniors with complex, that maybe even a 0.8 of 1317 is not doable? Does that make sense, those questions?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that's correct. the panel is prorated for the amount of time a clinician wants to work, and patients with a more complex panel is observed or reviewed by community cluster because of the demographics in the area.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you. Thank you. That was really helpful. And I do like the LFM model. I was, in my very short career in the Department of Health, I was involved in the early stages looking at that, and it's a huge step forward. The question I'm curious about is how many collaborative centers, what was the goal for the last budget year? How many were met or exceeded the goal for 2025? Followed by the second question is, what was the goal for 2025 for collaborative centers? What was achieved? And then what's the goal for 2026?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I'll share what I can here. So since August of 21, there's been 41 new health homes that have been opened or announced. And since the same period, 83 health homes have been strengthened. And so in year, we have 19 clinics that is either new or we are bolstering. So the goal is to have 19 health homes added this year. So in some cases, it's a matter of a facility and some other practices come in. So it's a bit difficult would have to kind of go one by one, and I don't have that level of detail here. But yeah, so 19.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Halifax Armdale.
So just so I understand and clear, because I'm getting tired and I'm old, 19 is the plan for this year, either enhance or complete. Is that right? Is there a patient, I mean, I could do 19 by 1,370. I'm assuming that some of those health clinics or those have more than one physicians. So without getting into that weeds, is there a goal of how many unattached patients from the list as we know it will be attached in the coming year? Is there a target goal, not a percentage, but is there a number of unattached patients that through this coming budget year, the Department of Health is targeting to have attached by this time next year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the investment is there to either maintain or improve stabilization. So it is a bit difficult in that, in part of the validation work that happened, as an example, 55,000 people never went on the list because of stabilization, never went on the registry. So we can't always predict who's leaving, who's coming, those different types of things. So what we see is that health homes can accommodate anywhere from, at the low end, 3,000 patients up to its highest at like the Sydney River Health Centre, which has been recently opened, has the capacity for 30,000 patients. So it really is difficult to say. We don't necessarily know who's retiring, but that's the money we've allocated. And so, again, this new reporting system will help us track, and we'll be able to see the return on investment in terms of stabilization, keeping people off the registry, but also improving attachment. And then you also have to consider in that LFM model and in the health home model, and as we expand practices and we expand scope, the ability of people to have access as well. So we monitor access and attachment.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Armdale.
So you're probably going to know where I'm going to go with that. So if I were to accept the numbers on the Native Family Practice Registry as they are, I guess what I'm asking for more concisely, does the Department of Health have a goal for April 1st, 2027, how many unattached patients they wish to have attached by April 21st, 2027? A goal.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I wouldn't put that fine a point on it in terms of 1 year from now, because there's just so many things. But I can say that Action for Health has had a metric since 2021 that our ultimate goal, our aspirational goal, is that we would have 95% attachment in Nova Scotia. So that is what we are working towards. We're at just over 6%. We've had good success. It doesn't necessarily mean always that we need more. We want to maximize and leverage the assets that we have. And so the aspirational goal has always been 95% attachment. If we can exceed that, we will be thrilled. But that is the number we've been tracking to through Action for Health.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax Armdale.
And I guess where I'm going to quote and challenge the Department of Health to do better on Ontario, which is, I think, $6 million under Jane Philpott, and not my inspirational leader, Doug Ford, have set very grand, not grand, but concrete, transparent public goals. We're going to have, I think it's in the millions, that within year 1, we're going to have this done. Year 2, we're going to have this. Year 3. And I've heard so many times in the chambers, if it's good enough for Ontario, it's why not here. So I'm getting tired and cranky. But really, I'm looking for leadership to say, not percentages, but if Ontario, which has got a size much bigger than us, can set transparent goals that has a risk of being held accountable by the opposition, why can't Nova Scotia publish a goal to Nova Scotians? Our goal to you is to have this amount of people. Our goal by April 1st, 2027. If Ontario can do it,
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So I'm going to brag about Nova Scotia for a little bit, and I'm going to say if it's good enough for Nova Scotia, it should be good enough for Ontario, rather than constantly looking to our bigger cousin. So yes, they've promised attachment. They feel that they're at about 80% when we in fact are at 94%. So I think we're pretty excited. 100% attachment apparently is the goal by 2029, and so I would say that we're about less than 2% away from our goal of 95%, and so we're hopeful, but we have to consider some of the things that come up that we've been managing and dealing and learning and maturing, and so I think we should be very proud of our numbers. And while we always look to Ontario, sometimes Ontario has the opportunity to look to us, and I think this is a moment where we should celebrate the work of the teams that have done incredible work. We are enviably one of the, I would say we're the only province in Canada that has that patient support tool, that need a family practice registry. It was a useless list. It told us nothing about people who were on it. It didn't tell us anything, and people were not removed intentionally from that list. So perhaps the member opposite is cranky, and I would give him the opportunity to celebrate his former colleagues in the healthcare system who actually are doing incredible work and have really been country leading. And so maybe we'll celebrate Nova Scotia's advancements, and we'll send our tricks to Ontario and see if they can catch up to us at 95% attachment.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax-Arndale.
I certainly recognize my colleagues' hard work. I would say that if anybody could create an aspirational goal that could surpass Ontario as to how many patients are going to be set, I think this minister could do it. So I will look forward to an aspirational goal that if anybody can do it, this minister could do it. An easier question to answer towards the evening. I'm going to ask you this every year so you can, we know that right now based on the end of year 2025 questions, stats at the College of Physician Surgeons, 19% of the docs are over the age of 61, and that's about 740. 962 are over the age of 51. So total of, that suggests that in the next 10 years, we're going to lose, if we just go conservative, we say 700 docs over the next 10 years. The 740 are over the age of 61. Does the department have goals? And that's based, does the department have goals as to how many family doctors it wants to recruit in the next time frame? And what population is that based on? So it's a bit of a loaded question, but I guess the question is, we're looking at 700 docs easily retiring in the next 5 to 10 years, if not sooner. What's the aspirational goals for recruitment for family docs for Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there has been some supply and demand forecasting done. So at the current rate of recruitment and based on investments to date, the provincial supply of family physicians is forecasted to increase by about an average of 5% per year over the next decade, at which rate Nova Scotia will have enough family physicians to attach the entire population by 2033.
Recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax-Armdale.
Getting into a bit of a math, but I'd be curious what your thoughts are on this, is that we know, you told us earlier there were 70 FTE vacancies across the province. We know that family docs are often not in their office 100% of the time because we're doing a variety of things. I don't know the answer, so I'm curious if you do. For an FTE to provide a patient panel of 13, 17, how many actually physicians or head counts you think will be required to fill those? I realize it's not going to happen in a year, but if there's 70 vacancies, FTEs, how many physicians would it take to fill those FTEs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So to the member's point, I can't give them an exact number, but I can talk a little bit. It depends, and the things that it depends on obviously are whether someone chooses to be entirely office-based and what, to what percentage they want to do that, whether they're 0.5 and they have other interests, but also rural LFM, if people are involved with rural LFM or the CHIP program. But I do want to just talk about some of the initiatives and some of the pathways that have been developed over the last number of years. So of course PACE has capacity as it continues to evolve for a number of physicians per year, including hospitalists, so not just family practice, but also looking now at hospitalist complement as well. accelerated licensure pathways and international recruitment missions, particularly the partnership with Lebanese American University, the financial incentives, and the CBU Medical Campus that opened in September of 2025. So all to say, we have a number of really important streams that have continued to grow and had not been open to us before. And certainly, you know, we look at PACA as well, so the Patient Access to Care Act, and so we see physicians who are already licensed in Canada able to very easily come here and also have that Atlantic licensure also as an opportunity for them if they want to, you know, work in other provinces, etc. So I am very hopeful. I think there's been a lot of great investment and work done, and the current modeling based on that is that, you know, we are on track to continue to be successful in our recruitment.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale with 4 minutes remaining.
An easy question. I think I heard the minister earlier saying, is the department using the just culture methodology somewhere in practice review? Did I hear that correctly?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the just culture work would be as part of the accreditation process, and certainly following the quality review processes and working through that. So my recollection and understanding is that just culture is an embedded principle in the Accreditation Canada process, and that it would be embedded again in the quality and safety of patient care at both IWK and Nova Scotia Health.
I recognize the honourable MLA for Halifax-Armdale.
The reason I ask is I actually spent 2 years teaching the Just Culture methodology with the Canadian Medical Protective Association, traveling the country. I think it's a great methodology because it actually is much more objective than some subjective reviews by either colleges or health authorities, although I'm sure some of the regulatory bodies would disagree with me on that. And certainly we saw some early adopters by hospitals. The other value in it, speaking to of the other member's question, what I found with that methodology, it really produced an objective report that made it much more difficult to meet with families and review the material and the methodology to actually help explain the situation. So I'm hoping that could be more adopted. Question I did receive from a couple of physicians without looking at, without trying to get into privacy, I'm told the interim CEO of 4 years is off and perhaps off indefinitely or not returning. I don't know. I don't ask the minister to comment on it. I do want to know, a physician said to me, we feel rudderless. Is there what's the plan for the CEO for the Nova Scotia Health Authority?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
The current CEO remains under contract, and there is no imminent decision about that position.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you. As we want to end on a good note, so tomorrow, as I was told, is match day, so we find out how many spots we fill. Hopefully all of our family medicine spots in Nova Scotia fill, along with our other spots. So I look forward to knowing the results of that. And we have fantastic family medicine training programs in Nova Scotia. And I hopefully fill those all with Canadian graduates.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness with 13 seconds.
I think Match Day is quite an exciting day in the journey of medicine. So we're looking forward to seeing those T-shirts tomorrow and lots of social media posts to tell us how everybody gets along, because it's a pretty exciting moment.
Order. The time for questioning by the NDP has expired. I now move the Liberals and recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, member 2.
Okay.
With the vote, yeah.
What about 20 minutes?
17
Or
minutes,
17,
yeah.
17 minutes. Okay. Okay, I'm going to try to get out as much as I can here. I want to go back to the conversation around ERs. As I said, I tabled a document earlier, Mr. Chair, that shows some pretty drastic times when it comes to wait times. And I know there's the triage system, and which people, depending on the severity of coming in, they'll see a doctor. But I do have this question, and I don't know if the minister will have this information. And I thought about it specifically for the regional hospital emergency room at home, but overall, can the minister, through you, give me any kind of data on how many people are going to the ER and leaving without seeing care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I'll just, this isn't a short answer. So one of the things that we're finding with the left without being seen data is that a patient may have treatment for their presenting issue by a non-physician provider within their scope of practice. So there are times when a patient may visit the emergency department and be coded as left without being seen because they haven't seen the physician, but they've had their care treatment completed by a nurse, a paramedic, or a virtual physician, but the physician that would be assigned to the emergency department hasn't seen them. So, you know, we're looking at that to better understand, and also having conversations at a national level because there's been changes in the models of care. So people are getting care while they wait, not just in Nova Scotia, but in other places. So care is actually being initiated through protocols, et cetera. It actually isn't capturing the time to care as well. So there's just some changes in the way we're delivering services now that the data hasn't caught up to, is what I would say. So we are watching that really carefully. So in Nova Scotia overall, we're seeing increased 1 to 3 CTAS scales and a decrease of CTAS scores 4 and 5 in the emergency departments. And so Obviously, those improved community-based access points are really making a difference for people with low acuity because there was no options for them before. So I don't have a number here, but I will say it's something that we're looking at. And just because now the way data is coded through a variety of different systems, knackers, et cetera, we just have to look at how we're reporting it and how we capture that. So if the emergency room physician doesn't see them, but we actually can triage them to another form of care, even though they've left without being seen, they actually have a pathway to care. So it is becoming a bit more complicated because of the models of care changing. So it's not a great, like, it's a good answer because it's a good thing and there's lots of change, but it's just difficult right now to have accurate data around where people are being sent to and how we continue to capture that in a way that's comparable, is what I would say.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is an important question because we hear stories from families who they register and then they're just leaving. So they're not seeing anyone. It's just, you hear stories of people who've been waiting all day, have been waiting a day to get care. And I've heard that numbers in the teens when it comes to the percentage of people that are leaving the ER. And I think it's something that the government should be tracking, and I'll table this. This was one of the recommendations from the Auditor General, that we recommend the Department of Health and Wellness on patients who leave the emergency department without being seen as a KPI to the emergency department wait times within the benchmark of the KPI. And it's important because we know it's happening. And that's no reflection of the wonderful people that are working in the ERs, the people that do the work. I know some of them personally. They put their heart and soul into supporting anybody that comes through the door that needs any level of care. But you hear the stories at home and you hear the stories across the province that there are people leaving the emergency rooms without being seen. And it's a concern for all of us. I do want to talk about, the minister may be able to shed some light on this, but it's also a long-term, seniors long-term care minister question too as well, which I'll ask. But I want to talk a bit about the transition. So somebody goes through the healthcare system, they go through the ER, they're triaged, they're waiting. They're essentially waiting. At some point, they're waiting for a bed. And you hear the stories of people waiting for a long time. And there are homes, we just seen homes are being built, but people are waiting for a bed. And I hear there's a delay in that process from leaving care to getting into a home. And, part of that is supply, I'm sure. But I also hear that it's taking too long. It's taking too long to make that transition. And what essentially happens is that you have people go into the ER. We see it with infrastructure. There are people in hallways, on stretchers. They're trying to get moved on to the next stage, whatever level of care they need within the hospital system. And then eventually you're going to transition out. But I hear that there's gaps or there's delays in that process. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, if she could give some rationale or explanation on that transition from care at a hospital and eventually moving into what will be the person's home. That makes sense.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So it is a great question. It's not a short answer. So I'll just talk a little bit about, I guess what I would say is I think anybody that's worked in healthcare, this moment has been foreshadowed for 30 years. Knowing the demographics that would come, the baby boomers in particular would age, and there would be a significant load on the system as a result of everyone, they were all born at once, and now they're aging at once. And they've certainly been a generation of folks who've pushed up against every single system that they've come across. Schools, when they were little, they're really they're an interesting age demographic, I would say, to watch journey through. So we've known, but for whatever reason, globally, nobody's really fully prepared for what we're living right now. So just in terms of access and flow, to the member's point about, number one, people waiting in the emergency department as admitted patients, we have seen a positive trend. And so that amount of time on average in emergency departments for admitted patients to be transferred to a care area is actually down by 6 hours since 2023. So that's a positive step in the right direction. The occupancy rate at Nova Scotia Health on average, excluding ICUs, is about 104%, which is fairly significant. It was 100% in 23-24 and 102% in 22-23. And since January, in addition to that occupancy rate, Nova Scotia Health has also added 180 acute care beds. And in the system, there's been 726 beds added already. So despite the capacity that's increased, we still continue to see growth in the occupancy. So we do know as well that there's roughly 30% of patients in Nova Scotia Health acute care units that have stayed longer than 28 days. And I share this as background just to simply say the investments that have been made in access and flow are so necessary. So early mobilization teams have been implemented. So since the province-wide implementation in November of 23, almost over 12,500 patients have been referred to these mobilization teams, and they're key. They're across 11 sites, because if you come in as an elderly person and something kind of ties you up and you're not able to move, it's very easy for you to lose your functional mobility. And so these teams are in place to ensure that that this continues. So it reduces risk of hospital harm for frail patients, and it does have impact on their length of stay. There's also Safer F. You've probably heard me talk about that initiative before, and it's a set of best practices for inpatients, and it really does set goals for clinical teams around discharge dates, and it looks at expediting access to investigative tests or procedures and improved discharge planning, and it actually tells you on the board who the clog is. So there's never really been that level of accountability. So if it's the team, if it's the physician, it kind of tells you who's holding the thing up, the discharge up. So that is very new and has been a huge culture change. So early results on Safer F shows improved compliance with discharge dates, and it reduces the number of ALC patients. So, and what we know is that units that have incorporated Safer F have over 9% reduction in length of stay. So it's very helpful. C3, that capacity expediter, is live at 42 sites. An additional 10 sites are complete. That C3 technology has saved 29,000 hospital days as of September, which is the equivalent of having 32 additional hospital beds in the system. So that transitional care, including West Bedford, again, this is why we have to invest. That it opened in December of 2024. All 68 rooms are now operational. The phase 2 will add 110 beds in April 2026 for a total of 178 new beds in the system. So 385 folks have gone through there, and 73% of those folks have actually returned home. The average patient stay is 47 to 48 days. And about 50% of those are discharged at 28 days. So that has saved over 20,000 patient days in acute care. So just thinking about the capacity, all of the things that have happened, we continue to still have 104% capacity in the hospital. So There's just a number of things. We also have a new initiative called the Hospital the Health Beyond Hospital. And so this is really around a multi-partner initiative enabling transitions for patients who would be involved with OSD, Seniors in Long-Term Care, Office of Addictions and Mental Health, and Nova Scotia Health. And so really working hard to stand this model up. And the first pilot was launched in November at the Aberdeen, and the second pilot was just launched at the Halifax Infirmary. So it's so important. Access and flow is absolutely essential in order to move patients through and make sure we have beds for surgeries and make sure we have beds for those acute care folks and reduce wait times, and then offload times, and then response times. So I'll just tell the member we're a big connection, and everything affects something else, and so we continue to look at the system as a whole in order to make improvements in access and flow.
I recognize honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't have much time left. I don't know if I'll give the minister enough time for a question and answer. So I'll just probably start off by saying, or finish off by saying, we'll probably have a chance tomorrow to ask some more questions. Is that the system at home? It's tough, right? It's tough. And there's really good people doing their best, but when you hear the wait times that people are waiting at the regional in Sydney, it's alarming. It is. It's always been high, mostly higher than average compared to other spots. And the minister can correct me on that. But it's been an issue for a long time, and we're just hearing a lot of stories of folks that are going to the ER and leaving. So they're going. They get frustrated for whatever reason. They are, they're waiting extremely long and they leave. And it's we don't want anybody leaving the ER. You don't want anybody leaving the ER. We all say that as MLAs, we want people to get care, right? So this is going to be something I'll be talking about a lot in the coming weeks, months. About the state of kind of the ER at the regional and what other supports we can all advocate for to support the wonderful healthcare workers that are there. So with that, takes us to 0.
Order. The time allotted for consideration of supply today has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Please. 1 second.
I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask that the committee now rise and report progress back and future considerations.
The motion is carried. We'll take a brief recess.
Order. Order. The Committee of the Whole on Supply reports.
That the Committee of the Whole on Supply has met and made progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that the hours for March 3rd be not 1 till 6, but instead be 11 a.m. to 11:59 p.m.
Pursuant to Rule 5C, there has been a request for the hours for Monday, March 3rd be from 11 a.m. to 11:59 p.m. All those in favor? Tuesday. Sorry, Tuesday. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Perfect. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
It's been a while since we've had unanimous consent. That's good. Madam Speaker, would you please call order of business public bills and orders?
Public bills and orders. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, would you please call public bills for second reading?
Public bills for second reading. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, would you please call Bill 200?
Bill 200, Cannabis Control Act. I recognize the Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased, actually, to be speaking at second reading on the Cannabis Control Act here tonight at 11 after 9. I'm kind of a night owl, so it's a pretty good time, I think, to dive into this one. And I really am pleased to be speaking about this because I think that this is something that has very much been on the minds of Nova Scotians for a number of months, for sure. And this really gives us an opportunity to talk about what's going on now, the bill that the government has put forward to address it, and what a constructive future might look like. So the bill that we're talking about is an act to amend Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2018, the Cannabis Control Act. And maybe what I will do, so I have a few things to talk about. I'll let folks know, I'll let you know, Madam Speaker, what sort of my progression of discussion will look like tonight. And then I'll come back and root us in what this act is. So orient ourselves to the bill. Then I'm going to take a step back and talk about what the path could be. I think also this regime, the cannabis regime, the laws that are that apply to the cannabis regime are complex and they span a number of jurisdictions. And I've lost track a little bit, but I do believe the government called the bill and introduced it for second reading and then immediately adjourned. So I don't, and there may have been some remarks at that point, but there hasn't really been fulsome debate yet. So we really haven't talked about what this regime looks like. And I think, Madam Speaker, it's very important in an arena as complex as the laws around cannabis that we fully understand in this House what those laws say, what we have authority to do here in the province, how that fits in with the federal government, and whether there are other laws that impact that. I think it's also important, so I'll cover that tonight, Madam Speaker. I think it's also important that not only do we understand the legal and regulatory regime that cannabis falls within, because that, of course, is the structure, but this is something that's been in place in Nova Scotia and across the country, actually, for 7 or so years now. So not only do we have the complex legal and regulatory regime, but we have operationalized the legalization of cannabis, and we have 7 years or so of experience of distribution, of consumption, of interaction with the other laws that exist. And so I think for purposes of this debate, before we can really talk about what the likely impacts of these amendments to the Cannabis Control Act are going to be, we need to understand what the lay of the land is now. So I will spend some time talking about that as well. Then I think it's always very powerful and important to understand what people are saying about this issue. And there's been a lot of reporting on the issue of cannabis regulation and cannabis enforcement. And so I'll spend some time talking about that. And then, as I always like to do, I will end by talking about what a path forward could look like. Because again, that's the whole point of why we're here, is to chart a course for Nova Scotians on a variety of issues. This one tonight that we're talking about is cannabis. Could I get some water? Thank you. Okay, so let's start with the bill. And I think that what I will do is I'm going to grab the news release that was issued by government when the bill was introduced. So this news release is dated February 25th, so just last week. This was shared with the public at 11:27 a.m. Thank you very much. We as opposition members received it shortly before that time, and I appreciate the briefing that we were provided. I think it might have been 15 minutes or so on that day, and staff, as always, was incredibly helpful in the time that government had allotted them to spend with us in terms of sharing what the intent of the bill was. So the news release says that the legislation introduced today, the amendments to the Cannabis Control Act, will amend the Cannabis Control Act to improve public health and safety. So we should be looking for improvements around health, and also safety in the terms that are proposed, the clauses that are proposed in the bill. The quote is, "We are strengthening the Cannabis Control Act through expanded enforcement authority, increased fines, and addressing evidentiary issues," said the Attorney General. "And these amendments will protect our young people and ensure adults who choose to use cannabis can do so safely with tested and regulated products." And so those do sound like important endeavors. We'll have to learn more as we go about exactly how they achieve those aims. And I look forward to hearing government talk about that, but they do seem to be reasonable and beneficial aims. So changes to the Act include creating a new offence when a landlord permits a place or premises to be used for the distribution or sale of cannabis in violation of the Act. So one would think then if there's illegal activity happening around cannabis, some structure and enforcement options relating to those premises would be helpful. So that sounds like it could be reasonable. The next change that's referenced is allowing the appointment of peace officers to enforce the Act in addition to police. I'm a little curious about that. I have some questions about what that means and the implications of that, but we'll put that aside for a little bit later when we come back sort of and look more closely at the clauses. This is really, this stage at second reading, we're just understanding purpose. So we'll keep it high level right now. Then we have increased fine amounts, setting mandatory minimum fines, clarifying that courts can infer a product as cannabis based on common sense observations such as appearance and odor. That's kind of an interesting one. I'll be interested to hear more from government around why that may be deemed to be necessary or important. And then permitting the court to accept a certificate from the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation as proof that someone charged with unauthorized selling did not buy the product from the NSLC. So this does seem to largely be focused on enforcement and fines, and that's fine. That is certainly a part of the cannabis regime, but it's by no means the whole cannabis regime. But that gives us a bit of an overview of what we're debating tonight. So that's the bill. The next thing I said I wanted to talk about, Madam Speaker, was what the path could be. And I'm going to start here rather than with the legislative regime for a couple of reasons. The first is the legislative regime is kind of, I would say it's kind of dry. It's a little boring. I mean, I find it really interesting personally because I really like legislation and regulations, but it's going to be fairly technical. But it doesn't paint a big picture. But what does paint a big picture is sort of stepping back and thinking about what the path forward could be. So I feel like that's a better place to kind of begin. And conveniently, possibly, although unfortunately, I would say, given the circumstances that led to this, I actually had the opportunity to present a vision of what we could have as a regime here in Nova Scotia around cannabis to the government 3 short months ago, back in December. And so this was following the government's crackdown on illegal cannabis dispensaries that was announced and apparently began, or was announced, back in December. And I said that I would cover what community is saying about this issue, and I will do that later. But suffice it to say, at this moment, when government announced their intent to crack down on illegal cannabis dispensaries, and the way the government announced their intent to crack down on illegal cannabis dispensaries, it prompted a lot of public concern and a lot of public outrage, frankly, and that was for good reason, quite candidly. So I know that it's important that we have cannabis regulation that ensures safe community access. And I think, I highly doubt anyone in this House would argue that we want unsafe access to cannabis, or that we want, that we don't want to protect health and safety. The ultimate goal, I am confident, of everybody in this House is the same around that issue, is safe access to cannabis. The question becomes, how does that happen? And so it's not a simple matter of just enforcement. And so I did write to the Premier and the Minister of Justice when the intent to crack down on illegal dispensaries was announced, to offer more things that could be done that would effectively address this issue. And so I'm going to just go through the things that I recommended, because I think they're incredibly relevant to the bill that we're talking about today. And I think that they will paint a picture for this House about what we could create and what we could provide for Nova Scotians if we had the vision and the will to do that. And the reality is that Nova Scotians deserve cannabis regulation that ensures safe community access. But it doesn't end there. It's not just safe community access. Nova Scotians also deserve cannabis regulation that supports local economic participation and respects our obligations to Mi'kmaq communities. It was clear when government made their announcement back in December that although there may be some benefits to what they were trying to do around safe community access, although I think that could be debated, there was a complete absence of understanding or appreciation or anything that would help the support of local economic participation. And I think we heard from Mi'kmaq communities that they felt very clearly that our obligations to them were not respected. And so I offered some solutions to this. It's important to understand that Nova Scotia has one of the most restrictive cannabis frameworks in the country. And what do I mean by that? I mean that Nova Scotia has no meaningful pathways for private or community-based retails. And rather, in Nova Scotia, the Nova Scotia Liquor Commission is the sole authorized seller in nearly all circumstances. So what that means is that the only way to access cannabis is through NSLC. I should say the only way to access recreational cannabis is through NSLC, legally. And unlike most other provinces across this country, there is no opportunity, or almost no opportunity, for Nova Scotians who want to participate and operate legally and safely in this regime. It's an SLC or nothing. There are no private operators. There is no path for community-based retailers. And so what we have seen, because this was a system that was introduced back in 2018, roughly, in response to the federal legalization of cannabis, what we have seen is that this system, which is incredibly restrictive, which only allows access through NSLC, limits access across the province, especially in rural areas. The community availability of NSLC is not fulsome. And so there are lots of places in the province where you are not close to a cannabis retailer. And so what happens in that environment is consumers are pushed towards unregulated dispensaries because they've been allowed to proliferate. NSLC is not available, not nearby, not close. And that's just an option that's been available with little to no enforcement, or very minimal enforcement, since the regime was created. And so this is an environment that is entirely created by the government regulation system that we have in place, that shuts people out who are trying to participate in good faith. And there's no question that there are legitimate public safety concerns relating to unregulated products. But the unfortunate reality is that the enforcement activity that we saw in the fall, or the enforcement activity that was announced in the fall, and as we start to compare the clauses and the objective of the Cannabis Control Act amendments that are before us now, I think we'll see this reflected and mirrored in that. Those measures do not actually address the underlying issues. The RCMP noted back in December that they were already enforcing existing laws and that the directive would not materially change their operational approach, which is as it should be, because the police are independent operationally. So a directive from the minister provides policy guidance, but it doesn't provide operational guidance. That's not what it's meant to do, and that's entirely outside its authority. And this is something that the RCMP and police already have within their jurisdiction and have already taken steps to address. I noted as well in this offer to government with suggestions to create a path forward that the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq chiefs had also rejected the directive, citing a unilateral action and a lack of respectful engagement. Numerous other Nova Scotians spoke out at the time as well. And the responses at that time reinforced the need for a solutions-based approach rather than escalating enforcement. So, and I was hopeful with all of that community activism and conversation and dialogue and the public attention and the media attention and the suggestions from various people who, including myself, who had ideas for how to move forward in a constructive way, that we might see that incorporated in whatever would be tabled in this session. And so what were those suggestions? The suggestions that I offered really amounted to a modernization and a balancing of the regulatory model that we have. And I looked to other provinces who have successfully combined licensing pathways, training requirements, product standards, inspections, and strong public education. And all of those things combined operate to create a more accessible, more evenly distributed, but still protective of health and safety regime and structure. And those approaches, when you combine all of those factors, Madam Speaker, have the result of expanding legal access and strengthening community relationships without compromising health and public safety objectives. So what are those steps? What could this look like? The first step is the creation of clear, accountable licensing options for small, private, and community-based operators. As we talked about, NSLC has a monopoly on this in Nova Scotia. But we also know that there are many people in Nova Scotia who have an interest in participating in this sector. And I would think that our government, with their desire to expand our use of natural resources and expand industry and open up economic opportunities, would recognize the opportunity that exists here for the expansion of licensing options. That would allow people to participate in rural areas who are currently not able to do that. It would allow small business to flourish, which I believe to be an aim of this government. And it would allow for community-based operations. What it would also do would be increasing the tax base, which, given the budget we're facing right now, I would think would be an incredible motivator for this government. So that's number one. What would a new approach or an improved approach look like, is those licensing pathways. The second element is the expansion of safe legal access in rural communities. So this ties in with number one. Number one is creating the licensing options and the pathway, but what that pathway leads to is an expansion of access. And so one of the reasons that we see a proliferation right now of illegal dispensaries is because the NSLC is not covering the market. There is a demand across the province, not just in centres that are large enough to maintain an NSLC, but in small rural areas throughout the province. There is a demand and a desire to access safe, legal cannabis. And in the absence of regulated, licensed providers, there are illegal, unlicensed providers operating, and the government has allowed that to happen for many, many years. It's no surprise that they have proliferated. It's no surprise that people access them. If you were to ask most Nova Scotians in the minivans lined up in front of illegal dispensaries whether they know that they're illegal, most people will say no, because you don't expect an illegal operation to have a sign out front, to have police sometimes directing traffic in front. Like, this is a licensing question. Many of these operators have been operating for a long time within community, and it has been allowed to happen. So, got a little off track. The second element is expanding safe legal access in rural communities. What's the third element of a better path? Well, that's strengthening relationships with Mi'kmaq communities through respectful collaboration. And I hope that is something that we all believe is incredibly important and that we're all committed to. And we heard very clearly when the government directive was issued back in December that it missed the mark entirely on this issue. There are a wide range of ways to strengthen relationship. There's not one way to do that. There are so many ways to connect and to listen and to hear and to act based on engagement and based on mutual respectful interactions. And so I didn't offer anything specific around what that looks like, but there are so many folks who can speak to what moving forward in a good way would be. And I think the Mi'kmaq communities can guide government in that. The fourth element of a path forward, a constructive path forward, is an increase in public understanding of legal versus illegal retail. And I spoke just a few minutes ago about how that is an issue in Nova Scotia. We have so many unlicensed operators that exist right now, that have been allowed to exist right now, and community doesn't realize. And so, I mean, that's on us. That's on government. We need to take steps to make education available and to inform people. And then the fifth recommendation that I offered was to focus enforcement, which seemed to be the primary focus of government in their directive, but to focus enforcement on genuine risks, such as organized crime, rather than applying blanket crackdowns. Because the reality is, and I accept this, there can be issues associated with organized crime and unregulated products, but that is not to say that all of the unlicensed dispensaries that are currently operating have that as an element. I think that having intelligent and focused enforcement on risks that actually are demonstrable and exist is a much better use of resources than a blanket crackdown. I then went on in my recommendations to talk about the how. So those were the 5 elements that I recommended, but how do you get there? Because it's a pretty big regime. It's a pretty comprehensive regime. And I think the answer to that is it does need to be done incrementally. But when you make incremental change in a regime or a system, one needs to have the full picture before you take a step along the way. So that was another recommendation that I made. And to be clear, none of what I recommended at the time, nor what I'm describing now, is at all to argue that enforcement should be abandoned. I'm not saying that in the slightest. Really, the focus is to use enforcement strategically while creating legal pathways for Nova Scotians who want to operate responsibly and providing education to the public as the regime and the structure of cannabis distribution and sale in the province changes. So I had offered those recommendations to government, and I've also, on a number of occasions, expressed my hope and desire that any changes to the legislative structure would be offered and shared with public in advance, shared with opposition members, other MLAs in advance, to give all of us an opportunity to consider and understand, and then be informed to be able to come into this House and together debate the merits of moving forward. So I was disappointed to see legislation come forward without that notice, but I can't say I was surprised, because that is the MO, that is what happens. So now we have the legislation. We've talked about the overview of what the legislation, the amendments are intended to do. We've talked about what I have offered as recommendations for what like a true modernization of the regime could be. The next thing I think, now that I've painted that picture, is I want to step back and talk about what the legislative regime is right now, because again, this is a complex legislative and regulatory framework, and we've jumped into this debate without any context around that at all. There's been no discussion on this floor of what the provincial responsibility is compared to the federal responsibility, no acknowledgement or discussion of whether there's a municipal role in this, no overview of what laws apply at each level, what regulations apply at each level. So I'm going to take not too long, just a few minutes, to go through some of that, because I don't know how we can debate amendments to a law without having some common ground understanding of what the existing laws already say and how we as a province fit within the structure. So, what does the legislative regime look like? To step back from it, there is a complex web of laws that apply at a federal and a provincial and even a municipal level around this, because cannabis is a complicated product when it comes to law and regulation. It is a product that was once illegal, and that was done that's a federal level. The criminal code and other federal legislation made the recreational consumption of cannabis illegal. And so that changed back in 2017, I believe. And so the federal government legalized the recreational use of cannabis, federal law. But that left the so that's the federal law. But that left the provinces to then come up with legal regimes to actually operationalize that. So legal regimes within the provinces are about how does the cannabis get distributed, who gets to sell it, how does that happen? So there's still federal laws that apply, and then there are provincial laws that apply as well. I will say also, and I find this kind of interesting, there are even municipal laws that apply around consumption of cannabis, because some municipalities have taken steps to create smoke-free places, bylaws, and so depending on how those are structured, they sometimes can impact the consumption of cannabis as well. So it's a complicated legislative regime. So I want to talk now, or I'm going to read from, actually, because I think it's helpful just to cover what this says. Provincial and territorial cannabis frameworks, and this is from the Cannabis Laws of Canada by Donald J. Bourgeois and Craig Slater, and I will table it at the end after getting a copy of it. So cannabis retailing is really what we're talking about right now. It's cannabis retailing. It's not the criminal piece of it, although there's criminal aspects to this, but it's really about what is legal from a retailing perspective, and then anything that operates that is not legal within those retail laws then become enforceable. And so I want to go back now and compare like what exists in other provinces versus Nova Scotia to help us understand what could be. And so I'm just going to read a couple of excerpts from the paragraph or the section entitled "The Structure of Cannabis Retailing." So it says, one of the first notable elements of the structure of cannabis retailing across all 13 jurisdictions in Canada is the degree and nature of the involvement of government and government agencies and the involvement of the private sector in cannabis retailing. And that's really what we were talking about here. We talked about the fact that Nova Scotia is largely, almost entirely, distributes through NSLC. So what does exist in the other provinces? So in Quebec, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island, so those are 3 provinces where cannabis is exclusively carried on by an agency of the provincial government. And in Quebec, there is a society that is both the wholesaler and retailer of cannabis for non-medical consumption. In Nova Scotia, so here's where we're featured, it's sold largely in dedicated areas of liquor stores owned and operated by an agency of the Nova Scotia government, the NSLC. And in Prince Edward Island, a corporation owned by the provincial government, the PEI Cannabis Management Corporation, operating under the name PEI Cannabis, is the lawful exclusive retailer of cannabis in the province. So that's one model. That is the most restrictive model, and we participate in it. Other provinces have something slightly different. In British Columbia, New Brunswick, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut, cannabis is sold to the public in stores owned and operated by a provincial agency and in privately run stores. In British Columbia, New Brunswick, and the Northwest Territories, the province or a provincial agency is the exclusive wholesaler, buying cannabis from federally licensed producers for sale in stores that the government or government agency owns and operates, and selling cannabis to licensed private cannabis retailers for resale to the public. So there's an example of jurisdictions that have not only agency stores like we do, owned and operated by a provincial agency, but also have access to privately run stores. And we can infer, we can understand, if we think about what was just described there, how the safety is preserved in that, because the sourcing, the wholesaling is still very tightly controlled. And so that allows and enables the distribution to not just the agency stores, but also privately operated cannabis retailers to be done safely and done in a way that is well structured and well organized and well controlled. This goes on to talk about the arrangement in Nunavut, which is slightly different. And so in Nunavut, there is a territorial agency called the Nunavut Liquor and Cannabis Commission, and they have contracted with 2 retailers to operate physical stores with online services in which they purchase cannabis from federally regulated licensed cannabis producers, which are registered by the territorial government for the purpose of supply to licensed retailers. So again, a couple of different retailer options in Nunavut. The article goes on to then cluster a few of, or the remaining provinces. Let me see now. Yes, all the remaining provinces. And they're in a different bucket. They have a different regime than the ones we've already talked about. So the ones that remain are Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Newfoundland and Labrador, and the Yukon. And in those in those jurisdictions, almost all of the retailing of cannabis to the public is done by private licensed entities. So let's pause there. Those jurisdictions in Canada have a regime that is operated by, cannabis is distributed through private licensed entities. We don't allow that at all. Like, we just completely eliminated that as a possibility, and it's something that many other provinces across the country do, and it's the exclusive option of those provinces. So, you know, it should give us pause to consider why we have been so restrictive and whether we should open our minds to the possibility that there may be other options that would help us address the concerns that we're trying to deal with cannabis right now. So government's certainly focused on enforcement and health and safety, but related to all of that is access and distribution. So Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Newfoundland and Labrador, and the Yukon offer us models that are entirely different than ours and pathways that are entirely different than ours that could allow us to different options. In Ontario and Newfoundland and Labrador, provincial agencies each operate an online store as well for the sale of cannabis to the public. So it is a bit of a hybrid in terms of whether whether cannabis is available in person or online. It's another example of flexibility in a system. However, in the other provinces in Yukon, retailing is done only by private entities licensed under provincial or territorial law. So again, a model that we have, or an option, the use of private retailers, that we have just completely disallowed in Nova Scotia is one that is common across the country, exclusive, in fact, in a number of places, and at least offered as a hybrid option in the others. So it does make me wonder why Nova Scotia is so unwilling to consider those pathways here, especially in light of the government's acknowledgement and assertion that we have significant problems within our cannabis regulatory structure and requiring significant enforcement. I feel like identifying the root cause and working to address the root cause is always more beneficial than coming in hard with punishment. So it seems to me that an approach that encompasses all of this, not just enforcement, but also working to change the system to address the cause of the problems that we're experiencing would be a far better solution than just simply trying to enforce harder, because it is a regime that the way it's created is leading to the problems we're experiencing. I'll talk for a minute next about the regulation, the regulation of the structure of cannabis retailing. And so this is the regulation of lawful sales. So again, we have the federal government that has laws around the production of cannabis, and then also has criminal laws around crime, so two separate things, but that can have an impact on cannabis. But then the province is responsible not just for the actual operation of the distribution, but the regulation of that. So that's what we're talking about now. And fundamentally, that's really what the terms of the Act to amend Chapter 3 of the Acts of 2018, the Cannabis Control Act is. It's part of the regulatory regime that the province, or is intended to be part of the regulatory regime that the province has. So what do Bourgeois and Slater say about the regulation of lawful sales? In jurisdictions with a significant presence of private actors involved in the cannabis supply chain, the legislation in these jurisdictions contains provision for the licensing and regulation of the private actors. And who are the private actors? So that includes retailers, marketers, wholesalers, and federally licensed producers. However, even where the cannabis retailing is done by a government agency, at least 2 of the 3 provinces with publicly owned cannabis retailing, that's Quebec and Prince Edward Island, impose significant legislative requirements on the government agencies that purchase cannabis from producers and sell it directly to the public. Then it goes on and talks about Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia's approach is different from all other provinces and territories. Most of the requirements for the sale of cannabis in Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation stores are set by agency policy, with the exception of sales to underage or intoxicated persons. That actually is fascinating to me, I think. If we are concerned that in Nova Scotia we have a problem around our cannabis regulation, and we're looking to fix health and safety issues, proliferation of illegal dispensaries, or any of the other challenges that we have, I just find it interesting that so much of what we have here in Nova Scotia is set by agency policy. Seems to me that we should be looking to our legislation and regulations perhaps to address some of the concerns that government has with the current regulatory structure of cannabis. Then it goes on to say, in jurisdictions which license private persons or entities to engage in activities relating to cannabis, the legislative frameworks will set out requirements for the eligibility of licenses and permits for those activities and standards of conduct for those activities under license or permits. I mean, that's quite straightforward. So that's a little bit more about the regulation of of lawful sales. So then I just have one more piece here to talk about when we talk about licensing, because again, I think it's really important to understand what exists in other provinces as we look at how we're updating the laws here in Nova Scotia. And so this section talk about requirements for license eligibility. And I think that's relevant because when I talked about a path forward, it was really about who is eligible for a license, and then what's related to that is, well, what would the eligibility be for that? So this goes on to say, some requirements for license eligibility are common to most applicable jurisdictions, and these include the following. First is meeting the legal age in the jurisdiction for cannabis activities. So that would be something that you would want to see all operators, all licensed operators complying with. So the second is satisfying that the regulator or licensing body that the applicant will carry on licensed activities in an appropriate and lawful manner based on past or current conduct. So these, like what I'm talking about right now, are the things that you expect and require a licensed operator to be able to do and enforce. Right now, for some reason, we only have NSLC. But what does a path look like to opening it up to other operators? Well, these are the kinds of questions that we have to ask. Can other operators enforce these licensing requirements? They're the kinds of things that licensed operators have to enforce. So we can ask ourselves, could small and private operators meet these conditions? So could small or private operators meet the conditions relating to the meeting the legal age in our jurisdiction? I think that's something we could probably regulate and rely on responsible private operators to do. The second, as I just said, is satisfying the regulator or licensing body that the applicant will carry on license activities in an appropriate and lawful manner based on past or current conduct. Well, I wonder to myself, do we have any similar environments where we have private operators who distribute restricted substances or sell and allow for consumption of restricted substances? And I think to myself, well, we certainly do. We have bars and licensed facilities across the province. And those are independent operators. We don't require just one government agency to sell alcohol. The NSLC does, but we allow it for consumption through bars as well. And so we have a model already in Nova Scotia where we recognize that private operators have the ability to comply with strict requirements and meet those requirements. So that is something we could easily import into the cannabis regime. The next item is not providing false or misleading information to the regulator or licensing body. I mean, that's fairly straightforward. And again, I think we regularly rely on a variety of businesses and operators to comply with that kind of requirement. And then finally is satisfying the regulator or licensing body that the proposed premises for licensed activities meets the requirements for the conduct of the licensed activities and the applicant has legal authority to use those proposed premises for selling cannabis. So this is about the fitness of the building for the distribution and sale of cannabis. Again, I think we have other models. We have a liquor distribution model and sale model that allows the participation of private operators, certainly in the sale to individuals for consumption in those premises. So I think there's no reason we wouldn't expect that private operators in the cannabis regime wouldn't be able to also operate within those requirements in the same way that we look to other to operators and establishments that sell alcohol to do that. So that's a little bit about how other jurisdictions compare to Nova Scotia in terms of the regulation, the regulatory structure of cannabis. And if we're curious at all about the availability and access of cannabis, it's interesting to turn our mind to the per capita number of stores, the stores per person. So in Nova Scotia, just looking for the date on this. This is from 2024, so it's reasonably recent. Nova Scotia had 51 stores in total, all of which were publicly operated, which is one store per 20,900 people. So if that's an average, if that was an average and they were distributed evenly across the province, I think that might not be problematic. If I think in my area about the sort of catchment of 20,000 people, oh, actually, no, in my area, the catchment of 20,000 people, you have to go quite a long ways to capture 20,000 people. I have 1,000 square kilometers in Lunenburg West, and so that covers a lot of ground. And so I'm very confident that that average doesn't reflect community experience. So I think I would suggest that average is the number of stores available per person in the metro area is probably quite reasonable, although my understanding as well is there are many unregulated, unlicensed distributors of cannabis here in the city, even though there's a high volume of NSLC stores. But certainly as you go to rural areas in the province, you go to some places and the access to NSLC and licensed operators is few and far between. So so it just gives you a little idea of really how many stores we have. That was just a snapshot of the legislative regime and then the operational regime that we work within. And it was a really small snapshot. Like, we could spend, frankly, to really understand this is not a huge bill, right? Like, this is 18 clauses. It's not a huge bill. But we've completely glossed over the fact that the legislation at the federal level is significant, and the regulation at the federal level is significant. And the other legislation and the originating legislation that this amends is significant. We just jumped right in and we're talking about clauses, but government didn't spend any time at all putting this into context. And I think that does a disservice to our debate, because I don't know how we can debate with any intelligence, in any informed way, amendments to a law, if we're not putting the law on the table and having a talk about the big picture. I'm trying to offer some of the big picture here now, but for government to just jump in with the amendments and not offer the opportunity to talk about it in the big picture context of how this fits in, I think, honestly, I think that puts us at a disadvantage, and it does a disservice to Nova Scotians in terms of fulsome debate on important issues. So I tried to bring a little of that to this, but I'm just going to say that that is a small drop in the bucket when you think about the extensiveness and the complexity of the legislative regime that covers cannabis in our country and province. There's only 10 minutes left. I haven't even started talking about the variety of community input and feedback that we've received and that has been published. So maybe I'll just dip my toe into this. And I suspect that members of the opposition who are going to speak through the evening here will probably, if I don't get to this, I suspect they've got lots to talk about, and I can certainly share some of these with them. So I've kind of covered maybe some of the, like, again, I'm a bit of a geek. I like the legislative stuff, but maybe not everybody else is as interested. But I gotta say, the feedback from community is far spicier and animated than the legislative provisions that I've just described. So, where shall I start? So many places to go here. Maybe I'll start with the concerns that started to arise, or at least were started to be raised back when this, the changes, not the legislative changes, but the government's direction changes were first introduced. And there were just so many of them. But I think one of the ones that struck me Are we good? One of the ones that struck me after the direction was issued and government attempted to explain the reasons behind it were the disconnect between the reasons government gave and the realities and information that authorities shared. And so I recall, I believe, that government leaned in pretty hard on the connection between cannabis and human trafficking and the link between those. And it was rather startling, certainly to community, I believe, to hear the police come out and say that that, in fact, is not the case at all. And I think it left people feeling quite perplexed about why government was taking the action that they were taking. So I'm looking here in an article by Taryn Grant with CBC News. And she says, Nova Scotia's two largest police forces say they don't see direct connections between human trafficking and the unregulated cannabis market in the province. And then it was interesting that she went on to say that the Premier and Justice Minister denied having directly tied the two issues, but both had referred to human trafficking when discussing why they were directing police to intensify their action against unregulated cannabis. And the article goes on and talks about quotes from an officer who said they had never heard of it. They hadn't seen a connection between human trafficking and marijuana. And the head of the YWCA said that workers on the front line supporting survivors of human trafficking hadn't seen a connection. People were really confused. The Halifax Regional Police came out in a statement and said it wasn't investigating any files where human trafficking and unregulated cannabis sales were connected. And, oh goodness, then there was another person. So it just went on and on. So I think that confused Nova Scotians. And it made them wonder. And it made them upset. And rightfully so. But I think one of the pointed responses and upsetting responses, no, not upsetting responses, rightfully upset response came from the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs. And I won't read it, but their perception was that provincial reductions were harmful and appeared targeted. And I think that's just one example of concerns that have been raised. I'm at 5 minutes and I have at least 30 other pieces of paper here. So I'm going to put this aside, and I think a lot of time needs to be spent on these concerns, on the concerns of the public. And I've sort of painted a bit of a legislative picture, but I'm hoping that other members of the opposition take a lot of time because they are incredibly important. And I think we really need to fully understand what community is saying about how they feel about the approach the government is taking, the hard-nosed approach government is taking to cannabis, and the impact it's having on communities, their concerns about the reasons why government has stated they're taking these steps. And so I'm not going to spend any more time on that here. I'm going to circle back to what I had recommended and compare it to what the Act actually does. Because what I recommended was fulsome. Yes, it would include enforcement, but it's not just about enforcement. It's also about opening up access, opening up pathways for people who want to participate, for organizations who want to participate, for communities who want to participate and have control, and expand business, and expand a tax base, and create revenue and generate income. So that's one. It's about expanding availability across the province. It's about strengthening relationships and increasing understanding. And I just gone all around here, and if I come back to the Act that we're debating tonight, the Act has none of that. All the Act has is enforcement. And I have real concerns about introducing enhanced enforcement without all of the other things taking place. So we have people who've been operating. Yes, they are unlicensed, but to assume that they are all illegal or untoward is, I think, entirely unfair. This is a licensed it's a licensed sector. And the reason that nobody can participate in it is because we've said nobody can participate in it. And we haven't opened up any pathways. And if we continue to refuse to open up pathways, we're going to criminalize people who have a legitimate desire and a willingness to participate in this sector in good faith, and just we're slamming the door in their face. And these are people who are already operating. They're people who have, they're potentially dispensaries who have minivans lined up down the road with people who believe that they are participating and purchasing from legitimate operators. So act that's being proposed, the amendments to the Cannabis Control Act, offer no solutions to that. It's just a crackdown, which means we're going to restrict access even further, driving potentially the illegal sales further underground, which is problematic to say the least. It eliminates or continues to prevent people who want to participate from participating. It continues to make it difficult to access legal cannabis in rural communities across our province. And it does nothing whatsoever to build relationship with community. And so we will have lots of opportunity to talk about this bill clause by clause, and I look forward to doing that because I have a lot of specific things to say. I spent so much time just talking generalizations about the regulatory regime, and we really didn't get into the meat of this at all. So I do wish I could keep going. But I'll just say this, because again, I really like to try and end on a path forward. And so the complaints that I have about this bill are easily fixed. They're actually really easily fixed. So we could potentially add all these provisions in. We could add in to this act to amend the Cannabis Control Act some licensing options for small, private, and community-based operators. We could throw some amendments in there and make that happen. And in doing that, that would create the avenue for safe, legal access in rural communities, which have difficulty accessing it now. We could incorporate some provisions. I don't know if you necessarily need to incorporate in law requirements for public information and education, but we could certainly build that in as part of the plan. And we could look at these enforcement provisions, which is what we're faced with in this Cannabis Control Act amendment bill. We could look at them in light of the recommendation to focus on genuine risks rather than a blanket crackdown, because these appear to mostly just be a blanket crackdown. And I have some concerns about, much of what's in here. Particularly in the context that we have. So I am really, really looking forward to continued fulsome debate on this important issue. And Madam Speaker, I thank you so much for the opportunity to share my thoughts at second reading.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I note with interest the impassioned speech of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General in response to questions about this government's degree of respect for the autonomy and the independence of our judiciary and the folks who carry out the work of enforcing the law in Nova Scotia. No small amount of time has been devoted by the minister to making plain that this government respects the independence of the judiciary. The Attorney General has been clear that since he has assumed his office, he can report with full confidence that this government not only respects but has acted in a manner that is consistently respectful in the judiciary's exercise of its duties to maintain law and order in our province. And he's made comments of similar effect regarding the independence of the police that operate around the province. That political interference at the highest level is not a thing in Nova Scotia, and that this government leaves those folks whose duty it is to investigate, uphold, bring charges, et cetera, to do that important work, that they do that without interference by his office. And so, with clear eyes and a full heart, I'll say I'll take the minister at face value on that. I take those remarks, as offered. So I want to talk for a minute, given this government's commitment to the independence of the judiciary and given this government's stated commitment to the independence of law enforcement, I want to talk for a moment about some of the content of this legislation that makes me scratch my head, given those positions. In Clause 2 of the proposed amendments, it says Chapter 3 is further amended by adding immediately after Section 15 the following section, 15A. The Minister of Justice may designate persons or classes of persons to act as enforcement officers for the purpose of this act and the regulations. So, to be clear, this language does not, in fact, create a new, dedicated level of law enforcement to take on the enforcement of the Cannabis Control Act. So folks listening at home may read that phrase and say, wait a second, are we going to have Nova Scotia's version of the DEA or the ATF, or for fans of Yellowstone, the Livestock Enforcement Unit that's so popular on Paramount Plus? Is that what we're angling at here? That's not what it appears to read to me, although I understand why some may make some guesses about that's where we're headed. I'd like to share with the House perhaps something a little bit more in line with what the proposed amendments would create. It's no secret to members of this House that I spent my working career teaching in a high school. I happen to work at one of the largest public high schools in Nova Scotia, and in a growing community with lots of traffic. One of the mundane but pressing issues of my high school life was the issue of parking on school property. We have lots of students. The school that I teach at, over 95% of the student body is either bused to school, or their parents drive them to school, or because of the socioeconomic status of our neighborhood, lots of students bring vehicles that their families own to school. And of course, this creates real pressure on a limited number of parking space on school grounds. Obviously, staff who work at the school need parking, and that means that there are precious few spots available for students. You can say, what's Wozni on, and why is he talking about the school parking lot? Well, as you can imagine, students anxious to not have to walk 5 blocks to school often would sneak their vehicles into an area designated for staff parking, which meant that staff were starved for space, and that would create a real hassles in getting to work on time. So it raised the issue of parking enforcement at CPL and high school. What was the solution? Well, is it a wise use of law enforcement time to summon a law enforcement officer to the premises to issue a ticket and have the vehicle booted and towed? Law enforcement, unsurprisingly, Speaker, felt that that was a very low level of concern to them in the exercise of their duties. They were not in favor of sending a fully uniformed police officer to our school to provide a ticket and to make sure that parking regulations were enforced on school premises. So, how then did parking justice come to be administered at CPL and high school? How then did parking tickets come to be administered without creating a ridiculous amount of burden on our law enforcement system? It came through something called a special constable. What, Paul Wozni, is a special constable? The members ask. Well, let me tell you. The special constable is someone designated by the school who was vested with the authority under city bylaw to issue traffic violation tickets. So instead of a police officer showing up with their book of tickets and writing a citation on site, the school was provided with a book of parking tickets, and an individual at the school was tasked to administer parking tickets where they were warranted. Now, you might say, well, special constable, sounds like a very important role. Knowledge of local traffic regulations surely is part and parcel. Speaker, I can tell you that the special constable at my school was not specially trained for this duty. As a matter of fact, they received no training whatsoever relevant to the dispensation of traffic justice on the premises of CPL High School. The special constable was in fact a colleague of mine in the English department who taught grade 12 English, had no expertise in traffic bylaws in the city of Halifax. And yet, this individual with no training about the Motor Vehicle Act, this individual with no training whatsoever on traffic violations in provincial code, was entrusted with the duty of ensuring that anybody who violated parking regulations received a ticket. I offer this only slightly tongue-in-cheek, Speaker. It raises question. This act or this amendment would create the ability for the minister to designate someone or a group of people, presumably that share some kind of vocation or training, to become enforcement officers for the purpose of this act and the regulations. For a government that claims that the independence of the judiciary and law enforcement is a sacrosanct component of the delivery of justice in Nova Scotia, this is a troubling power to hand the minister. The minister, in his sole discretion, or in their sole discretion, minister, it could be any future minister, at their sole discretion could determine anybody who could fulfill this duty to enforce the Cannabis Control Act. And I think that's something worth sitting with for a moment, Speaker. Now, this government has proposed in other legislation changes that give a minister broad powers. In previous debate on legislation relevant to the Workers' Compensation Act, I question whether or not the Minister of Labour, Skills and Immigration needed to create an exception in the law that was quite broad to fix an issue that was quite narrow in scope. I recognized at the time that the need for an exception to the law that was appropriate to the width of the issue was reasonable, but to create an exception that was so wide for an issue so narrow was problematic and potentially gave potential rise to concerns about overreach by the minister in the administration of the Workers' Compensation Act. That's a principle I want to draw on here. Is the minister's power a reasonable response to the problem this act seeks to achieve? Is it reasonable for the Minister of Justice to have sole discretion and sweeping powers over the establishment of an entirely new group of people to enforce a particular law in Nova Scotia? And I want to sit for a minute about some of the changes in this law and some of the things that this new class or this new group of law enforcement, answerable only to the minister, would be expected to enforce. Later in this proposed act, or proposed changes to the act, under section 3, subsection 2IA, it says, no young person shall distribute cannabis. Early in the act, and sort of the explanatory phrasing, it says, Clause 3 makes the distribution of cannabis by a young person a separate provision from other offenses, allowing different penalties to be specified for that offense, and it corrects a grammatical error. I'm not so much concerned with the grammatical error, but I want to sit for a second with the reality that would be created if we adopt this amendment as written. This law would set apart from existing statute that any young offender found to be in contravention of this act in terms of distribution of cannabis, that this particular act would be treated as separate from other offenses. And it gives rise to the question of whether or not this act creates a subclass of young youth offender grievances with the law, that whereby the law would supersede the protections of the Young Offenders Act. It's a question we at least have to sit with. There's no specific reference that indicates that the Young Offenders Act is cross-referenced here, so I raise this as an issue. That if we create this brand new class of law enforcement, they're going to be expected to administer an act where if they come across a young person in possession of cannabis and they believe that the young person possesses it for the purpose of distribution, we may end up criminalizing a whole generation of young people outside of the bounds of the Young Offenders Act, because that's not delineated here. Further, the penalty for such charges and offenses will be different. It allows for there to be an entirely different set of penalties for this class of offense than otherwise exists. And later in the Act, there is a substantial list of fines that come to bear. And I'm not a legal expert, but one of my concerns is whether or not this list of consequences for youth that violate this act may be subject to, that far surpass any consequence or any penalty that is deemed just under the Young Offenders Act in Nova Scotia. So we've got a group of people that have to monitor whether or not youth are distributing cannabis, and they can be charged with offenses potentially that are apart from the young offenders regime of justice in Nova Scotia, and subject to penalties that are outside of the young offenders regime in Nova Scotia. That's not a small thing. We already know in Canada that following the legalization of cannabis in Nova Scotia, in Canada, that thousands and thousands of Canadians who were convicted of cannabis-related offenses in their youth were able to finally seek pardon from those offenses. And the burden on the justice system and the social and personal costs that those individuals bore for many, many years for minor offenses was immense. There was a social burden that was borne as well because these people were criminalized. It deprived them of the ability to obtain entrance into post-secondary education, admission to careers like law enforcement and the military. It worked against them in criminal records checks for gainful employment, any number of respects. The criminalization of people for cannabis-related offenses in Canada has been immense. And part of the legalization of recreational cannabis in Canada has been an effort to decriminalize non-dangerous cannabis offenses for which the penalties were so severe and so prohibitive that it created a major societal burden in Canada. The act, in the way that it's worded, leads me to question whether or not this opens the door to a disproportionately harsh penalization of young people who are found to be in possession of and it's suspected of a motive to distribute cannabis. This comes after decades of work in Nova Scotia to, through the process of restorative justice, avoid the criminalization of youth for such offenses. We know that that work has been transformative. We know that that work has had a major role in unburdening the criminal justice system in Nova Scotia, the courts, the police, the probation system, of an administrative burden for a type of offense that ultimately we learned that criminalizing people for the possession of and low-grade distribution of, really the price that they paid far outweighed the impact of their offenses. So we're going to create this class of people who are going to be responsible to investigate, arrest, and charge young people. Chapter 4 of the Act, or Article 4 of the Act, reads, Chapter 3 is further amended by adding immediately after Section 23 the following section. 23A1. In this section, landlord means in respect of a premises, a person who is a lessor, owner, or person permitting the occupation of the premises, and includes an owner of a premises that has not been vacated by the tenant despite the expiry of the tenant's lease or right of occupation. 23A2. No landlord shall authorize or permit a premises to be used in a contravention of this act or the regulations. And 23A3. No person shall be convicted of an offense under the subsection 2 if the person exercised all due diligence to prevent the commission of the offense. I want to sit with this section for a minute. I also want to draw to the attention of the House that this government has robustly, at every turn, rebuffed the call for the creation of a residential tenancies enforcement unit. Thank you, Chair. So this government believes that there is no need for an enforcement unit to call to account tenants or landlords under the Tenancy Act, the statutes that govern tenancy in Nova Scotia. So we don't need an enforcement unit for people who rent from and people who rent to in every other respect, but this law creates a need for a brand new class of law enforcement to investigate whether or not tenants and or landlords are guilty of cannabis offenses. It's a puzzling juxtaposition of attitudes about enforcement when it comes to issues of tenancy in the province. So we've got a brand new class of law enforcement that have to monitor young people using cannabis and whether or not they intend to distribute it, to be treated separately or uniquely under the law, and subject to a unique class of penalties outside the normal parameters that apply to youth. And then on top of that, this brand new class of law enforcement also now has to investigate issues of tenancy. That is an odd set of bedfellows in a mandate. You will enforce this act by investigating youth and investigating renters and investigating landlords. That is a strange combination of powers. Later on, these amendments propose to create a unique set of powers for this new class of law enforcement to enter, and now this is under 6C A, enter and inspect any place, premises, or vehicle to which this act applies except a private dwelling, and any other place or premises connected or contiguous to that place or premises that are related to the operation of that place or premises, and make examination or inquiry or conduct any test that the police officer or other enforcement officer considers necessary or advisable. And D, adding immediately after Clause D the following clauses: purchase any substance or material that the police officer or other enforcement officer believes to be cannabis. DB, examine any substance or material found in the place, premises, or vehicle and take, for the purposes of analysis, any samples of the substance of the material. DC, open and examine any package or other receptacle found in the place, premises, or vehicle. And double D, subject to the regulations, remove or require the removal of any advertisement or promotion for the sale of cannabis by a person or entity that is not authorized to produce, sell, or distribute cannabis under this Act or the Cannabis Act of Canada. We've got a new class of law enforcement that's got to effectively police youth consumption and suspected distribution of cannabis. This group of law enforcement has to investigate tenants and landlords. So if cannabis is found on a premise where someone rents space from somebody else, the renters and the lessors are subject to the enforcement of this new class of law enforcement. And then when we look at how this new class of law enforcement can gain entry and rifle through the premises, it's a really troubling set of powers for this new class of law enforcement. It even says they can open and examine any package or other receptacle found in a place, premises, or vehicle. Well, law enforcement officers I know don't do that kind of stuff because it pollutes the evidentiary chain necessary to prosecute offenses. This is a troubling power to hand a brand new class of law enforcement. So when we look at this act, it proposes a brand new set of people to do a very specific job. They're going to be police that police youth, landlords, tenants, and anybody who live in a space where they suspect that cannabis may exist for the purpose of distribution. There are other issues with this act that raise questions for me. In Section 12 of the proposed amendments, it says Section 30 of Chapter 3 is amended by adding immediately after subsection 1 the following subsections. 1A, in a prosecution under this act, it may be inferred in the absence of proof to the contrary that a substance in question is cannabis by the substance's appearance or odor, and from the fact that a witness describes the substance as cannabis. It sounds an awful lot like a lesser standard of probable cause to me, Speaker. 1B, in a prosecution under this act, a certificate signed or purported to be signed by the corporation, I understand that to be the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation, that has the power to distribute cannabis legally in this province under government authorization, stating that cannabis was not supplied or authorized by or obtained from the corporation, is admissible in evidence without proof of the signature or of the official character of the person appearing to have signed the same, and is prima facie proof of the matters contained in the certificate. So in the prosecution of an offense under this act, all that's necessary is a certificate on NSLC letterhead that says that this weed is not NSLC weed. And it doesn't have to be signed by anybody, and there doesn't have to be any verification that the person who signed it is an authority with signing authority to sign the certificate to begin with. That's a very troubling reduction in the burden of proof that a prosecutor would have to present as evidence to prosecute a charge under this act. So procedurally, there are a number of elements in this bill that raise some real eyebrows. I agree with the previous speaker that, I think the intent here is to enact legislation to promote public safety ensure safe access to a safe supply of cannabis for recreational purposes. And I don't challenge that as a laudable or worthy goal. But the means by which this legislation appears to intend to achieve it, it's head scratching. The minister's going to be able to name a brand new branch of law enforcement off the corner of his desk. We have no idea what the qualifications for these people would be. What kind of training would they be required to have in hand in order to be able to do this duty with respect to the law in an expert, ethical, professional fashion? You know, to a standard similar that we expect of police and RCMP officers in every corner of this province. It creates a unique class of offenses that youth could be prosecuted under, and a unique set of consequences for youth that would live apart from the consequences youth face under the youth criminal justice system in Nova Scotia. It potentially criminalizes people who live in a space, and if cannabis happens to be found in the space where they live, the fact that they even live in that space is subject to prosecution. Or that the landlords who lease these spaces to tenants can be prosecuted. Are these law enforcement officers going to be trained rigidly and rigorously in the Tenancies Act of Nova Scotia so that they understand what the duties and rights of tenants and landlords are? What guarantees do people in Nova Scotia have that these folks are going to be trained in the process of entering a building and on this unique and lesser standard of probable cause for search and investigation? Does this act create the possibility of contamination of evidence upon which the prosecution and or the defense may rely in the administration of justice if someone is prosecuted under this act? These are not small questions. The creation of a different burden of evidentiary proof to prosecute charges. It allows prosecution of an individual on the basis that somebody thought something was cannabis. Not that they knew that it was, not that there was proof that it was, but if somebody believes something was cannabis, that's the sole standard that this law creates for charges. I'm not aware of any other class of offense where an assumption by a witness is the sole basis for prosecution or charges. It's a very, very low bar, and one that raises real questions. I have to wonder whether or not prosecutions under such a low bar wouldn't result in challenges to higher courts in Nova Scotia and perhaps beyond, and create a bottleneck administratively in our judiciary for individuals seeking justice against what could unintentionally become an unjust law. So there are a number of things that I have concerns about in this proposed amendment that I think we would do well as a House to hear some expert testimony on. I would love to hear the Attorney General stand and furnish the House with the legal opinions that indicate that these measures are just, that they're constitutional, that they reflect rigorous standards of evidentiary proof, such that we don't create a weak or a Swiss cheese kind of law where whether or not charges would stand once laid. That's a dynamic I think we would want to avoid. And so I hope as we move through the process of debate in this House that the minister stands in this House and provides some answers to these questions. Speaker, the other concern I have about this bill is the context in which it's been introduced. It's hard to separate this bill from the controversial conduct of our Premier and the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General in the recent past concerning enforcement of existing statute to regulate cannabis in Nova Scotia. In the eyes of many in Nova Scotia, the Premier and the Attorney General have been seen to direct law enforcement to put boots on the ground on land belonging to sovereign First Nations who have the right to self-governance under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and treaties of peace and friendship. We know that law enforcement has pushed back against those suggestions, indicating that they understand the limitations of their scope. Have also pushed back to suggest that the Premier and the Attorney General may be overreaching their scope in publicly directing them to take such action. The previous speaker already referenced and tabled an article where both the Premier and the Attorney General suggested that legislative change was necessary to address systemic concerns with the presence of fentanyl in unregulated cannabis in Nova Scotia and a troubling relationship between the distribution of unregulated cannabis in Nova Scotia and organized human trafficking. And the article cited by the previous speaker has a clear position from senior law enforcement leadership in Nova Scotia that, to their knowledge, no such links exist. We have, as a foundation for this legislation, a faulty premise. There is a fake crisis that these changes intend to remedy. On top of that, Speaker, this government, early in this second term of its power, has a notorious pattern at this point in terms of a failure from the perspective of Nova Scotia's Mi'kmaq chiefs to respect its duties and constitutional obligation to consult in a nation-to-nation fashion with the Mi'kmaq people in this province on matters covered by the treaties of peace and friendship. And several recent past instances demonstrate that this government believes it doesn't have a duty to consult until it feels like it. The government enacted Bill 127, known as the Protecting Nova Scotians Act. One of the principal features of this act was that it criminalized protests on Crown lands, and it didn't take very much to figure out that the protests that were being criminalized were protests of Indigenous land protectors, protests where they erected treaty truck houses that they have a treaty right to erect and are constitutionally protected freedoms. Yet this government, without consultation with the Council of Mi'kmaq Chiefs, enacted this legislation that criminalizes the actions of Indigenous knowledge keepers and earth protectors when government actions threaten nature and threaten the treaty rights of Mi'kmaq peoples. It was quite a row here in this House in the last session when representatives from the Mi'kmaq community arrived and sat in the gallery during debate on that particular bill to signal loud and clear and in person that the government had not done its duty. This government, in its first session after the last general election, enacted legislation that wiped out bans on fracking and uranium exploration in this province that were established by broad social consultations across the province, including ongoing consultation and dialogue with the Council of Mi'kmaq Chiefs, other communities, and passed with all-party support in this legislature. And the government proposed this legislation and enacted this legislation despite protestations from the Mi'kmaq community that reopening these bans or lifting these bans required consultation in a nation-to-nation fashion with representatives of the Mi'kmaq people, which did not occur. Tabled in this House were letters from Mi'kmaq leadership in every corner of this province that said, you did not consult us before you did this, and you must. This government passed a law that the Mi'kmaq people told us was not okay. Speaker, I take no joy in it, but this is a government whose Premier, Minister of Justice, and Minister of Elnu Affairs have been declared undesirables and banned from entry to the lands of certain Mi'kmaq bands in this province, subject to a $50,000 fine should they wander onto lands that they are not welcome on, under sovereign self-governance by Mi'kmaq bands. Speaker, this morning we heard testimony in public bills concerning the bill that would recognize Windsor, Nova Scotia, that would legislate Windsor, Nova Scotia as the definitive birthplace of hockey. We heard testimony from a Mi'kmaq knowledge keeper from Sebeganagadi who presented testimony based not only on scholarly research, but also based on the oral traditions and the oral heritage of the Mi'kmaq people. For those uninitiated, those oral histories are a vast and untapped trove of Indigenous knowledge about pre-European history across Mi'kma'ki in Nova Scotia. And we heard from that presenter that by legislating Windsor as the definitive birthplace of hockey, it reflects a problematic dismissal of Indigenous knowledge and truth about the origins of the game of hockey in our province. We talk about a lot of serious stuff, and I don't know how serious hockey is. I love hockey as much as the next person. Spent a lifetime playing it, done lots of coaching, raised my kids in minor hockey. But when we have folks from among the Mi'kmaq community who make a point to be in this house, in this space, and tell us the story that your law is telling is not fulsome, it's not entirely accurate, and it dismisses the lived history of the founding peoples of this land, it calls into question this government's commitment to nation-to-nation relationship with Nova Scotia's First People. We've heard from a number of folks in Mi'kmaq leadership, formally and informally, across this province in our caucus. And we understand that in hearing from them that, like the government of Nova Scotia, Mi'kmaq leadership is concerned about a safe way to access a safe supply of recreational cannabis on and off First Nations reserves in this province. Not only do they share these concerns with government, not only, like government, are they perplexed by the landscape that currently exists, not only are they perplexed with the question of how to remedy the current situation, but they have made clear to many in our caucus that they are ready and willing partners in the project of contributing to an improved regime of cannabis regulation in our province. This is not a project to which Mi'kmaq leadership is opposed. They're telling us that this is a conversation they are willing and ready to have. In the way that the government needs help and recognizes the need for action, they also recognize that they could use a hand and a partner, and they are willing to take action on this issue. The approach to this act sends a very problematic signal to our Mi'kmaq siblings in Nova Scotia, that this government is prepared to impose a solution without consultation and collaboration with them. And to Mi'kmaq people that have seen government actions they have experienced as hostile and imperious and colonial, this is yet further evidence that this government is not concerned with a relationship with the Mi'kmaq people based on mutual respect and equality. But this community seems to feel, and legitimately so, from where I sit, that this is a government views them as a problem it intends to fix. And Speaker, I submit that that is profoundly the wrong message that this House needs to be sending to the Mi'kmaq community at this time. Speaker, I also want to acknowledge that in this government's attempt to address an issue worthy of attention, it is missing the opportunity to benefit from Mi'kmaq ways of knowing. When we look at Indigenous practices around harm reduction and addiction and the breach of community trust and respect, we know that restorative justice draws key core principles from Indigenous practices of justice. Rather than practices of justice that are anchored in enforcement and consequence and punishment, Indigenous practices are founded in the concept of right relations. That where there is a harm, the harm is relational. And the effort is not to right a wrong, but to make right the relationships that have been harmed by the act. And, you know, the previous speaker spoke about principles for responsive regulation of recreational cannabis in Canada that she offered at sort of a national conference. I think there's an opportunity here, Speaker, that if we would approach this conversation in a relational way as equals with the Mi'kmaq people, the legislation that comes forward in this House, there's a golden opportunity for us to reframe the problem, but also take a completely different tack on addressing the issue. We know that if you see everything as a nail, everything deserves a hammer. And for a long time in Canada, the answer to crime and criminality was to ramp up the price of criminal acts, to create mandatory minimum sentences, to lengthen the span or the term of certain classes of criminal offenses. And we know now, data shows us that those efforts were counterproductive. To make crime so prohibitive really has very little curbing effect on the number of offenses and ultimately fails to solve the issue or stem the tide that needs redress. By adopting restorative justice, Nova Scotia has been a leader in our country in practices that have stepped away from punitive, consequence, punishment-based outcomes to crime. Those approaches have deprived our province of substantial numbers of people who are unable to rebound from being criminalized as a result of those charges and convictions. Even when people have served their time and paid their debt to society by serving time in prison, they continue to pay for those crimes for decades after. In Canada's workforce shortages, economic woes, there's a direct tie between the way that we prosecute, the way that we've treated crime in this country, and sort of the outcomes of that approach. So, Speaker, I submit here in the House the aims of this bill are worthy of attention and focus. This is the right place for this discussion to happen. But I submit, Speaker, that the process by which this bill has arrived here is sorely lacking. There's no evidence whatsoever that there has been consultation and nation-to-nation dialogue with First Nations communities across our province, especially at a time that senior leadership in this government have made clear that this is an issue that's tied to First Nations communities, as opposed to a broad-based social issue that affects us no matter where we live in this province. But this approach also demonstrates the government's unwillingness to learn from our Mi'kmaq siblings in Nova Scotia, to understand how Mi'kmaq ways of seeing and knowing might inspire an alternative approach to this issue, and ground amendments to the law that are before us in notions of relationship and in notions of healing rather than consequence or punishment. And I believe, Speaker, that by tuning out those voices, that by erecting a stone wall that says, we don't need to listen to you, here's the solution, we know best, we actually impoverish our province. We will erect a law that will impose harms and consequences on a new generation of people criminalized for consuming cannabis. Our prisons will be more full. We will have less people able to be gainfully employed in the workforce. And this legislation will do little, if anything, to remedy the harms to relationship in community that offenses prosecuted under this act signal exist. And I think if we're going to do this, Speaker, this is a golden opportunity to take the time to do it right in relationship with our First Nations on a nation-to-nation basis. So, having raised those flags about outcomes of this legislation if we pass these amendments as presented, having flagged the risks to the province and the continued harms that will be inflicted on this government's very deeply troubled relationship with the Mi'kmaq people across this province. I urge the government to evaluate whether or not this is the approach it wants to take, and whether or not hitting pause on this and initiating a different approach to creating a solution is the better way, not just for this government, but for all of us in this province. Speaker, I thank you for the time to speak, and I look forward to hearing others' perspectives in second reading.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North. No. Sorry, Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Yes, we've all been practicing saying Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I wanted to rise and ask a few questions on this bill and offer some concerns and feedback based on my own experience. So in 2016, the federal government launched the Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulation. It was chaired by former Deputy Prime Minister Anne McClellan, and it was tasked with establishing a new framework for legalizing, strictly regulating, and restricting access to cannabis. And I became involved in the work of the task force. I traveled. There were a whole bunch of different ways that Canadians could provide input. So there was online surveys. There were different focused outreach sessions and engagements, and there were communities. And so the task force went across the country, and I became involved with the youth portion of the engagement process around the task force. And, you know, we were focused on, I think, a lot of the things that are at the heart of this bill. You know, so the panel had sort of objectives of aiming to reduce the harms of cannabis use, protect public health, and keep profits out of the hands of criminals. So to shut down the illegal market. And, you know, with particular thinking about young people, you know, the task force used a public health approach, building on the knowledge that the risks of cannabis are higher with early age of initiation and or higher frequency of use. So some of the aims were to delay the age of the initiation of cannabis use, reduce the frequency of use, reduce higher risk use, and I'll try and remember to come back to that in a little while, reduce problematic use and dependence, expand access to treatment and prevention programs, and ensure early, sustained public education and awareness. So, you know, it was really recognized that, like with so many public health issues, risk is inherent in these discussions. So, in this particular aspect, though, the research and what we have available to us is actually quite constrained because for 90 years, cannabis was prohibited in Canada. So it's very hard to have done research, to have any longitudinal outcomes. But we know lots about the short-term effects of cannabis. So, you know, psychoactive effects, effects on memory, attention, and psychomotor function. And we remain less certain about longer-term effects. So, like the permanent harms to mental functioning, risks of depression and anxiety disorders. I know that's sort of part of the common discourse sometimes around cannabis use, but it actually has not been proven through research. And but we do know a lot about cannabis dependency. And so, you know, as I said, for young people, for children and youth, generally, studies have consistently found that earlier cannabis use begins, and the more frequently and longer it is used, the greater risk of potential developmental harms. some of which may be long-term or permanent. So again, we don't have all the research that we need because we haven't been doing that research. But, you know, what the research is pointing towards is long-lasting effects. And then there's also risks with consumption. So there are certain risks in terms of increased risk of harm, like frequency of use, use of higher potency products, obviously driving while impaired. You know, there's concerns about the risk and the impact of combining alcohol and cannabis. And then, of course, depending on how cannabis is consumed, if it's co-used with tobacco, you know, potentially increasing smoking-related lung disease. And so, you know, with the body of knowledge that was available to Canadians at the time, you know, I think it was accepted, like when the discussion started around the task force and the questions, I mean, there were a series of questions that the task force looked at, that there was probably no safe age. And so it wasn't going to be a matter of, you know, we didn't have the research, but we could probably all assume that, like, okay, at 25, it's most likely less risky, because what we know about brain science is that your brain, particularly your frontal lobe, particularly what can be expected in terms of, you know, executive functioning and that sort of thing. I mean, that, you know, takes until 25. But then thinking about, like, what's reasonable and what's actually enforceable. And so a lot of stakeholders who were involved in this task force were looking at the question of balancing the minimization of harms with the practicability, the being able to enforce it. So, you know, while we, you know, the science, we know brain science tells us our brains aren't fully mature till at least 25. You know, we have alcohol standards across the world that are lower than 25. And so there was also a lot of discussion about the challenges of having, you know, if you didn't align with the age of majority in most places, that it would be quite hard to regulate and to enforce. And so, you know, at one point, we got youth together in Toronto and for a couple of days talking about all of these issues. And I just want to say, too, that, you know, the young people that were mostly around that table were not necessarily young people. They were young people whose peers and who themselves were using different substances. They were young people who had been in conflict with the law. They were young people living in shelters. So these were folks who could really comment on the lived reality of young people in Canada at that time while cannabis was still illegal. And what they had to say has actually always really stayed with me. So first and foremost, youth wanted to be safe. They wanted their friends to be safe. They wanted their communities to be safe. I learned a whole bunch about different types of ways in which cannabis is manufactured these days in those conversations. And youth could easily identify that they didn't, aside from, you know, like in different edibles and shatter and all these various things, that they had no idea what was in them. And they had no idea what they were taking. They had no idea of the amount. And their friends didn't have the idea of the amount. So they really, you know, I mean, I guess this was also a group of young people who were willing to engage in the discussion of decriminalization and working within the system, but they wanted to be safe. They wanted public health information. So one of the things that really has stayed with me from that time was just lots of young people and kind of realizing, like, we haven't actually done alcohol policy well. You know, you walk into an NSLC before cannabis and today, and, you know, there's very little public health information available. There's very little signs that talk about the increased cancer risk. There's very little information provided. And so the young people pointed this out, like, we haven't done alcohol policy well. And really implored the task force not to recreate the weaknesses of our alcohol regime with cannabis. And, you know, because they wanted to be safe and they wanted their friends to be safe and their communities to be safe, they wanted information like the kind of information that you receive around smoking when you go to buy a package of cigarettes. So they wanted to know that information because, you know, really, you know, I just think about this when I walk into an SLC. It just is like, it's a little bit lifestyle, right? It's like a glass of wine, a drink, a blah, blah, blah. And when I look around the NSLC, I don't see any information on cancer or other health risks. They also wanted to really recognize the unfair impact that the criminalization of cannabis combined with racism had on so many youth, particularly combined with the practice of street checks. But just really realizing that for racialized youth, they were most likely to be stopped. And if they were carrying anything, they were most likely to be caught. And they wanted a system that recognized that made amends for that racialized system that was existing, still exists, but was existing particularly around cannabis enforcement. And they wanted young people who had been charged as a young person for cannabis possession to be discharged from that offense, so to have those forgiven. And a lot of that was in recognition of the circumstances in which they found themselves and their friends found themselves and their communities found themselves, and the lack of access to mental health services and addiction services. So that, you know, I mean, we have a commitment to youth criminal justice in this country. So they were simply, you know, articulating that as well. And so I carry that experience with me when I think about cannabis and cannabis enforcement, and particularly protecting young people. I haven't had a chance to go back and review the documents that the minister tabled a number of nights ago. I also do think that it is too bad that we keep debating this bill at night. You know, sort of outside the news cycle. There's no guests in the gallery. You know, I mean, we should be as open and forthright as we can talking about substance use and addiction in this province, and I don't feel like late night debates help that. In any event, I do note that the minister cited and tabled a number of what I think were scientific documents about the harms of cannabis use, and I'm grateful that the minister found evidence, because I was very concerned by what we saw happening in December of this past year. We need to, there's enough myths out there about substance use and substance use. There's enough disinformation for our youth in particular, the things that they can see on Instagram and TikTok and amongst their friends. I mean, on anything. Actually ask a young person about like some of the public health stuff. I mean, there's a whole, you know, like anti-birth control thing happening on TikTok that should be concerning. So we don't want our young people going and finding their information there. And so, you know, particularly when the Minister of Justice and the Premier alluded to this idea that there had been cannabis laced with fentanyl, that really caught my attention, because it is frankly an urban myth. And I took the time, and I actually just can't quite put my finger on the document, but I'm happy to table it. But I read line by line the last year's report from this province on adverse drug reactions. And so basically it's like this instance and what drugs were found in the system and that sort of stuff. And I can tell you that there wasn't any adverse reaction involving the combination of fentanyl and cannabis. And actually, when I went into the evidence, you know, that's actually never been found anywhere in the world. Now, there's also reasons why that young people will explain is that you can't burn cannabis and fentanyl at the same rate, and there's a whole bunch of things, and I don't remember the details, but it's actually just kind of impossible. And, you know, we have an opioid crisis in this country. We have an opioid crisis in this province, and it's constantly changing, right? Like new substances and that sort of thing. As leaders, we need to be dealing in the information. We need to be dealing in the evidence. We need to be combating the type of misinformation that is out there everywhere, especially for our young people. We can get information from Nova Scotia Health. So one of the things that Nova Scotia Health does is called drug alerts. And so you can you'll see them on Facebook, you can sign up to receive them as an email. I'm not sure all the various ways you can receive them. I assume there's probably a text version to make things easy. And basically, that would either report, you know, someone showing up in the ER, having taken something that they thought was one thing and it contained fentanyl or some other opioid, or some you know, adverse combination, and they share that. They share that publicly because it's harm reduction. It's like getting the word out there. So I'll talk about all the other things we do around addictions and substance use. But that's Nova Scotia Health putting out the information. Communities and folks can report into that drug alert system too, and so they really encourage people to do that because, again, they're not reporting harmful interactions with cannabis for the most part, but so they're still most people would be reporting interactions with substances that remain illegal and illicit. But at the same time, we don't want to shut down that sharing of information because basically, you know, there's like Xanax bars that people are buying might be like laced with fentanyl, and you want to let people know that in a community. You want to like describe what it looks like. Anyways, I would really recommend that everyone have a look at the I really recommend that everyone have a look at the Nova Scotia drug alerts, and I would hope that when they come in for your community that you share them. And so, you know, we have lots of ways of getting the information we need about what's happening with substance use in this province. We have reports from coroners. I mean, not to be a downer, but you know, unexplained deaths are examined, and that catches, for the most part, lots of different substance use related overdoses and deaths. So, you know, I think I just really want to be clear to Nova Scotians that there has not been cannabis laced with fentanyl found in this province, and that there are places to go get information, including Nova Scotia Health, that you can trust about substances in this province. And, you know, and I really implore all of us as leaders to not contribute to the misinformation and the myth making. That doesn't help our young people at all. And we have the information, we have the evidence out there that we need. And when I look at this bill, you know, I would also like to hear more about the government's plan to respond to addiction and substance use in this province, so including the opioid crisis. Just gotta grab a sip of water. Leading into the session, I was contacted by a number of stakeholders who work with folks who use substances, alcohol, and otherwise, community organizations, and they reported a lot of difficulty, in fact, a lack of access, of being able to get folks into rehab when people signaled they were ready. And, you know, one organization, and again, I didn't ask them for their records or how they counted, but, you know, they were reporting that they had dozens of people that they still had waiting for a traditional sort of rehab situation. There's no in-person rehab happening in Cape Breton right now. And, you know, that leaves people without any options on the island. This government has launched new substance recovery centers, and they're kind of like Dahab. So if you have a safe place to stay, a safe place to live, you can seek these services. And they're very evidence-based, so we definitely did not invent them. They have existed in other jurisdictions. They've been brought to Nova Scotia, and I would love to hear more about their implementation. Certainly, that would be a question in estimates, but I think, again, when we have these pieces of legislation which arrive without what I consider due consideration, I don't know how this interacts with other, other services and other things that the government is doing. And so, again, the substance recovery centers, I also think they're only for folks over 18 or 19. I invite the minister to clarify for me. So for young people, I'm not sure what actually is truly available other than inpatient mental health services. And again, there's often a lack of beds in different parts of the province, especially for young people. So I'm hoping that we're collecting lots of evidence about our Nova Scotia's use of the substance recovery centers. And I'd love to hear what we're evaluating, what we're finding, and how those can become a part of the work that we do in Nova Scotia. We've been talking lots, obviously, in this session about the budget and the cuts that are being outlined, being unrolled. They're cuts that, many ministers have struggled to explain what they are or why. And so really we're hearing from community, right? So we're getting phone calls. I'm sure, I know you all are getting phone calls as well, to say, well, that cut, this is what it means. It actually means this program. And so, a lot of the culture, youth programs, positive health programs like Mi'kmaq Summer Games, for instance. There's things being cut, from Opportunities in Social Development, youth programming. I don't know what it is, but it seems like that might be important. There's the Youth Day Program pilot. I don't know what that is, but all the things that we cut that affect positive youth development have a real impact on our ability to support the well-being of young people, and to offer a different path, to offer different inspiration. And so, one of the programs we heard about, again, I'm just going to check with my colleague to see if we have any more information about this, but Love NS faced a huge cut. They believe that their Preston program is shutting down, for instance. A number of us were just at a fundraiser, the first gala for Love NS. This is exactly the type of investment that when it's pulled out of communities and it's pulled away from young people, the costs are going to show up somewhere else, really. And we need all the programs we can have that support young people and support positive youth development. We have integrated youth services, finally in this province, which are, lots of people have heard me talk about them. It's what I did my PhD research on. And I think they're really promising models for youth well-being because they are evidence-based. I think we have 3 open and hopefully 3 more open soon. Again, great questions for estimates. Can't wait to get there with the Minister for Mental Health and Addictions. And it's really the idea is that youth can walk in kind of without, there's no diagnosis, there's no wait time. They can walk in and sort of bring their concerns around mental health, yes, but also school and employment and substance use, housing, all sorts of things. Basically, that's the integrated part of the integrated youth services. And so, they are just starting in Nova Scotia. In other parts of the country, they've been going for more than a decade. So there's lots of evidence out there and experiences. I mean, what's really interesting about integrated youth services is that they look different according to the community they're in. I mean, that's really part of the evidence behind them, is that they reflect the concerns and challenges in different communities. All that to say is that there are integrated youth sites with more experience addressing substance use, including cannabis, amongst young people than others, and I hope that we're learning from them and connecting with that evidence. And, you know, I'm also curious to hear about who is coming to integrated youth services in Nova Scotia. So who's going in Amherst, who's going in the north end of Halifax, how many young people are showing up, and what are they looking for? So are we seeing young people coming to the integrated youth services looking for support around substance use? And what are the pathways to other types of mental health support? So at a certain point, if what is needed or to dealing with substance use, like how does a young person, the idea behind integrated youth services is like there's no wrong door. Like you come in and there's going to be support. There's going to be some assessment, and you're not going to feel like you've done the wrong thing, you've gone to the wrong place. And so for cannabis use, for instance, for substance use, what's happening in our integrated youth services in Nova Scotia that's providing the type of sort of support that young people need? And so those are some of the frameworks I have about when I think about cannabis enforcement. So it was spending a lot of time supporting young people involved in the task force process and thinking about lots of things around enforcement and risk and labeling and dosage and, I mean, all kinds of things. Then also thinking, okay, well, what do young people need? And what are we offering young people in Nova Scotia to help their positive well-being, their positive development, and how are we also there to help young people? Where are the open doors? And so when I look at this bill, I do have some questions about what the implications are for young people in particular. We also know a lot about, early involvement in the criminal justice system. You get a charge and then maybe you don't follow your conditions or you miss a court date, and then the penalties start rolling. So again, remember, we're talking about young people, their brains aren't developed, we don't expect them to be particularly good at executive functioning. That's why we have different standards around justice. So just making sure that nothing we're doing in Nova Scotia is taking us backwards to where young people get into, what am I trying to say, like a revolving door in the justice system. My colleague from Sackville-Cobequid talked about the role of landlords that's cited in this bill, and like my colleague, I find it really ironic that we're not going to hold landlords accountable for much in this province, but we are going to maybe hold them accountable for weed found on their premises. At estimates with the Minister for Service Nova Scotia, I shared the story of someone who hasn't had heat in their apartment since the end of December, using the residential tenancy process. Let me make that clear. Speaking of the good things you can find on TikTok, she's been documenting on TikTok if you want to go find that. Power in buildings, rent evictions. I mean, all the things that are part of the day-to-day life of my constituency office around landlords. And actually, no one has ever actually called to say, I'm concerned by whatever, the smell of cannabis in the building. No one's actually ever called me with that concern. And maybe other folks have, and I see heads nodding, and that would seem to me, I'm actually just reflecting on that. That's quite surprising, actually, that I haven't heard that. And because, of course, when you're in communal living, you smell it. And, you know, and I certainly notice it when I'm in buildings. But, yeah, it just seems like in a province where landlords are pretty much not held to account for anything, but this is the only thing they're being held to account for, is cruelly ironic, I would say. And if we can hold them accountable for cannabis, I think we can hold them accountable for heat and power and cleanliness and safety. We do not need to only do this for cannabis. I'm also curious about the provision for the minister to be able to hire people other than police to enforce cannabis violations. So I'm curious about why. I mean, on second reading, I often ask why a lot because, you know, not to digress, but the bill-making process in our province is a little backwards. So, and this is a government that doesn't want to consult or talk to folks. So, you know, I would like to know the reason why that's necessary. And are we building on our tobacco enforcement provisions? So that's through the Department of Environment. The Inspection, Compliance, and Enforcement Division in ECC. It does say ICE, but, you know, we'll just have to get used to that. But I also guess I'm just wondering, the Premier and the Minister of Justice alluded to organized crime and trafficking, and just like, are the members of Environment and Climate Change Inspection, Compliance, and Enforcement Unit, are they prepared to take on this particular enforcement? Mm-hmm. Is it safe? Are they trained for it? And if we're not going to use them, then who? Who's going to be designated? Are we going to have sort of like citizen sheriffs that can, which, you know, you can get a badge you know, my partner was involved in Health Canada's regulation of tobacco products in the Atlantic region, and so for a time being, in fact, she had a badge, you know, but there were lots of places where it was sort of well accepted that there was no way that she should be the one enforcing the tobacco violations, that it wasn't safe, that this was a person on their own, unarmed. But she did have a really cool vest and literally a badge. I mean, it was pretty fun, actually. And yeah, kind of was like, it's Heather. Yeah, anybody who's met Heather is like, really? Heather had a badge? I can't imagine her, like, but she's extremely anti-tobacco, so she actually really loved this role. But, you know, I guess I'm just wondering why and what is the model? And we're in a budget session, folks. It's hard to agree to a new function without a cost. It's hard to agree to a new function without knowing like what the plan is for implementation. My notes, you know, say like so many questions, and I really do. I have a lot of questions about this. And if we had a bill-making process where bills were introduced and then they went to specific committees. So we would maybe have a justice committee, for instance. And then we would bring people in and we'd hear from experts, we'd hear from stakeholders. It'd be like public bills, but really meaningful. Oh, and it would happen over time. Oh. So instead of having like, you know, dump, and then we're in public bills and like, good luck, you've got 12 hours, sign up, get ready. No, like if you think about the federal process, there are specific committees, they study bills. Mm-hmm. And some of the things that happen when you study a bill is that there are unintended consequences. Mm-hmm. There are things that we don't know. I mean, I just have to, you know, with due respect, you know, even I don't know a lot about this process to develop this bill, but if it seems to be a surprise to lots of people, thus, I would assess that there hasn't been a great amount of consultation done around this. And if we had a committee process where bills were studied, examined, in really like a non-partisan way, so people actually engaged with the content. I've presented at parliamentary committees on human rights and on justice, like to facilitate that process. Not only is it not like 12 hours later, bam, you're going to go. It's like they put a call out for people, and they say that like the committee is considering this bill. Is there anyone in Canada who would like to talk about this bill? And you can actually say I would, and then often it'll be like, well, if you want to present in person, do you need help getting to Ottawa? Like there's support for citizen participation, recognizing that we can't hold all the answers. And I mean, that's a really strong personal conviction around what we need to do good public policy is good public engagement. And, certainly in December, when there was some discussion and there were some things said by the Premier and the Minister of Justice that really weren't true or were disagreed with by police publicly. We would have a way, if we have various voices, to actually ascertain that. So instead of having it be like, I say this, and then somebody, a law enforcement officer says this, and then there's not actually dialogue, I think is a really ineffective way of actually understanding what's going on. And I bet you, the Minister of Justice and the police officer, and there's probably other people who could come into the conversation and actually suss it out, really understand what the problem looks like. But that's not the way we do it here. And I think other folks have commented on this, and I am curious. Again, I'm not an expert, but the whole enforcement around like odor and that sort of thing seems very vague. Maybe there's a whole thing. Maybe there's a way to do this well. Maybe other jurisdictions are doing this well. Maybe there's a plan. But again, in the process that we have now, so it's 11:40 on a Monday night, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else than with you guys, I mean, honestly. But, here we are trying to understand the implications of the law. We make law in this House. That's part of our job. We work with constituents. We do lots of other things, but we make law. And when we're asked to make law in this way, in a hurry, like I said, this bill has never been debated and any other time than under the cover of darkness, which, again, this has public health implications. It's not just a law enforcement bill. Like this should be things that we don't try, that are not hidden from Nova Scotians. And I mean, I would just suggest that there's, I don't know if anybody has Ledge TV on, but I would just suggest that there's probably not a lot of people who have hung in to this point. But luckily, of course, they can watch the recording and read it tomorrow, which is amazing. And so, I think young people in particular have a lot, my experience is engaging with young people on this issue. And from that experience, I know that young people have a lot to tell us about what it's like, where substances come from, motivation, the risks they take, that sort of thing. And so if we're making laws that are designed to protect them, youth really need to be involved. And we're probably not going to hit the nail on the head without young people telling us what we've done right. This has to be something where we talk about evidence, and as leaders in our communities, we have to talk about the evidence. We have to think about pathways to substance use, so youth programs, I do find it quite distracting when I think people are like telling jokes about me in the House when I'm talking, and if there are jokes to be told, I would invite members to step outside.
Order. I did this the other day. I'm going to do it again now. Please forgive me for asking a member if they'd walk me home safely. That's what that was about. So I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sableline. I do not like it when people start just perceiving what they think is about them. Not everything's about the person that's speaking at all times. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Pardon me, Madam Speaker, I wasn't actually referring to you. There's a few side conversations going on. So I'm glad that you have a safe walk home. But I do find it hard, and particularly at 11:40 at night, when there's a lot of other things happening in the House. And I think the other concern about this bill rests on its sort of origin story, where it was really perceived by Mi'kmaq communities, and frankly, nothing's been done to dissuade them of this. The total disregard for their right and their capacity to manage their community. And I would say that this issue and the way that it's been dealt with has further devastated this government's relationship with Mi'kmaq people and communities. I mean, it's hard to find different ways to make it worse, but it keeps on happening. So I'm going to read a letter from the Chiefs from December 5th, 2025. Just want to make sure all members are aware of it and that it's read into Hansard. So like I said, December 5th, 2025, Chiefs respond to a letter from the Nova Scotia Attorney General, Mi'kmaq. The 13 Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs were surprised to receive a letter from the Nova Scotia Attorney General and Minister of Justice this week. In his letter, Minister Armstrong stated that, quote, all cannabis retail activity, including on-reserve activity, must operate under the existing provincial framework, and noted that he issued directive to the RCMP for, quote, enhanced enforcement of illegal cannabis dispensaries, including on-reserve dispensaries. And we could have a whole, I'm just going to offer some parentheses, we could have a whole discussion about directing police from the legislature, but we'll just continue on. Prior to federal legalization of cannabis in Canada in 2008, the Assembly reached out to the Nova Scotia government, so maybe the Liberals can share why that wasn't responded to share understandings on what the regulation of cannabis could be in Mi'kmaq communities, alongside what Nova Scotia was doing in the rest of the province. The province rejected those requests. Again, we'll have to ask our Liberal friends to explain what was happening in 2018, unless perhaps a member from Halifax Atlantic has some memory of what that was going on at that time. And the result is exactly what we predicted, a system that does not and cannot work in our communities. Attempting an approach in 2025 that ignores previous opportunities to work together and the formal existing channels to work nation to nation is disrespectful. Although our perspectives may differ, it's important to state that this is a quote. Although our perspectives may differ, it's important to state that the province does not govern our communities, said Chief Terrence Paul on behalf of the Assembly. We have a right to self-governance and self-determination. This is a clear example of what happens when the province will not come to the table with us from the outset. An archaic government process we've experienced far too often in our communities. Minister Armstrong's directive to the RCMP, inaccurate information provided both in writing and to the media, plus citing a court decision that is currently under appeal, only frustrated the Assembly further. And the quote continues from Chief Paul. The RCMP must respond to the priorities of the chief and councils in each community, continued Chief Paul. Minister Armstrong must understand that the province does not have jurisdiction to govern our communities, nor do they have a complete understanding of what happens in our communities. Therefore, they cannot decide what is best for our members, end quote. The Assembly was disappointed with the lack of understanding of the treaty and Aboriginal rights and title implications with Minister Armstrong's statements. We hold Aboriginal title, we're back into a quote. We hold Aboriginal title, Aboriginal rights, and treaty rights over our territory of Mi'kmaq. This jurisdiction protects our autonomy and our identity. Nova Scotia must realize that has a non-collaborative approach has never, nor will ever, be appropriate or acceptable, said Chief Paul, and I can table that once I get this printed out. And, you know, as my colleague also said, there's been lots of work done in communities, Mi'kmaq communities, about the sale of cannabis. And, you know, I mean, time and time again, this government does not seem to understand anything with regards to the nation-to-nation treaty relationship that exists in Mi'kma'ki, that is the foundation of Mi'kma'ki. You know, time and time again, this government appears to want to ignore that. But it really is walking away from like some real opportunities. I mean, first of all, you know, like I said, many communities have been working on community plans. They, you know, they want to have a nation-to-nation relationship. But a true nation-to-nation relationship under the Treaty on Aboriginal Rights and Title respects the rights and ability of Indigenous communities to self-govern. And, you know, we're supposed to be in our reconciliation era and not our recolonization era. And every time that this government goes forward and is like, we're not even gonna ignore that. And you know, it's much kind of like the regulated health professions. Like there's the assembly, there's a whole structure to engage with. It's not like it's hard, like it's not like, ooh, I want to do something on, you know, in Mi'kmaq communities. How will I ever know who to talk to? It's like pretty obvious. Yep. There are chiefs. There's an assembly. There's a whole tripartite forum, which I still don't understand the implications of this budget for, but seems to be totally cut. I just want to remind folks that, you know, when I came to work for the provincial government of this province in 2008. The tripartite forum was a source of pride. It was a source for everybody. It was a source of integrity. You know, and under the PC government at the time, Minister Baker was the Minister of Finance, but had been heavily involved in the tripartite forum. And was deeply respected. I mean, I just remember that, you know, at his funeral, the chief showed up. And that's the legacy that this government should be building on. Not whatever this is that's just ignoring treaties in Mi'kma'ki. So this government can start now acting in a good way. There is a chance now to say, you're right, our work around cannabis has not been appropriate, has not been respectful of our legal obligations, and we're going to do something different. You know, I think we could delay this bill, and I don't think it's worth it at further damage to our treaty, our nation-to-nation treaty relationship. We could look at what's happening in other provinces. You know, I share the public health concerns of cannabis use. I share the concerns about youth cannabis use. I share all that. And in fact, I know that young people share that too, actually. But we're not doing it right in the way that we're conducting ourselves in Mi'kma'ki, and we need to do a lot better.
I recognize before I recognize, I ask that the member table that tomorrow. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been thinking a lot about this bill, and I've been thinking a lot about the implications of youth, for youth, I should say. And it comes down to a lot of what I spoke about today during my speech on the supply motion. Kids, well, youth don't care what you know until you know they care. Meaning, we have to take action for our youth. We have to show them that we care by investing in them, by investing in youth programs dedicated to them. That includes before and after school programs, programs like Love, programs like the BGC and other youth programs all throughout Nova Scotia. Because what those programs do, Madam Speaker, is that they try and keep youth out of the criminal justice system. In fact, we spend, as a province, more money on the youth justice system as well as the adult justice system because of recidivism than we do on our actual youth and the programs for them, Madam Speaker. Now, here's the question. When you're devising a program like this, make the distribution of cannabis by a young person a separate provision from other offenses, allowing different penalties to be specified. And for the offense, and yeah, so anyway, this part of it, Madam Speaker, I don't know what this part means. Are we making them harsher? Are we gonna make penalties more harsher on our youth? Like, I really, truly don't understand this part. And I'm hoping that the minister will get up after we've all said our piece on this and explain. And if that is not the intent, then this better start making it clearer in this bill. These vague comments, and this is not, a vague comment, Madam Speaker, is for a briefing note. They're not meant to be in bills. We need to be specific. Or specific, I'm sorry. That Pacific is an ocean. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, we have to be accurate because these are our youth's lives. Because here's the question: a youth caught with cannabis, with potential intent to sell. One is, there's another clause in here that basically says, my understanding from it was, all someone had to do was look at it and sniff it. That odor and look alone could see them charged. Okay, now I would really love for this to be clear as well, because I'm thinking, are we gonna start looking at kids with oregano? Or, like, I'm not trying to joke about this, Madam Speaker, but really, in this bill, there is a clause that talks about with odor, the scent or odor alone, Madam Speaker, and the look. How is that right to put in a bill that can create enforcement? That it doesn't have to be tested, Madam Speaker. We're talking about people's lives. If somebody were to get a record being charged with possession or possession with the intent to sell, Madam Speaker, that can affect the rest of their lives. It affects if they can get a job, Madam Speaker. It can affect their schooling. And I mean this truly, because I have a constituent, Madam Speaker, who went to go through a program, and they could not go into the program because when they were a kid, they stole a CD. It was on their criminal record, and because that was on their criminal record that they stole a CD when they were young, they could not go to school to better themselves into a program. Now, are we talking the same kind of concept here for these youth, Madam Speaker? Because quite frankly, I think that's very punitive to our youth.
Order. Order. We have reached the time of adjournment. We stand adjourned until Tuesday, March 3rd from 11 a.m. to 11:59 p.m.